Climate Week. Woo!
Woo, woo, woo!
Clearly, I'm a little excited to be here this morning.
And I am as well. I can't believe we were here just about 6 months ago in October, this exact setup, and here we are again.
Here we are again. For those of you who were here last year, my name is Darren Clifford. You had the privilege, or some may say not, of having to listen to me all day long as we MC this event. I am the managing partner of Adaptus Capital. I run a pure play venture capital fund focusing on how to make sure we live a good quality life under a 2.5-degree pathway. That's really the focus that I have on things. I'm fortunate that I come here with a bit of an international background. I came as a middle-class Canadian in Scarborough, where I was born, with family and friends who loved me, told me I could do anything in this life, and then kicked me out of the house. So that's had me travel to well over 110 countries now, living in a number of different places. So what you'll hear from me a lot today is some sort of the international perspective and how I've seen other people in other places view what's going on in climate. But I'm excited to share the stage with my co-MC.
Thank you, Darren. And I feel like we've been living parallel lives in some ways. I was born in Toronto as well, raised in Toronto, and I had a chance to do an international stint, not 100 countries, but I did get to live in San Francisco for about 8 years. I worked in the tech industry, London, New York, lived there each for about 2 years. And I started my climate journey when I started Clever Carbon in about 2021. It was a fun project, side project, not meant to be anything full-time, but today, it's been almost 6 years, and we work with some of the biggest brands in the world, from the NBA to Mubadala, and it's truly been a journey. And I'm also really proud to say that I am back in Toronto, living and working, and I'm really excited to be a part of Canada's climate future.
Excellent. This is going to be a great day. What are we going to actually do today? Or tell us some of the themes you want to get out of this, please.
So we have 3 key themes today. The first is collaboration in an interdependent world. We'll hear from how organizations, cities, institutions, as well as local leaders across sectors are coming together, working together to strengthen Canada's future. The second theme is nature, stewardship, and the foundations of prosperity. We'll look at nature through the lens of infrastructure and the role of sustainable finance in a nature-positive future. The third theme, building the future in real time. From decarbonization to the future of our cities to climate communications in a rapidly changing world, we'll explore what it means to build the future in real time.
There's definitely a lot of uncertainty out there. That's the one thing you can actually be certain about. How are we going to do this? How are we going to try to get across these 3 different themes today? And so we have a fast-paced agenda. What you will generally see here is we'll start getting into things, we'll get you some ideas going about things through the people who are going to be presenting or panelists, but they will be moving fast through different topics. We're spending the first 90 minutes hearing from leaders in the climate space. This is leaders from First Nations, through the government, different layers of our government, and into philanthropies and people who are putting their money into driving action in climate. And it's all going to be about how we can take a leadership role in helping drive this. The second group that we'll have after a short break is really going to focus on the collaboration part, and especially how Canada can position itself internationally to be competitive and collaborate in this global world that we live in with all this uncertainty we have. Then we have a lunch. It's going to be about 50 minutes. It'll be great for you to be able to meet some new people. We'll talk to you about that throughout the session so that way you can get to see all the exciting people who are here. And after lunch, we're going to be talking about nature and prosperity. How nature and prosperity is an and, not an or. It's not that they're going to be able to do one or the other. It's how are we going to be able to do them together. And lastly, we're going to have the final block, which will be around the idea of execution, going and getting this done. We'll probably end around 4:30 for all of you with tracking in your calendars and timelines of when we'll be done here, and then we'll have a reception to follow.
And this entire day, amazing content, thought leaders from Canada, around Canada, coming in to speak with us could not be possible without our sponsors. Our platinum title sponsor is Brian and Joanna Lawson Family Foundation, Our gold title sponsor, the City of Toronto. Silver sponsors, Air Canada, Carbon Hound, and RBC. And our refreshment sponsor, we have KRG Insure, who provided breakfast for us, and This Rock, who provided lunch. Now, who loves food? This is a Toronto city. Everybody loves food in here, right? How many people have been to Winterlicious? Summerlicious, right? Well, did you know that we have Sustainalicious going on? And this is pretty cool because I've been to a lot of climate weeks and none of them have been able to galvanize restaurants around the city to come together for something in honor of the climate week. So head over to sustainalicious.ca, 34 restaurants providing climate-friendly dishes. Bring your friends, bring your colleagues.
So now we need to do a little bit of housekeeping, though, before we get started today. And the first one is on the topic of time. So I am the goon squad today, which means I will be sitting here and trying to make sure that we all keep to a schedule. My commitment to you is I will get us to our breaks on time and our lunches on time. You will notice that we'll be strict about this, so that way if you do have calls or you have anything that you need to do, you know you have those blocks to go and do them in. My ask in return, if I keep us to schedule, is that you will please be back in the auditorium to be able to attend and hear what the speakers have to say when the time is right.
Perfect. Another housekeeping item is that there is social media going on, and we really want to raise awareness. It takes everyone in this room to get the word out so that we're as big as Collision Fest by next year. So pull out your phones, grab Instagram. We're at Toronto Climate Week. In addition, if you are just loving everything about opening ceremonies, I can tell all of you already are, there will be a videographer outside taking video testimonial, so be sure to go find them during the breaks. And for our live stream friends, hello, we sort of see you. Yeah, we're waving to you. But be sure to subscribe to our newsletter so that we can keep in touch.
So we have this exciting day today. If you were here last year, remember, I will never do an event like this without trying to challenge you in some way. So I have 3 things that I want to challenge you to do today. The first, I want you to meet someone new, someone who you didn't know before you came into this room, preferably someone who you will follow up with after the day is done. The second, after we have our conversation today is through, I want you to think about how you can go and engage in nature. I want you to think about this nature and prosperity idea of what you can do there to actually get yourself grounded in the world around us. And third is going to be a call to action that you will do something differently after we leave this session.
Wonderful, and we'll be coming back to those throughout the day so you're not off the hook.
Haha.
All right, so we are up on our time. Well, this is a great time for me to invite our first speaker to the stage. Our first speaker is Chief Margaret Salt of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Chief Margaret will take us through a traditional opening, helping us stay connected, grounded, and present for an eventful day and week ahead. Please welcome to the stage, Chief Margaret Salt.
Okay, is this on? Okay, thank you very much. I haven't traveled as much as these guys. I have no desire to leave the country. They always say it's nice to go away, but it's always nice to come home. And so I just like staying home. So it's my pleasure to be with you all today to officially open Toronto Climate Week 2026. On behalf of the Mississaugas of the Credit, I welcome you to these lands and waters covered by the Toronto Purchase Treaty 13 of 1805. These lands have been cared for by Indigenous people since the untold generations and can continue to hold deep spiritual, cultural, and historical significance to us. I would like to extend my greetings to the distinguished guests and leaders joining us this morning, including Becky Park, I know I'm going to butcher these names. Roman, okay, she said it. Diane Fox Carney, the Honorable Julie Dabruskin, Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada, the Honorable Todd McCarthy, Ontario Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, Mayor Olivia Chow, and my new friend Danielle Martin, I say, I always want to call her Miller. She said, as long as you don't call me so, okay. Late for supper. Okay. So, and all, as well as the representatives from Indigenous nations and communities who are here. The other governments, industry, finance, youth leadership, and environmental organizations from across the country. Miigwech for being here, and for all the organizers for all your hard work. It's interesting to see so many people gathered here with a shared commitment to confronting one of the most important issues of our time. For Indigenous people, the conversation around climate is not new. Long before environmental policy, sustainability frameworks, or climate action plans existed, we understood the importance of living in balance with nature. We understood that the land is not simply a resource to be consumed, but a living relationship that must be respected and protected. Our teachings remind us that water is life, that the air we breathe, the forest, the animals, and the medicines are all connected. When one part of the creation suffers, we all feel the effects. Today's communities everywhere are witnessing these effects more clearly than ever before. We see more storms that get worse all the time, rising temperatures, droughts, floods, wildfires, and environmental sustainability impacting people across Canada and around the world. The Indigenous communities in particular often experiences these impacts first and most directly because of our close relationship to the land and the waters. At the same time, there is hope. There is hope in seeing leaders from so many sectors gather in a meaningful way. There is hope in the young people demanding action and accountability, just like those signs out there this morning that I had to walk through. There is hope in innovation, clean technologies, and new partnerships. And there is hope when Indigenous knowledge is respected as an essential part of the path forward. Climate action can't happen in silos. Governments can't do it alone. Industry can't do it alone. And our nations can't do it alone. Real progress happens when we are willing to listen to one another, share knowledge, and move forward together with honesty and purpose. This is why gatherings like the Toronto Climate Week matter. Over the next several days, thousands of people will participate in conversations, events, and collaborations focused on climate solutions and environmental leadership. Those discussions are important, but what matters most is what happens after the conversation ends. People want to see action. They want to see investments in sustainable infrastructure, protection for lands and waters, responsible development, stronger environmental policies, and meaningful inclusion of Indigenous voices at that decision-making tables. They want future generations to inherit a world that is healthier, safer, and more resilient than the ones we are living in today. And there's a saying, nothing about us without us. We often speak of our responsibility to the next 7 generations. That principle encourages us to think long-term, beyond political cycles, beyond quarterly profits, and beyond immediate convenience. It asks us to consider, what kind of world are we leaving behind? What responsibilities do we carry today? And what actions are we willing to take now to ensure future generations can thrive? These are questions, all of them we must ask ourselves. I also believe climate change is not only about reducing harm, it's about restoring relationships between people, communities, nations, and the environment itself. It's about remembering that we are connected to the natural world, not separate from us. When Indigenous knowledge, scientific research, innovation, and community leadership are brought together in a good way, powerful things can happen. I hope this week creates space not only for discussion, but for genuine partnerships and lasting momentum. I want to thank the organizers, volunteers, partners, and everyone who contributed to bringing Toronto Climate Week to life. Events like this require vision, collaboration, dedication, and your work is appreciated. To everyone attending this week, thank you for being here, for sharing your voices and expertise, and for contributing to this important work. May the conversations held this week lead to meaningful action, stronger relationships, and a renewed commitment to protecting the lands, waters, and future generations with a shared responsibility. I was just thinking when it says that we are in one with the land and water. When the Creator created the human beings, He created them last. And all those other things, the animals, the trees, the wildlife, all of those can exist without mankind, but we can exist without them. So that's really keep in my mind all the time. Everything can exist, and the harm that we've done to the community, to our natural environment. Former Chief Stacy LaForme, I found this on one of his sayings. He says, I know many of you have heard me say, instead of thinking of climate change as a problem to be solved, think instead of Mother Earth as a soul to be saved. It may seem like a small paradigm shift, but we can do it. We can change everything, because you can't change that mindset without changing the way you think of yourself, the way you interact with your family and friends, which will be in truth will change them. In the end, you may not be able to change enough to save the world, but you will change your world, and that is of equal importance. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief Margaret, for your words of wisdom. I am so excited to introduce the next speaker. She felt so passionately about climate action that she galvanized the Toronto community early on by co-founding Climate North. She felt so strongly that Toronto should be a leader in this space, she took a bet on herself, and she took a bet on Toronto. She left her full-time job, started Toronto Climate Week, hosted the first event last October, had her first child in the meantime, and still managed to pull off an incredible Climate Week this year featuring over 200 events across the city. I may have sent her a life-changing text along the way, but she is the reason why we are gathered here today. Please join me in welcoming Becky Park-Romanovsky.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Toronto Climate Week. Looking around this room is truly humbling. The audience is filled with leaders, innovators, and changemakers, many of whom began doing this work long before Toronto Climate Week existed. I'm usually not this scripted, but I haven't slept in a while, so I'm not allowed to go unscripted anymore. You all are the inspiration behind it, and many of you are also the reason that it is possible. Toronto Climate Week was created to build the infrastructure we need to advance Canada's green evolution. Thank you. By putting the focus on the organizations and people already doing the work. It is not meant to be a stage for a few people. It is meant to be a platform for many, accessible, collaborative, inclusive. But none of this would have been possible without an extraordinary team. Yeah. You know, my very Jewish parents are always astonished that we have a full team that is working, as they say, for free. But we are working on a dream to better the city, the country, and the world. First, I want to give a huge thank you to our team of more than 70 volunteers. Their names are behind me on the slide, and I hope everyone takes a moment to look at them, because this week truly took a village. You carried the weight, you handled the chaos, you answered the emails, you solved the problems, and kept showing up. We are all sitting here today because of your tireless efforts. I also want to make a special mention of Chloe, Caitlin, Christy, Irena, Randy, and John, who carried an extraordinary amount of responsibility and helped move this week forward in ways both visible and invisible. One very special thank you goes to Sarah Clayton. As Michelle mentioned, I had a baby 6 weeks ago, which is why there's a newborn here, if you're wondering. So while I was learning how to survive on 2 hours of sleep, Sarah stepped up in a way that I will never forget. She carried this work forward with determination, grace, and her very strange sense of humor that, let's be honest, got a lot of us across the finish line. Sarah, thank you. I don't know where you are. Okay. We also have one invisible volunteer who is also our biggest sponsor, my husband over there with a baby. Thank you, John. Thank you, John, for selflessly putting my dream ahead of our everyday life. I also want to thank our advisory team, who supported us through difficult decisions, meaningful connections, and many moments where the answers were not obvious. And of course, our incredible sponsors and partners. Look how many there are. Last year, I spent a lot of time explaining what Toronto Climate Week was and why it needed to exist. Our early sponsors and partners saw the vision, and their support created a ripple effect. Thank you for the sponsors who have returned, and thank you for our new ones for helping build the infrastructure of Canada's climate leadership. And I have to give a very special thank you to the Lawsons, whose generosity, whose generosity and belief in this week have truly helped make it possible. Joanna, you have advised us. You have opened the doors to a beautiful new building, the Lawson Center for Sustainability, and supported this vision in such a meaningful way. Thank you for helping make this possible. Now, I want to ask something of everyone in this room. Please make the most of this week. Go to as many events as you can, meet people you do not already know, start conversations, follow up, build something together. I know networking can feel exhausting, but this is what it takes. So just drink one more coffee and call it resilience and go out there. Because the point of this week is not just to listen, it is to connect, to collaborate, and move from ambition to implementation. And that matters now more than ever, because the world is reorganizing around energy, industry, food, infrastructure, and resilience. And climate is at the center of it. If Canada is not helping shape the future, we will be shaped by it. I think many of us as Torontonian Canadians have a tendency to underestimate ourselves. So let me remind us who we are. Canada produces 10% of the world's top 100 clean tech companies. We are the 9th largest economy in the world, and Toronto is the 4th largest city in North America. We have the talent, we have the capital, we have the institutions, we have the entrepreneurs, we have the natural resources, and we have the civic imagination. Just look at all of our events this week. And we have the responsibility. The world is changing, whether Canada chooses to lead it or not, but I believe this country can lead. I believe the city can lead, and I believe many of the people who will shape that future are sitting right here in this room. So let's get to work. Welcome to Toronto Climate Week. Thank you for being here. Thank you for building this with us. And most importantly, thank you for believing that Canada's climate future is not something we wait for. It's something that we build together. Thank you.
I love it. We have a dream. This is great to see that this is not just the dream that Becky talked about, but it is also bringing it into reality, right? The challenge that she laid there for us, I think, is something that's going to be great throughout the day to keep coming back to, of how do we leave this room and make this come to life. So now we're going to go and transition from that into getting onto the forefront of what it means for someone who is actually living a life that is right at the challenging point of what we're seeing inside of climate and the realities that you face on the ground. The next speaker we have is the privilege of having Diana Fox-Kearney come up and present to us. She has such a fascinating background that we have here, having helped out with a number of institutions, with companies, really trying to find the opportunities in the energy transition and opportunities in the transition to live a more prosperous and nature-based world that we'll really see come to life. And so we're very fortunate to have her to be able to come and give us some guidance from her years in consulting and sustainability as we move things forward. And so without further ado, I welcome Diana Fox-Kearney.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me this morning. Thank you for that introduction and for the inspiring start to the day already. It's really great to be here at Toronto Climate Week. It's a gathering that brings together people who believe that the most urgent challenge of our time also creates one of the greatest economic opportunities of a generation. J'ai participé à plusieurs reprises aux Semaines du climat à Londres et à New York, et je suis heureuse que nous ramenions enfin cette idée chez nous. It's really great, and I'm like all of you in this room. I think Becky, her energy pervades everything and is really exceptional. So hats off to her, to Sarah, Chloe, Irena, and the entire Toronto Climate Week team for what's truly a wonderful mobilizing effort. We have an incredibly rich range of events to look forward to over the forthcoming days. And like you, what I'm most looking forward to is what comes after. I hope and fully expect to see an acceleration of climate collaboration, action, and ambition. And it's really great for me to be surrounded here by people who are motivated by the same things as me. Seeking ways to address climate change has been a core part of my life since my early 20s, and this community reminds me that I am not alone. So, I'm a farm girl and a nature person at my very core, and I think it was great to have that reminder from Chief Margaret about our connection with the natural world. I grew up in the countryside with a mother who was a botanist, a father who was a farmer, a sister who became a veterinarian, another one who became a stockbroker, but we don't talk about her. And from the start, I was deeply connected to the land and natural systems and somewhat obsessed by the weather, by rainfall and drought, and by the changing seasons and the direct impact that these forces have on both land and livelihoods. And having studied for a master's degree in agricultural economics, the early 90s saw me hard at work on a British government rural development project in Zanzibar in Tanzania, helping farmers identify new cash crops to replace the traditional cash cow crop, which was cloves. Interestingly, though a review of agronomic suitability was part of that process, we never stopped to consider how the climate in an already marginal growing environment was changing and what impact that would have. And I do often wonder now how much of what we achieved then has stayed the distance now. It wasn't very long after, when engaged in questions around pastoral livelihoods in northeastern Kenya, that I began to see a big contradiction. Western countries were sending what often felt like sticking plaster grants to support development in Africa, while simultaneously contributing to a degree of climate change that was simply unmanageable for those living in a deeply precarious environment. So though I continued to work in development for a while, this realization helped me pivot towards a more systems-oriented community-level approach en route to climate and sustainability becoming the principal focus of my professional life. And I think some of my friends might say my personal life too. Along the way, I've worked in various different capacities. I've had a slightly motley career, but it's united by a continual effort to try and understand what actually moves the needle. So I started in policy and advocacy, toiling away in think tanks in both the UK and Canada, hoping to hit the jackpot of influencing real policy change. And when success seemed elusive, and to be honest, evidence-based policy making appeared to be losing its sheen, I began to focus more on direct business engagement. I thought I could affect change by bringing key climate thinkers to speak with leaders and investors about climate risk, tipping points, and the need for action. I like to think that I achieved some traction, but again, not nearly as much as I had anticipated. So presently, I'm mostly involved on the investment side. I advise funds on climate impact and governance and help them identify ways to capitalize on the emerging transition opportunities about which we will talk so much this week. Like other investors in this room, we also talk a lot about climate risk, with adaptation and resilience becoming one of the hot new investment topics. So it's been a winding path, and while I certainly can't claim to have all or maybe any of the answers, I have learned a few things. The first is that climate issues are extraordinarily complex. Unfortunately, there is no silver bullet, and it makes no sense to hold out for one. Most importantly, we cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Real progress now is worth more than idealized answers or aspirational targets for the future. Second, we must stop arguing amongst ourselves. We need to recognize and be proud of what has been achieved, because it is significant, but we need to build on the real momentum that exists, as we are doing here. But we must also be honest, we have much left to do. I'm going to let you into a secret. It's possible to be proud and impatient at the same time. Third, moral arguments do not get us to where we need to be. In a more volatile and uncertain world where affordability and now security are the dominant concerns, climate action often falls off or fails to reach the list of priorities. What's important is to meet people and pools of money where they are, not where we wish they were. We need solutions that are practical, affordable, adaptable, and capable of improving people's lives right now. Those are the types of solutions for which communities advocate. Those are the types of solutions to which investors are drawn. And those are the types of solutions that are robust to challenge. Fourth, and relatedly, lastly, we must build a climate future that people can believe in and get behind. We're pretty good at talking to each other, but we haven't done a very good job of bringing new people into the fold. We need to do more to show people why a more climate-friendly future is not only possible, but it's the one they want for more than climate reasons. So, progress depends on innovation, finding ways to accelerate change, technologies, new policies, new ways of communicating, new systems and structures. I'm wrestling with the time here. I've got 2 minutes, and I've got more than that, but I'll speed up. Okay, it's a daunting agenda, and it's certainly hard to overthrow legacy systems. And I'll admit that at times it can be difficult not to feel a degree of pessimism. But I remain curious, adaptable, committed to doing better, achieving more, and that's why I'm here today, to discuss with you ways to build the low-carbon economy of the future, solutions that are adaptable, scalable, economically credible, and crucially, how to make sure that Canada is leading that challenge. What I see the beginnings of in this country, and again, I think this is testament to that, is that we have a genuinely shared sense of purpose around these issues, and an emerging feeling of deliberateness and a shared willingness to address the hard challenges together. But we need to act fast and be ambitious. And I was going to highlight this one area, which I'm going to rush through, but you all know that investments in clean energy and electrification represent one of the greatest opportunities of our generation and will shape the economic prospects of our country for decades to come. I'm going to gloss over all the lovely figures I was going to give you, but this is happening everywhere in the world, as we know. We're not the only ones who've recognized this. China obviously invests hugely in Europe, even places like in the Gulf. The UAE has committed 160 billion to clean and renewable energy. And this shift opens up a huge opportunity for countries that are prepared to step up, like Canada. Because, as Becky mentioned, we already have so much of what is required to lead in the low-carbon economy, starting with our grid, which is 80% clean. We have, I'm rushing through, we have world-class talent. We have vast deposits of critical minerals. Our pension funds are amongst the most sophisticated infrastructure investors, and we're home to so many artificial intelligence firms. So we have everything we need to lead, not just in electrification, but in clean tech, in responsible resource development, in climate-smart agriculture, all the areas that will shape the world to come. So are we prepared to seize that opportunity? I believe we are. I will leave it to members of the government to talk more about how Canada is leveraging its strengths to lead in the new clean economy of the future, and to build true climate competitiveness. Just to say, of course, that this does include doubling the electricity grid by 2050, tightening methane regulations, accelerating critical minerals projects, investing in projects that will reduce northern communities' reliance on diesel, home retrofits, etc., and retaining our focus on adaptation, so planned adaptation to climate change that's already happening, and as we know, will accelerate. But the transformation clearly extends well beyond government policy, and we have a business sector that is prepared to take the challenge and are moving accordingly. And we see plenty of evidence of that in this room and around this town at the moment. But what I will say is that success will require many things, and one of that is the development of broad partnerships and collaborative leadership. We're all in this together. And alongside new ideas from innovators, entrepreneurs, researchers, and policymakers, we have to draw on the practical experience of workers, communities, industry, and Indigenous peoples. So across the board, Canada has the opportunity to bridge economic and environmental priorities at a moment when the world is searching for stability, clarity, and leadership. We can provide clean energy, responsible resources, democratic reliability, and pragmatic solutions in an increasingly fragmented world, all the time demonstrating that it is possible to play to our strengths, supporting key partners and allies, while also future-proofing our economy at a cost that does not overwhelm in the here and now. So in conclusion, climate change is not just a cost to manage, it's a strategic opportunity that will shape our future. As Becky said, the question is not whether change is coming, it already is. The question is whether Canada will lead that change or react to it. So we have the resources, we have the people, we have the ideas, and we're taking the right steps in this room and others like this. Now we need buy-in, we need practical and targeted action. We need investors and businesses to accelerate. We need people to believe in the pathway forward, which is why we're all here today. Thank you. Merci.
So now you can relax. Madam Fox-Carney, it is a great pleasure to have you with us in Toronto today.
Is this on? Yes. As I've said, it is a huge pleasure to be here. And I've tried to organize events in the past and been very unsuccessful. I can't believe how many people are here and how much energy there is. So thank you.
You didn't meet Becky yet. That was the issue. Well, I'm really excited for the audience to get to know you a little better. You spoke about growing up on a farm and being deeply connected to nature from an early age. Looking back now, how much did that shape your upbringing and the way you think about climate and sustainability today?
I mean, I do think it's fundamental. I think being in touch, I mean, for me, I can't imagine a life where you're not in touch with nature. And I know that some people do live those lives. Yeah, as I say, I can't imagine it myself. Seeing in real time the effects of climate, and it is also the weather, it's that other thing, it's always happened, we understand that, but understanding how fundamental that is to the way people live their lives and how little control we have on those forces at a day-to-day level. Obviously, over time we do. I think is something that is burned into my understanding of the world. And again, when I was in Africa, seeing the devastation that can be wrought on people's livelihoods with, a year only of drought or diseases, etc. So I think it's for me, that's where we see, and anyone who's a gardener in this room and understands that we've just changed our weather map in Canada. Things are changing in real time. The flowers come out at wrong time. Insects are confused. All these things. I mean, I think it's a really, to me, a very important part of how I understand the problem. Yeah.
I'm curious about the farm. Can you tell us a little bit about it? Was it a big one, small one? Were there animals?
There were animals. So the farm was in a very beautiful part of the UK. It was in the Cotswolds. I was very fortunate, and it was a mixed arable farm. So it was very interesting because there was a reasonably large, cows, wheat, corn, potatoes, those kinds of things, and then a very intensive pig farm, which took up like 1 acre and was the worst of what you know about intensive pig farming. So I've seen both sides of it, the bucolic cows wandering around in the field and the really intensive place where there's hazard signs on the outside and you're not really supposed to go in for fear of bringing disease and stuff. And one is more attractive than the other, for sure.
Must be a wonderful childhood being able to run around on a farm, and the appreciation for nature is probably second to none. Diana, you've worked across policy, advocacy, business, and investment over the years. How have you seen the climate narrative evolve?
So I think, I mean, all of you will have your own understanding of this, but I first understood, I think the first 18, 20 years of my life were, I enjoyed being on the farm, but I didn't think about climate. I didn't think about environmental problems per se. And it was at university that I first realized, I remember going to a talk which was about, very clearly, it was why we had white goods, household goods, why they were on sort of continual power draw all the time, and why didn't we change that so that we drew less power? And from that moment on, I thought, why are we not doing these things? These are huge problems. And, that's 40 years ago, and we still haven't resolved many of those problems. But I think the point that you ask is the narrative. And I do think that, I came to these ideas probably before some people did, before some of my peers. The thing I've never understood is why some people get so overwhelmed by climate and environmental things, and other people live quite similar lives and it touches them less. But I was one of the former group. But early on, it very much seemed like this was fringe, and it was a luxury climate. And I think the biggest shift has been over the past 10 years. So I was in the UK, it was about 2015, 2016. I was running a project that was looking at the impacts on British business of climate, so the physical climate risk, the risk to supply chain, etc. And you literally couldn't get through the door of these corporates to talk about climate. And they would say things like, well, yeah, we know in principle that this is a problem, but when it happens, it'll happen to everyone at once, and we'll somehow manage it, and it's going to be okay. And if you think of then, renewable energy wasn't so cheap, the massive shift in our ability to have a vision of a better climate future that has taken place really over the last 10 years. And now I mean, yes, we still have a long way to go, but all businesses understand that climate risk has to be at the heart of their decision-taking, and that climate opportunities are real. So I think, in that time, we kind of crested very fast. People began to understand climate. There was much exuberance around climate target setting, as everyone in this room probably knows. Many commitments that were made, which were, I think valuable, while always unrealistic. But I think it was valuable to galvanize people around these ideas of climate action and what we could do. And then we're now on the kind of, let's get more practical about it. But I think it's becoming truly embedded in firms and in investment decision making. So that narrative, I mean, and anyone who's in the space will know that at the moment we're wrestling with a kind of, how positive is this? There are lots of things in countries that we won't name happening that we don't want to be happening. How consequential is this for our climate future? But I think what we're also doing is recognizing that what we build has to be reliable, and it has to, we have to build a direction of travel that we're not going to zigzag around in the future, and we can see the damage that happens when you do zigzag around it. So let's build something that's real and robust for reasons, as I said, that go well beyond climate.
Thank you, Diana. So I'm going to end on a quick question for you. Can you share a personal climate action that you take joy in doing?
So it's good that the little note telling me how long I've got isn't up now, because this could take a long time. So many things.
Love that.
I mean, for me, I've always maintained that the sort of the warm green glow, and I recognize sometimes there are costs associated with being green, and up until recently, electric vehicles, for example, have been more expensive. We've now brought down those costs. I don't drive a lot these days, but previously, I can't understand anyone who would choose a gas car over an electric one, because one of my pet peeves in life is I've always hated putting gas in a car. So, that to me is just it's a better experience. But it was about 15 years ago, I had this website, I started a website called Eco Products The Work, and it was all about this, where do you find your joy in eco products that really are better, or at least as good, if not better, and they give you, they're better for the environment, and they make you feel better. And so, I mean, everything, honestly, pretty much everything I do, my household things, I'm not saying that everyone has to do it, but it just makes me so much happier knowing that I'm not using, chemicals in my household. I'm driving an electric vehicle. I'm doing this, that, and the other. I walk and run, I bike, I do all these other things. So for me, this just is a better lifestyle, and I recognize that I'm in a luxurious position, and not everyone can make the choices I do, but makes me happy.
Well, I look forward to exchanging some notes with you later on. Thank you so much for being here with us today, Diana.
Thank you.
I think what struck me there is this balance between hope and pragmatism, right? How do we find things that we can do in reality, and good morals aren't going to get us there, but at the same point in time, there needs to be excitement and hope about what we're doing. And of course, as someone who's purely in the adaptation world, I did like the shout out to adaptation, as I think I run the only pure play venture capital fund in the space. So love that idea. But we're going to transition now and think about where this is coming from the federal government's perspective. And, let's see if we can get this going one slide. There we go. We're going to be joined by Dr. Danielle Martin, the member of the House of Parliament for the University Rosedale District. And here, Dr. Martin is going to share with us around the federal government's perspectives on how Canada can really lead into the next era of prosperity. Please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. Thank you all so much for welcoming me here this morning to help kick off Toronto Climate Week. Thank you to Diana Fox-Carney for the wonderful keynote and fireside chat, and to my new friend, Chief Margaret of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, for the very important welcome and reminders that set the stage so beautifully for all of us today. As the Member of Parliament for this incredible community here of University Rosedale, as everyone knows, the greatest riding in all of Canada, it's such an honor to be able to be here to welcome so many leaders and innovators who are helping to create a stronger and more sustainable future. And I want to thank the organizers of Toronto Climate Week for the important conversations that you're inviting us into. Ultimately, of course, the quality of those conversations and the outcomes of those conversations will depend on all of you and on each of us. So they've issued a challenge to us that I think we would do well to heed, because we know that the impacts of climate change are real and they are not at some distant point in the future. We are feeling them here in this city and across the country. Whether it's the increase in wildfires and flooding that result in smog days where it's hard to breathe here in the downtown core of Toronto, or where First Nations communities are being evacuated to crowded motels in the west end of our city, whether it's crowded emergency departments with kids who are having asthma exacerbations, or seniors who are suffering heat stroke because they don't have air conditioners in their apartments. These impacts are real, and they are impacts that we feel today. And I'll say as a family physician that it doesn't escape me that the World Health Organization has declared climate change the #1 threat to human health in this moment. So we have an imperative, and we are going to have to meet it. This is one of the many reasons why this gathering this week is so important, because we can spend a lot of time, of course, dwelling in the problems, but what is interesting and fun and generative is to move into that solution space, which I know all of the people in this room function in every day. And that means action on the part of all levels of government, which is why it's so important that all levels of government are represented here today, because each of us holds a piece of the puzzle. Minister de Brusen, who sends her best wishes and couldn't be here today, has been focused on that, and she's been out there talking about how do we build a Canada for the future, a country that is powered by a clean economy, supported by sustainable jobs, fueled by clean energy, and connected by low-emission transportation. I'll say that I was just elected a little over a month ago, and so I'm coming direct off this experience of being what's the one-person polling machine that is a political campaigner. And you learn a lot from knocking on doors and talking to people on their front stoops. I heard from hundreds of people in this very community about their concerns, which always came back to this general theme of the need to build an economy that is truly strong, which means not just an economy that is growing, but that is growing inclusively in ways that benefit everyone, and that includes ways that are environmentally sustainable. Which is why we're going to have a lot of change to make. Changing, as we've just heard from Madame Fox-Carney, the way we drive, the way we heat and cool our homes, the way we work, the way we build, and the way we power this country. Of course, countries around the world are undergoing a historic transformation toward low-carbon economies, and here in this country and in this room, we have the talent, the innovation, and the resources to lead in this transition and to further cement ourselves as a leader in the race to net zero. I know that a lot of that talent and innovation is in the room today, and I also know that the federal government has a role to play, which is why we've introduced the Climate Competitiveness Strategy. This is a strategy that positions Canada to seize the opportunities of the global clean economy by reducing our emissions, driving investment in clean technology, and providing, importantly, the clarity that industry needs to invest, innovate, and compete, both here
Oh my.
Luckily I have a voice that carries, it's not a problem. Sorry? go. Just look at that. Pivoting in real time. This is a strategy that positions Canada to seize the opportunities of the global clean economy by reducing our emissions, driving investment in clean technology, and providing the clarity that industry needs. Ensuring that Canadians have access to reliable, affordable power for the future. It lays out how we will double Canada's electricity grid by 2050, connecting fragmented regional grids, creating thousands of good-paying jobs, and reducing our emissions. But importantly, and I'm thinking back to Chief Margaret's opening remarks this morning, alongside this work, we're also taking a much more deliberate approach to protecting and valuing Canada's greatest strength, our natural capital. And of course, it's not just capital. These are natural resources that have a critical role to play beyond their role as economic drivers. Des rocheuses aux forêts boréales, en passant par la toundra et les grands lacs, la nature est au cœur de notre identité en tant que Canadiens. Ici à Toronto, une grande partie de nos activités et les espaces où nous nous réunissons sont ancrés dans la nature. Qu'il s'agisse des randonnées dans le parc urbain national de la Rouge ou des moments passés au bord du lac de l'Ontario, ces espaces partagés nous rassemblent et renforcent nos communautés. C'est pourquoi nous avons lancé une force de la nature, notre stratégie pour protéger la nature. Il s'agit de notre feuille de route pour protéger 30% de nos terres et de nos eaux d'ici 2030, bâtir le Canada en harmonie avec la nature plutôt qu'en opposition à elle, et mobiliser de nouveaux capitaux pour assurer une conservation durable à l'avenir. And we're already seeing this work start. Just a couple of weeks ago, as part of this strategy, Minister de Brussen announced a historic agreement in partnership with the province of British Columbia and 6 partner First Nations to establish the new Central Coast National Marine Conservation Area Reserve. This agreement covers thousands of square kilometers of coastal waters, an area bigger than PEI, and will protect marine ecosystems and biodiversity while ensuring the coastal communities that rely on these waters can thrive for generations to come. These strategies are part of how our government, which is, of course, your government, is working to build a stronger, more resilient, and sustainable future. And I know, we all know, that government can't do this work alone. All of you here today and the conversations that will take place this week are an essential part of this work and will help us move closer to our climate goals. There's more to do, and we want to do it together with you. Thank you all for your commitment to this week, to each other, and to everything you do to help us build a better future. I hope you have an incredible Climate Week and look forward to hearing about the ideas and the conversations that come from it. Thank you. Merci, miigwech.
Okay, now I need someone who grew up in Vancouver to go to a new park here. This is going to be great, especially as a scuba diver. Like, that's such a beautiful part of the world that's there. So we're going to continue to move forward now. We would like to invite next the Honourable Todd McCarthy up to the stage to join us to give us a few remarks. Now, he is Ontario's Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, and also now Infrastructure. My understanding is he's a man of many hats and likes to take on different things. Or the Minister of Parental Leave is also the joke that I hear that we call him, looking after people. So please come and join us, Todd. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Darren, and thanks for the warm welcome. Yes, that is my nickname at Queen's Park up the street, Minister of Parental Leave. It's the second time I filled in for one of my colleagues who's had a new baby. And in fact, today, as we speak about the theme of Climate Week, Toronto, or True North rising, and the Canadian competitive advantage, we look to the next generation. We have to lead for the next generation. And I was proud to meet a member of the next generation, the newborn baby boy, beautiful baby boy of Becky Park Romanowski and her wonderful husband, John Park. So baby David. Apparently, as the past Registrar General, my name did appear on his birth certificate, so I was very proud of that. I want to say that I was very pleased to meet Madam Fox Carney at the New York Climate Week in September, and I appreciated the opportunity to meet her. I've admired her work and her leadership in this space for so many years, as we all have. And I'm always proud to share a stage with Mayor Chow as well. Ontario's perspective and contribution on this matter are so very important as we kick off Climate Week. I know that this week will be a series of productive talks on how climate policy, capital, and creativity are helping to shape Canada's and Ontario's next era of prosperity. Your Ontario government is focused on building a strong future, one that includes both economic growth and strong environmental protection. Gone are the days when we thought that these two ideas were in opposition to each other. The future of Ontario and Canada depend on our ability to do both, thoughtfully, responsibly, and with purpose. Today, we know that jurisdictions that can combine sustainability, resilience, and innovation will hold a decisive economic advantage. In fact, that is Canada's competitive advantage, true north rising. Ontario, as Canada's most populous province, is one of those places. Our province has unique advantages. These advantages position us to be leaders in this new world. This begins with our clean, reliable electricity grid, one of the cleanest in the world. Nuclear and hydropower are Ontario's reliable sources of round-the-clock baseload power, while the remainder of supply comes from a diverse mix of generation sources. Reliable access to clean electricity has become a decisive factor for companies choosing where to invest. And jurisdictions like Ontario that provide clean, affordable power are therefore attracting more capital, more talent, and more innovation in today's competitive global economy. And so as our world searches for affordable, secure, reliable, and clean energy, Ontario is pursuing grand initiatives. We are leading the largest expansion of nuclear energy on the continent, increasing the export of Ontario-made electricity and nuclear technology, medical isotopes, and engineering expertise. In doing so, we are positioning Ontario as a global clean energy superpower. We are also building the largest battery storage fleet in Canada, with new transmission projects being planned and built in every corner of Ontario, along with a modernized grid to meet the needs of tomorrow. Through these investments and this critical work, we are empowering Ontario to fully unleash its economic potential and make this province the most competitive place in the G7 to invest, create jobs, and conduct business. Now, it's not just energy that gives Ontario an advantage. We are also attracting capital and talent from across the world. We have world-class academic institutions engaging in cutting-edge research and development in collaboration with industrial partners. This includes the Lawson Climate Institute right here at the University of Toronto. We have a healthy innovation system that supports the commercialization and growth of technology companies, strengthened by strong representation in manufacturing and industry. We have highly diverse sector capabilities and expertise. These have led to a large and diverse clean tech and environment sector in Ontario, with nearly 136,000 employees, representing 37% of Canada's employees in this space. In 2024 alone, the sector contributed $30.1 billion to our GDP. So it is clear that these advantages are leading to results. Billions of dollars are being invested in Ontario's electrical vehicle and battery manufacturing sector. Clean technology companies have the ability to scale here. We are building up our Made in Ontario supply chain, diversifying our trading partners, and ensuring companies have the resources they need for the technologies of tomorrow. We are positioning Ontario not just to adapt to rapidly changing economic realities, but to lead in creating a strong and resilient economy that can weather any storm. The challenges we face today are a once-in-a-generation opportunity. The jurisdictions that will succeed are those that move early, move decisively, and take the steps needed to make sure that everyone can succeed. Ontario is doing just that within Canada. We have the clean energy, the resources, the talent, the stability, and the vision to thrive, and we can and will create a better future and a lasting legacy for our next generations, including baby David. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Todd McCarthy, for the wonderful remarks. Well, our next speaker has served Toronto as a school trustee, a city councillor, member of parliament, and now mayor. She is no stranger to climate action. Under her leadership, Toronto has continued investments in public transit and climate resilience initiatives. She frequently speaks about the connection between affordability and sustainability, particularly how housing, transit, and climate solutions need to work together. As Mayor of Toronto, she's helped leading one of North America's most diverse and dynamic cities, and through the period of growth, resilience, and transformation, and the City of Toronto is our gold title sponsor. Without further ado, please welcome our beloved Mayor of Toronto, Olivia Chow.
Well, good morning, everyone. Chief Margaret Salt of Mississauga, of the Credit First Nation, because I'm short, let me see if I could do it. Welcome. Never mind. Diana Fox Carney, welcome to the City of Toronto. Wonderful seeing you here. I heard Becky and has David here? No, not that, just had a baby. So thank you for the entire Toronto Climate Week team. And Minister Todd McCarthy, I think he just here. And Councillor Diane Sachs, my local councillor, MP Danielle Martin, my local MP. We are in a room full of climate policy expert, activists, lots of brains, and people that are very committed and have committed for a long time, like Joanne Lawson and all of today's speakers and participants. Thank you to the Lawson family and the Lawson Foundation to help make this week possible. What a theme. True North Rising, Canadian Competitive Advantage. Let me just talk about Toronto, my angle. A few years ago, I remember wearing a mask because of the fire. I'm a regular cyclist, hadn't had a car for 3 decades, so riding a mask because the air was so bad. It was the 98 mask. We had a lot of those during COVID, so it came in handy. But wearing a mask because of the fire, flooding. My basement was flooding. And we bailed out water from the basement. I'm also a diver, scuba diver, yes. And it's so sad when you see those coral reefs being bleached and the jellyfish takes over, and those beautiful color fishes, whether it's parrot or the queen angel, and they disappear because of the climate crisis we face because of the greenhouse gas emission. So we know the problem. I know we're here to talk about solutions and resiliency, okay? We need to do both. So I want to start by talking about what we have, what we've done. We know that the greenhouse gas emission in big cities, transportation, buildings, and then all the other things I will talk about in a minute, but let me talk about transportation. Thanks to the federal and the provincial government, we're able to have the waterfront LRT finally, shuffle going to hit the ground this year, more public transit. The two Eglinton Crosstown and the Finch, yes, we've waited for a long time, but it has arrived. It has arrived, finally. It's working, especially Eglinton Crosstown. Yes, and that after 8 years of saying that our subway cars are really old, we finally last year, got 55 new subway cars being on order, built in Thunder Bay, and we are putting the advanced train in control so that there'll be more public transit, thank you to the federal and the provincial government. So those are some of the partnership. Our next on the agenda is, of course, the Scarborough LRT, Scarborough East LRT. That's still unfunded. That's what we need next. We need a lot more money for a state of good repair for the transit lines. We have 700, how many? Oh, I wish it's 700. 100 green buses. We have put in a lot of money to purchase our green fleet. And did you know we have a fire truck that is electric? Yes. Yeah. Not only is it our ambulances are electric, our fire truck, can you imagine that we have electric fire trucks? So lots more we can do. Some of it is in partnership with the federal government and some are with the provincial government. And, our bike share program. You know how many people use the bike share? 373,000, okay? Bike share, unique folks. And yeah, it's amazing. Huge increase. 8.9 million rides. 8.9 million rides, okay? Some of them might be walking and taking public transit, but a lot of them would be driving. So the greenhouse gas emissions are coming down because of our bike share program. We put it over to Toronto Islands, and within, the first 2 hours we put in, it's gone. So we need to put a lot more over at the Toronto Islands. So those of you that are from out of town, please give it a try. They're fabulous. They're wonderful. They are actually easy to use also. I've tried one in London. I've tried one in different parts of the world. Ours is pretty easy. Okay, because my time is, I see that I have a few minutes. So let me give you more examples because I want you to feel lifted up in the spirit. I want it to be practical and specific. Housing. Rouge Valley Community Center. Go check it out. It has a solar panel. It has heat pumps. And it is fabulous. It's working very well. Our Mount Dennis Child Care Center is full of sunlight coming in, but full of solar panels. It has either geothermal or heat pumps and is net zero. Okay, Toronto, your city council are building buildings that are net zero using geothermal heat pumps and solar. Haven't tried wind yet, but so far it is working, it's doing well. But it's not just our own buildings. We are telling developers, if you want to come and develop, please. We have something called the Green Guidelines. It was to be mandatory, but it got weakened to be optional. However, they are still doing it, some. 72 perf. 2 weeks ago, I just had shuffle in the ground. We're starting. 72 perf is going to use 100% geothermal, okay? That means ground source heat. Yes, lots of buildings being built. I live in a geothermal house. Costs a bit of money to install, but I am cool right now. And in winter, I am very, very warm, okay? I paid close to zero. I don't even have a furnace. I have solar panels that brings in $100 a month. I wish we can still do that. I know this is how many of you are from outside Ontario? A few. We have a bit of challenges getting the connection with the provincial, the Ontario Hydro, Toronto Hydro grid. But I digress. It is still doable. Put in your solar panel. It is fabulous. The payback time, the return is very, very fast. What other things are we doing? We have Toronto. Speaking about heat pumps. There is, I know the federal government, through a draft national electricity strategy, I mentioned the word electricity, strategy, it supports 1 million heat pump installation across Canada, but that's their plan. But what we're doing here in Toronto is that we have, if you have an old furnace, we're asking you to not buy a new one, get a heat pump. We will come, Toronto Hydro will, get a heat pump. Same dollar amount, okay? Same dollar, because City of Toronto will give you low-cost financing. We are helping the provincial government, giving you a $2,000 rebate. We will point you to how and who can help you and where to buy a heat pump. And Toronto Hydro will do a free energy audit to your house. And we have the 2026 Youth Climate Workforce Ambassador Program, and it helps them exposure to careers in the growing green economy. We have 20 youth ambassadors gaining hands-on experience, and last year we asked them to go and tell folks about this furnace replacement program. We're also giving out water, the water barrel. It got sold out within the first 2 hours, well, actually 30 minutes or so. I'm supposed to end. I have a lot more to talk about, but I won't. And thank you to the partners for Skills for Change and the Toronto Community Network for helping make this project possible. And I look forward to a climate week, continue to grow. And as you go through the week, yes, have ambition. Very ambitious conversation. Be bold. Be practical. Yes, practical is important. But also think of specific things we can do together. How many more buildings can we retrofit? Think of the greenhouse gas emission we could do. All these old buildings, if we retrofit them, we will burn less and pay less. And what does that take to do? What kind of tripartite agreement do we need from 3 levels of government? If we are to do more connection with, before I go on, because I keep seeing a zero, think of how we could work together collaboratively to expand all the things that I talked about, which I know you love. How do we expand it 10 folds, 100 folds, 1,000 folds? Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Well, welcome. It is something that's very interesting to me, having traveled so much and seeing, and I think it's 2 things. One, everywhere I go, I tell everyone I am a Canadian. Right, and it's such a proud thing to be able to do, be able to tell people that this is where you're from and the things that are happening here in Canada. And also Toronto. Toronto is truly a world-class city that is leading a lot of things. I know sometimes when you're in the middle of it, it's a bit like, I don't know. But ultimately, it is still a wonderful place to live that has such a wonderful opportunity and a great place for us to be able to do things around the environment, express ourselves, and really be a place to live a wonderful life. Now, we do have some supporters here that are really allowing us to do some of these great things like host an event like this. And you've heard about a lot about the Lawsons already, and now we have the privilege to hear from Joanna, who's one of the co-founders and president of the Lawson Foundation. And she's going to be talking a lot about like where we're going to go from here and how to make sure that we can actually take action as we go through here. So thank you very much, Joanna.
Thank you. On behalf of the Brian and Joanna Lawson Family Foundation and the Lawson Climate Institute, I am so glad you are all here. I'm truly grateful we've gathered. Thank you. Our hope is you'll make new connections and be inspired by ideas this week, and that those will amplify your climate solutions impact. A key connection that's amplifying the impact of our own foundation is working with the Clean Economy Fund, and I want to thank Laurie Thompson, who's here, for helping make that connection for us. It's been a powerful one, and we thank Eric Campbell of the Clean Economy Fund for his ongoing inspiration. So I just want to say, I'm going to be showing some slides, and I'm going to go through fairly quickly. Have any of you seen the movie starring Ryan Gosling, Project Hail Mary? I love that it's a rescue mission to save planet Earth from climate change, and I wish Ryan Gosling could save the day for us. I assume many of you saw photos from the recent Artemis II space mission. This image that you're seeing on the screen is an older photo taken from an Apollo spacecraft. I want to point out, this is our home. This is why we can exist. To put it in perspective, scientists have discovered over 6,000 confirmed exoplanets, and none of them have the life-sustaining elements of Earth. Bottom line, there is no planet B. So this photo is a lateral view of the Earth's atmosphere taken from the International Space Station. The atmosphere is the only thing keeping us alive. We are currently jeopardizing it. The cause of climate change is not a mystery. It's straightforward. We're putting too much carbon into the atmosphere. This is an intensely human problem. And while I'm excited by the technical innovations, the scalable solutions will only happen if they're embraced by humans. We need to be the heroes. Therefore, our solutions must be intertwined, understanding policy and financial incentives, human behavior, and nature. This is why gatherings of key players like you are so important. None of us will solve this alone. As Diana said, we must resist the temptation to find the proverbial silver bullet. If our solutions do not cross sectors and ways of knowing, particularly time-enduring Indigenous knowledge, we are likely missing something. Individually, we can contribute important elements to propel us forward, but collectively, collaboratively, we can literally change the course of the world. This brings me to the topic of hope. Let's face it, the issue of climate change is dire and serious, and that can lead to fear. And fear can lead to paralysis, not action. I don't think anyone in this room needs a briefing on the consequences of inaction. Renowned climate scientist, Dr. Katharine Hayhoe, shared the following thoughts about hope. I'm paraphrasing a recent talk she gave at the University of Toronto. What is hope? Hope is not, if I bury my head in the sand, everything will be fine. If we do that, things will not be fine. Real hope is belief in a better future is possible. The science supports that. The science shows that the solutions are at hand, and our choices and actions make a difference. So why am I hopeful? I'm going to share 4 reasons. Climate change, we know what's reason number 1 is we know what's causing it. Climate change is caused by us. Because it's human caused, logic would suggest it's human solved. I consider that a reason for hope, and why gatherings like this one are so important, so we can put our hearts and minds together to scale solutions. This pie graph depicting sources of greenhouse gas emissions shows that 3/4 of the problem is fossil fuels. Agriculture is another big problem, and I'll say more about that in a moment. So if the problem is energy, 3/4 of it, that brings me to my second reason for hope. 3/4 of the solution is clean energy. And good news, the transition is happening. Here's a chart that shows global renewable energy generation. Renewables adoption has tripled over the last 20 years, and it is expected to grow at a faster rate in the future as costs continue to fall, particularly in wind, onshore wind, solar, and battery storage. This chart depicts that investment in clean energy is now double that of investment in fossil fuels. Yeah. My third reason for hope, farming practices are changing. There's a full spectrum of ways to farm. Conventional farming causes the most greenhouse gas emissions from farm equipment, synthetic nitrogen fertilizers, and pollutants from animal confinement. As farmers shift their practices toward regenerative and organic, embracing no-till, cover cropping, crop rotation, and managed grazing, they not only reduce fossil fuel emissions, but, and here's the great news, they actually reverse greenhouse gas emissions by sequestering carbon back into the soil. A powerful lever to pull for the reversal of climate change. I'm inspired by incredible organizations like Farmers for Climate Solutions and Nature United. They're partnering with farmers, Indigenous-led organizations, policymakers, researchers, and critical actors throughout the food and agriculture supply chain. And my fourth reason for hope. This was referred to by Diana earlier as well. You may have heard the announcement several weeks ago that the federal government is committing $3.8 billion into nature preservation. Let me put into perspective why this is an important economic strategy. Globally, over half of all GDP depends on nature for services such as water filtration, flood mitigation, pest control, crop pollination, climate regulation, and more. And did you know Canada has 20% of the world's fresh water, 25% of the world's wetlands, 24% of the world's boreal forests, and the world's longest coastline. As such, Canada has outsized opportunity and responsibility to preserve nature for us and for the world. I've shared 4 reasons why I'm hopeful. We caused it, so we should be able to solve it. The transition to clean energy is well underway. Regenerative farming is a powerful lever to pull to reverse climate change. We need to scale it. Canada has huge nature resources to preserve, and we're doing it. I'm sure you have other reasons for hope as well. In closing, I'd like to say, climate change affects all of us. Solving it requires all of us. I'm disappointed by people in my generation who say, sorry for leaving you with this mess, and we look to you, the next generation, to solve it. To that I respond, as long as we can still work, vote, and donate our time and money, we all need to do everything we can to address climate change. And to the young people in the room, yes, past generations have messed up, putting too much carbon in the atmosphere. Past generations have also paved the way with scientific discoveries that will enable us to transition to a clean economy. You are inheriting both a threat and an opportunity. It will be your choice what you embrace. So my pledge to you, as someone who is part of the older generation looking to the future, I promise to work on mitigating climate change for the rest of my life. I'm doing it for my sake. I'm doing it for your sake. And I'm doing it for the sake of this incredible earth we call home. Thank you.
Wow. I find myself this morning just being torn in two in so many ways. We've talked about having dreams, but then we've also talked about we got to get to execution. We've talked about having really pragmatic solutions, and it's about like, no, we have to be grounded in the reality and where it is today. But then we've talked about hope. And I find myself like, I have to be able to hold on to all of these things together at the same time. That yes, the world is challenging, but there's also some things that we can do about it. And find the way to be able to keep moving forward into execution. And I think the through thread that I saw through a lot here is that it is going to take leadership. It is going to take leadership at the governmental level. It's going to take leadership all the way working down. It's going to take leadership even within ourselves and how we go and act. So for me, it's been a great and exceptional morning, and I really thank you and thank the speakers that we had before us for the insights that you've shared with us.
So before we let you out, a couple of things. Remember, we have social media today. We need to get the word out. Tag your favorite speaker, panelist, MC on social media. And for our live stream folks, don't forget to subscribe to the newsletter. And our videographer is waiting outside for you to share your amazing, wonderful testimonials. When we come back from the break, we are going to hear some really interesting conversations on collaboration as well as community resilience. And you'll also hear from some of our speakers that are our sponsors, Air Canada and RBC. We will see you back here at 10:45 a.m.
10:45. Thank you, everyone. Please.
So we have three key themes today. The first is collaboration in an interdependent world. We'll hear from how organizations, cities, institutions, as well as local leaders across sectors are coming together, working together to strengthen Canada's future. The second theme is nature.
Because you can't change that mindset without changing the way you think of yourself, the way you interact with your family and
this vision in such a meaningful way. Thank you for helping make this possible.
Often felt like sticking plaster grants to support development in Africa, while simultaneously contributing to a degree of climate change that was simply unmanageable for those living in a deeply precarious environment. So though I continued to work in development for a while, this realization
We're going to get started here in 3 minutes. 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your 1 minute warning. If you can make your way back into the auditorium, please. Your conversations outside, wrap them up if you can. Come join us here in the main auditorium. Everybody's outside, but we'll herd the cats. Come on in. We're going to get going in 30 seconds. All right, grab that last bite of food and come on in. I think there are supposed to be volunteers somewhere. Look at that. Ding, 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 ding. Check, baby, 1, 2, 3. Everybody in the house, come on into the auditorium. Michelle has promised us that she will do karaoke if you come on in on time.
Look at that. More people came in.
We're just going to give this 10 more seconds here. That is exactly it. But this is what I want. I win either way. That's the way I like it. Gym meeting.
Some point during the day, we have a bunch of books that have been dropped off by NKPR. It is
That's the thing. Okay. All right, we're going to get started here once I get a nod from Sarah. So the Supreme Overlord Chancellor, otherwise known as Sarah Clayton. Yes, she says that we are now, Michelle, are we good to go?
Yeah, we're good to go.
All right, come on in, finish off your last conversations. We're gonna get started. As I mentioned, my pledge to you is that we would get our breaks on time. I don't know if you noticed this, but in the beginning morning, it was like at some point, I was like, oh my God, we're late. And then we got us there. We did at the end of the day.
We did. Okay, clap once if you hear me. Clap twice if you hear me. Always works.
Nice. This is why you have the professionals here.
Well, after a thoughtful and engaging opening session, we are ready to kick off the rest of the day. But Darren, I promised I would come back to your call to actions. Have you made any progress? Did you meet one new person yet?
Well, come on. I secretly went and met Diana Fox-Carney's assistant. So that way I could actually be like, hey, if she ever wants to talk about adaptation, I'm the person to talk to. So yes, I had one person I met that I will hopefully follow up with.
Wonderful. So 1 out of the 3 checked off. Well, this section that we're about to embark on is all about collaboration in an interdependent world, looking at concrete examples across cities, institutions, and organizations, as well as local leaders. We'll learn and see why collaboration will strengthen Canada's future.
But before we get started, we want to actually take a moment to see and learn a little bit more about you. Who here is in the room? So first off, I'm going to ask some questions, and I'm going to ask you to raise some hands. The first thing I want to do is to check to see if you're all paying attention. How many people in the room care about the climate? Yes, okay, we're getting there, yes. Then I'd love to know where we're from. How many people here are from Toronto? So I'm a Scarborough boy. Yeah, most of us are Toronto. Ontario outside of Toronto. Okay, so a few people are making the trek. I love this. The rest of Canada outside of Ontario. Nice, okay. I grew up in Vancouver, so I'm going to raise my hand twice for that one. Is there anyone from outside of Canada in the room? Okay, we have a few people. I love this. Yes, welcome. Thanks for joining us. I happened to spend the last 9 years of my life living in Norway, so that was a challenge. So it's great to see that we have a diverse group of people here from a diverse group of backgrounds, which will be wonderful to help guide us through this next session to get us collaborating.
Absolutely. Just a quick housekeeping as usual. You know we are on social media. Find the videographers in our next break, and you have all this time to collect some fodder for what you're going to share in your video testimonial. But now...
Wait, can I add one thing? Can we please turn our cell phones off? Thank you.
Thank you. So let me introduce the first speaker of this session. He will be Rick Smith, President of the Canadian Climate Institute. Rick's keynote will explore the influence of rapid changes in global ecology and the economy and their influence on climate action. Please welcome Rick.
Missing microphone. There we go. got it. There
you go.
Okay. Like, I'm not the technologically adept one in my family. It's usually my spouse would know how to do this. It's very nice to see you all. Thanks for the invitation. Congratulations to the organizers for an incredible event. You know, whenever I'm meeting people in Parliament Hill, I'm often told that people don't care about climate change anymore. Put up your hand if you actually care about climate change. Put up your hand if you actually care about climate change solutions. Give it up for, I hear some people clapping. Let's, yeah. I'm really blown away by the interest in this week, and I think it really bodes well for the future. It's been an eventful few months in the history of Canadian climate policy, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to reflect on the current lay of the land and the way forward. And I've called this talk Underreported but Unstoppable, the two most important forces shaping the climate change issue today. Let me begin here with this non-nuanced conclusion. My report from the front lines of climate policy is not that rosy, I'm afraid. When it comes to the climate change discussion in Canada, I think we have completely lost the plot. I want to underline here that I'm not talking about just the specific government decisions of the moment or today's specific headline in the Globe and Mail. What I'm talking about is what we're focused on as a country, the way that this issue lives in the public imagination in Canada. Here's the strange reality. Virtually all media coverage and political attention on climate in our country revolves around oil and gas pipelines and whether we should build them or not, and the details of policies like industrial carbon pricing that are quite disconnected from the daily lives of Canadians. Meanwhile, this is happening. This is a weather update released last week by the World Meteorological Organization. It shows global temperature projections for the next 3 months. This is June 1st, so this is month 1 of this projection. On this world map, the color blue is supposed to represent below average temperatures, and red represents above average. It's all red, there's no blue, so we're in for a summer of extreme temperatures. In fact, as we sit here today, it's already dangerously hot. In southern Ontario, we've had kind of a peculiar, wet, chilly spring. That is an anomaly in global terms. Much of Europe right now is sweltering under an unprecedented heat dome, with France reporting some schools closing because of indoor temperatures approaching 50 degrees. Many parts of Western Canada are warmer than usual. Low snowpacks are contributing to an early start to summer droughts. And power grids across Asia are straining to keep up with temperatures well in excess of 45 degrees. I'm privileged to work with colleagues around the world, and so I spend a lot of time traveling to climate change meetings in other national capitals. And when I come home to Canada, I can't help sometimes like feeling like we're living in the twilight zone. The climate change discussion, Twilight Zone gets a shout out, I don't know. A fan of the early 70s show, sir? I don't know. You appeal to my Gen X heart. The climate change discussion here versus elsewhere in the world is quite different. Our debate often feels untethered from fact and common sense. And to be more specific, the two most important drivers of the climate issue are chronically underreported in the Canadian media. But they are unstoppable, they are accelerating, and they exist regardless of politics, media, or the distraction of the moment. I want to spend my remaining time sort of digging into these two drivers. The first is ecology, of course. The planet is warming, resulting in more and more measurable damage. The second is economy. The globe is decarbonizing and Canada can't afford to be left behind. Let me take each of these in turn. Not only is the planet warming, it's doing so at an accelerating pace. What you see here are multiple studies from NASA and others showing that from 1970 through about 2015, global temperatures increased at a rate of around 0.2 degrees Celsius per decade. But that's now accelerated to a rate of 0.35 degrees Celsius per decade. So you'll see in all these little graphs that the slope of the curve is increasingly acute. Because we're at a higher latitude, Canada warms at about twice the global average. So there's something perverse as Canadians about the global debate about 1.5 degrees Celsius, the Paris Agreement target, when in our country, since 1950, Canada has warmed by 2.5 degrees, and that continues. The warming is increasingly destructive. Wildfires, of course, are one example. They're getting bigger and hotter. This graph is the amount of acreage burned each year. 2025 was the second worst wildfire season on record in Canada. 2023 was the most destructive, burning through an acreage greater than that of all of our maritime provinces combined, more than double the previous annual record. I said at the outset that these things are underreported. Our colleagues at Climate have actually done this analysis. In 2023, less than 1 in 5 media stories about these wildfires mentioned climate change. And in that same year, only 1 in 3 media stories on extreme heat and flooding mentioned climate change. The climate change discussion is so often focused on the alleged cost of taking action on climate change, when in fact the real story is the increasing cost of inaction. Climate change is increasingly costing us money. Insured losses from extreme weather and wildfires over the past decade, 37 billion, were more than 2.5 times higher than the previous decade. 9 of the 10 costliest years for insured losses have occurred since 2013. And total societal losses are more than twice insured losses. So think about not everything's insured, so you got to add on top of that for societal losses. And societal losses are doubling every 8 years, a growth rate 5 times greater than Canada's real GDP growth. So this creates an enormous risk for the future. Now that I've depressed the heck out of you, let me turn to my second driver and the good news side of the equation. The globe is decarbonizing. It's decarbonizing not so much because of a virtuous impulse. It's decarbonizing because low-emitting technologies are cheaper and they're better for consumers. And as one example, electric vehicles are winning. This graph shows peak gasoline car sales across the globe peaked in 2017. EV sales, this is like the greatest hits of electric vehicles up here. EV sales hit new records in nearly 100 countries last year, reaching 1 in 4 new cars sold globally. By 2035, even if we cease adding more policies to the table, EVs will be 1 in 2 global car sales. Despite this, according to our colleagues at Clean Energy Canada who've done the number crunching, anybody that reads Canadian media will know this. You would never know this from the North American discussion about cars, which are dominated by discussions that, fretting about range anxiety with, concocted cost comparisons between gasoline cars and electric vehicles. So this story of electric vehicle progress, gasoline car decline, is not something that we absorb every day as Canadians. Another low-emitting machine, the heat pump, is seeing increasing global sales, increasing in some markets like Germany last year by 55%. And renewable energy deployment is off the charts. 75% of global electricity demand growth was met by solar power in 2025, the largest increase ever recorded in a single year for any power generation technology. Renewables last year made up more than 1/3 of global power generation, for the first time overtaking coal. So what you can see here, it might be hard to see at the back, is last year for the first time, the entire growth of energy across the globe taken up by renewables. One of the most exciting renewable stories is that of battery deployment. Battery storage grew faster than any other power technology in 2025, exceeding capacity additions for natural gas. And all of this makes for good economic and geopolitical strategy. China is exporting record volumes of clean technologies, including batteries, EVs, and solar. And since the Strait of Hormuz blockade, Chinese clean tech exports this March shot up 70% versus March of last year. So let me offer a couple of conclusions. The reality of climate change progress will increasingly be reinforced by accelerating changes to global ecology and the global economy. The challenge now is to ensure that our country keeps pace with the economic opportunities and challenges ahead in this time of disruption. We need concrete plans and actions. We cannot slip into some sort of weird pre-Paris Agreement world where our country talked a big game, signed on to things like Kyoto, and then did nothing to actually put together the policy architecture to get there. One of the mental models, I want to end here. I actually just thought about this the other day. One of the mental models that's often used to describe the way that policy works, the mental image that a lot of us carry around in our heads in terms of the way politics work, the way the policy work, is that of a pendulum. And while that metaphor is helpful for some things, I don't think it captures what's actually happening with climate change. Pendulums come and go, but there's a directionality to climate change. There's a momentum that will always keep this issue somewhere near top of mind. And so I think it's more useful to think of climate change as a ratchet, as opposed to a pendulum in terms of the way it actually operates in the political sphere. So in the short term as Canadians, we have some public policy opportunities with which to respond directly to the damages climate change is causing in our country. The federal government's national adaptation strategy is upcoming, a big opportunity. I mean, so much to do, so little being done. And in terms of taking advantage of decarbonization opportunities, we need to ensure, as some speakers underlined this morning, we need to ensure that this national electricity strategy results in a doubling of clean electricity supply and electricity use over the next few decades. And the new car tailpipe regulations are also a significant opportunity for progress. In the longer term, my prediction is, and actually made David Hurley an on-air bet about this last week, we'll see. My prediction is that this current period of climate change malaise that we're in is going to start to dissipate. I'm going to put a date on it, and that date is November 4th of this year. November 4th, we're all going to be waking up groggy from staying up late watching US election results the night before. On that day, media are going to be full of stories about winning Democratic Party candidates across the United States, moderate Democrats, lefty Democrats. All of them will have some sense of climate progress baked into their offering. The North American focus on climate change is about to kick into high gear again. We need to get ready to take advantage of that moment. And let's think about how to feed and water the many incredible seeds that are being planted here this week. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Rick, for your words of wisdom. I am certainly ready for November 4th, and I can tell from the energy in this room that you all are as well. I'm excited for our next panel. There's so much synergy we can tap into when it comes to cities, institutions, and organizations, and when these parties come together, they can create a real competitive advantage. Our next panel explores this in depth. Moderating the conversation will be Jessica Green, professor of the Department of Political Science and School of the Environment at the University of Toronto. Jessica will be joined by a number of panelists, including a representative of Air Canada, one of our sponsors here today. Please join me in welcoming the speakers to the stage.
this on? Hi, everyone. I'm Jessica Green. Welcome. Thank you to the organizers and the sponsors today. It is such a delight to be here and see all these people in this room. I'm very excited. We're going to have a great chat today. Kate Johnson is with us. She is the regional director for North America for 40 cities. Laura Tozer here is assistant professor at the Department of Physical and Environmental Sciences at the University of Toronto Scarborough. And Miriam Bascoon is the director for sustainability reporting, engagement, and quality assurance at Air Canada. So we have a wonderful array of an all-woman panel, the womanal, as I like to call it, and we have lots of things to discuss. So I'd like to jump right in. As Rick sort of teed us up, I think really helpfully, global politics are deeply unsettled at this moment, and the world is being reorganized. This has a lot of implications for the energy transition and for the climate crisis, and some of them are quite unexpected. As Rick pointed out, how the war in Iran is now really pushing some firms and countries to double down on the energy transition. It has also pushed some firms and governments more firmly towards fossil fuels, and I include Canada in this latter category. So what I'd like to do is to start today talking about where we see rollbacks in climate policy in all three sectors, so that we can kind of get a picture from 30,000 feet of where the energy transition stands here in Canada. So I'd like to start with you, Kate. Can you tell us a little bit about how cities are acting as potentially as continuity mechanisms for climate action during this period of political instabilities, shall we call it?
Bit of an understatement. Thanks, Jessica. First, I want to say thank you so much to the organizers of Toronto Climate Week for inviting me to be with you today. I was one of the few non-Canadians that raised their hand. I'm coming from Washington, D.C., so yeah, I think we are feeling a lot of political instability, and I wish I shared Rick's optimism about November 4th. I'm going to channel that. But I think I get to work with mayors and I get to work with cities around the United States and Canada, and so I really do think that mayors are stepping up, not stepping back. We continue to see the mayors that we work with really double down on climate action. And it's not just because they care about addressing the climate crisis, it's because they also know that climate action delivers more affordable, more livable, better cities, and that's really, mayors' primary responsibility. And so I do think they can provide a level of continuity, despite political instability at other levels.
Great, thank you. So we are starting with a little bit of good news here. Laura, I'd like to turn to you. Rick said, you wouldn't know by reading the Canadian media that we are in the process of an energy transition, say, for example, with EVs. Can you tell us a little bit about, based on your work and your research, whether you think Canada is falling out of alignment with where the energy transition is headed in general?
Yeah, thanks for that. And it's nice to be here with everyone today. And I think it's not a risk, I think it's happening. I think that with the rollbacks that we've seen in Canada for climate targets, climate policies, climate regulations, especially in the last year, we are falling out of alignment with the direction of travel. And you've seen some references to that already this morning. And you see a lot of references to this turmoil, but I think we can't look at it as this external event that is just being reacted to. Instead, I think what we're seeing is a lot of players using the turmoil as cover to roll back actions that perhaps they didn't really mean to bring all the way to the finish line. And in particular, I think we have people who, institutions, players, who did not really intend to eliminate fossil fuels from our energy system, which is what climate action requires. And we spend so much time avoiding or obscuring this basic fact. Sometimes I feel so surprised that I have to say this so often, that that's what climate action requires. But then on the other hand, I know a lot of the research on fossil fuel obstruction It's a really well-studied field. We know a lot of detail about the ways that fossil asset owners really try to change the rules of the game, tip the scales in their favor. You know, they're using all sorts of tactics, corruption and lying and lobbying. They're using it in classrooms, in rural communities, you know, in those lobbying meetings you might be picturing, wearing suits, that kind of thing. But I think what's happening is that this existing ongoing dynamic that we know a lot about, that you've written about, Jess, too, is being, all the fossil asset owners are using this time of fear and turmoil to really double down on those tactics and pressure all these institutions and governments to even further sink public resources into propping up their industries. And so I think that that's what we're seeing now is fossil fuel obstruction playing out in real time, driving a lot of these rollbacks, right? And we're seeing it not just with our governments, we're seeing it with corporations walking back on their climate targets. We're seeing it with Canada Pension Plan is being sued right now for failing to live up to their fiduciary responsibility and take the risks of climate change into account for their assets. You know, so we see it across sectors, and people are trying to hold them to account for it. So I think it's not about you know, the risk of falling out of alignment. I think what we're seeing right now is the world moving forward, and Rick's pointed to that as well. We can see that most places are continuing on with this and will in the future. Instead, what we're doing is stalling in alignment with Trump while everyone else moves ahead.
Yeah, actually, I read yesterday, I think, that fossil fuel companies have been meeting with the Carney government twice as frequently as they did with the Trudeau government. So I think that sort of speaks nicely to your point about the influence of fossil asset owners here. I think you teed up nicely when you talked about the roles of firms. They're in a bit of a pickle, right? Because we have some firms moving forward, some moving back. There have been rollbacks of some voluntary commitments. There's a huge amount of policy uncertainty, which also has to affect long-term planning. So, Miriam, I was hoping you could tell us a little bit about, I know that you're only affiliated with Air Canada, but in your work sort of on corporate social responsibility, how you think this policy uncertainty plays out in plans for decarbonization among firms.
I think that the uncertainty definitely doesn't stop the action that's happening, but it slows down the scale and the timing of it. Companies, Air Canada or any company that you're looking at, in some industries like aviation, you have investments that are usually happening over long term. When you're renewing your fleet, this can span over decades. When you're looking at infrastructure, at airports, ground operations, these are actions that cannot happen over a couple of months or a couple of years. It takes very long to catch up or to advance. So the uncertainty in the policy definitely doesn't help with that. What we need from the corporate world is more stability and at least more predictability when it comes to the policies. And given the uncertainty, I think what a lot of corporations have developed over the year is resiliency. Now, when you look at any company's policies, strategies, the resiliency is a big part of that because we have to keep adapting and being more agile, but we also try to look as much as possible to our constant variables. As of today, in the corporate world, the most constant and strongly consistent signals that we get are from our investors. That's where capital is coming from. The signals there are coming more together and being more strong, which brings us a bit that assurance and that resistance to the fluctuation in the policy.
So we all need a little bit more stability, I think, is the takeaway there. This is really helpful. I'd like to, Rick said there's some good news as well. He gave us some heartening statistics about EVs and the deployment of renewable energy. I'd like to know from you all, I mean, you talked about it a little bit, Kate, but in general, where the good news is here. Like, where do you see the most progress in your own areas of research? And so I'll start with you, Laura, who, since you said, we're already out of alignment, but you do a lot of really interesting work about how we're trying to fix that. So maybe you could share some of that with us.
Yeah, sure. So I'm really excited about a lot of that local work. I do a lot of work on community-led, youth-led, municipality-led climate action, and I'm really excited about a lot of those opportunities that people are seizing and ways of reorganizing society, things like energy cooperatives, reorganizing society at the same time as we're tackling a lot of these energy transition technology changes that we need. And I'm also really inspired by the accountability that working with youth brings when they, give us the feedback that if we're not having a conversation about climate justice, then we're not having a conversation about climate action, not really. Now, these are really exciting drivers that give me a lot of motivation in my work. But I think that so there's a couple things that we're underestimating about the momentum of the energy transition. And so a lot of my work is about energy transition and grappling with it and how to accelerate it. I've been working on decarbonization for buildings and the policy and governance and combined with technology to move that forward. And I think we're missing some big picture trends in Canada that are actually really exciting. And Rick referenced a couple of them there, the fact that the energy transition is underway. We can point to these accelerations in a lot of these technologies that we need, the technologies that we need for electrification, for renewable energy. I didn't say clean on purpose, I said renewable energy, as well as energy efficiency. And the combination of these technologies are what people are calling electrotech. This is the direction that we're traveling. So I think that there's an underestimation, and I'm really excited about this direction for where the energy transition is going. And there's an underestimation about how settled it is. And I'm also really excited about the fact that we have all the technologies we need to accomplish almost that entire process. We're already scaling and rapidly deploying a lot of these technologies. And so I think that it's really exciting that we have this opportunity to work on this scaling and rollout phase. But there's a real underestimation of how fast that's going. We react to any sort of disruption or policy rollback. We see headlines about how, the future is not EVs after all, after the federal government cancels EV policies that were driving some of that adoption. Overlooking this underlying trend, that's the direction that we're heading. And I think that the kind of opening our eyes to be really excited about these big picture moves that are happening in the energy transition are really interesting opportunities for Canadians to kind of get on board with this transition and find our role in it.
Can you tell me really quickly, because I want to go to our other panelists, but can you just tell us what an energy cooperative is?
Yeah, sure. So an energy cooperative is when an energy asset like a renewable energy solar panels are owned collectively by a group of people who are all members of the cooperative. Decisions are made in a more collaborative manner. There's governance structures for decision making. So there's a lot of annual general meeting decision making for an energy cooperative. A lot of them started with trying to collectively own solar panels or other renewable energy assets. But I was just talking to one in the UK that has started a just transition program where they're now taking advantage of federal government policies to put solar panels in lower income homes with batteries as backup. So it addresses energy affordability and resilience at no cost to the lower income household. So a lot of them are taking this kind of justice turn in figuring out how to change their communities. They're often really place-based.
I think that's just really interesting to think about how this is a wholesale rethinking of not only how we generate electricity, but how we govern it. Miriam, tell us some good news. What is some meaningful innovation that you've seen? You talked about resiliency, which is certainly helpful in thinking about how to weather the storms that we're encountering. But how else are firms learning to deal to push forward through innovation?
Well, I think there are two key aspects when we talk about innovation to address climate change. The first one is purely technological. when you're looking at innovation in solutions that will help your business become more environment friendly. In aviation, you're looking at sustainable aviation fuel. You're looking at modernizing fleet, or even new generation fleet, electric, hydrogen, for like short-term flights. But you're looking also at optimizing operations, which sometimes can be very underestimated when it comes to how much it improves and gets us closer to our objectives, but it can make definitely a big difference. Going back to example of an airline, when you're looking at your ground operations, possibility to electrify all your engines on the ground, or to rework your routing or your fuel optimization. All these are solutions that come from a technology perspective. But I think the biggest innovation that is possible is the partnership in the ecosystem. Each company, in whatever industry you are, there is an ecosystem of stakeholders that you work with, and those partnerships are what can bring the biggest innovation in your industry. For an airline, working with airports, with fuel producers, with manufacturers of fleet as well, with governments, these discussions can bring the biggest game-changing solutions that we actually need.
Great. So I'd love to hear. This is the perfect place to find all of those partners along the supply chain. Kate, can you tell us a little bit? I mean, you don't think about supply chains in the same way, but how cities are learning from each other, partnering with each other to accelerate decarbonization?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is, why networks like C40 and a lot of our partners exist, is because cities love to beg, borrow, and steal ideas from one another. I was actually in Rio just before COP30 last year, and Mayor Guthrie from nearby Guelph said, to a room full of mayors, there are no tariffs on ideas. And I think that's really true when it comes to what cities are able to do. They can move further, faster if they move together. So a couple areas that give me hope, and I think this is evidence, as Laura was pointing out, that the transition is well underway, and we sometimes underestimate that. What I have seen from mayors and from cities in the last year is really very practically pointing out how climate action delivers on affordability. It helps address the big challenges that cities are facing. And I think actually voters believe them in a way that in the 20 years that I've been working on climate change, you used to have to make the case for clean energy and say things like, well, it's more expensive now, but it's going to get us all these great benefits, down the road. Now people actually believe that it is cheaper. And it's because cities and other levels of government have actually demonstrated that fact. So the city of Boston, for example, just announced a new agreement with its electricity supplier to provide renewable clean electricity to Bostonians that is significantly cheaper than the traditional alternative. And I think critically right now, in this era of volatility, it locks that price in for several years. And so Bostonians are now able to sign up for this, knowing that their electricity bills are going to be lower, for the next 3 to 5 years. We're also seeing it in programs like Mayor Chow spoke about, the initiative here in Toronto to replace furnaces, because heat pumps, which Rick talked about, are so much better performing, so much more affordable. That is a real option to be able to not only deliver more affordable energy, but also just make homes and buildings more comfortable. And I think that's something that we tend to undersell, just like these things are better. I think especially in some of the northern cities we work with, where air conditioning is not universal, heat pumps can deliver not just heating, but also affordable cooling for many places for the first time. And I think it's these new solutions that people are really starting to see and feel that are making that progress possible.
Great. Well, I'm seeing that the time is flying by here. I want to actually leave with one final question to everyone. There's been a lot in the news recently about energy in Canada. Oh, we got more time. Yay, that's great. Amazing. Okay, So see what I did there? I just manifested. So I guess we've seen all of these changes happening. You know, we've talked about some big policy shifts, weakening of industrial carbon pricing, a new electricity plan, and of course this very animated debate about the possibility of new pipelines, plural, in the west of Canada. And so I guess my question to all of you is, you know, all of this work happens in the larger political context, right? And whether it be uncertainty about supply chains or the shadow of policy. So how, in each of your sort of sectors and areas of expertise, how do we insulate ourselves and keep pushing forward in the various decarbonization, I will call them struggles, that we have in the light of the political context in Canada that we now find ourselves. I think I will start with you, Miriam, and maybe you can help us out.
Well, I think that, and it was mentioned in different speeches that we heard this morning, I think that we do have a lot of good ingredients, and we know the recipe, and we have to start the execution. I think that's our best isolation strategy. We spend a lot of time talking about what the problem is and what we agree on, and we spend little time talking about how we can move forward. And I think that's where the conversation should be more moving towards. I think everyone in the room today no one disagrees on the crisis. No one disagrees or how bad the numbers are, and that there are solutions there. But how many in the room are pushing for that to happen? How many are moving the agendas, challenging their stakeholders, where there are policymakers or industry associations? I think that's what will make the difference and will ensure that there is, like, we maintain momentum, but we also make progress.
Great, thank you. Laura, what do you think? How can we best push forward?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of work that we need to do to push forward here in Canada. I mean, we had done some of that work, and in the last year with the rollbacks, we're seeing a lot of work that we need to redo now. You know, we saw layers and layers of federal policy dismantled over the last 12 months, and then we saw some anti-climate action too, with the pipelines and the LNG export terminal focus. So some undoing is needed. And then I think the commitment to this economic and societal transformation that we need. And as you heard Joanna Lawson talking about, 3/4 of this problem is energy related. And so we need to pursue this economy, society-wide transformation, thinking about, again, I'll say it again, eliminating fossil fuels from our energy system and eliminating it from our export dependence as well. Canada's got this liability where we're really committed to this idea of continuing to sell fossil fuels to a customer base that's going to disappear. It's going to disappear if we're going to succeed on climate, right? And so if we keep pretending that we are going to keep selling it, that means we are arguing for us to fail on climate change. So, I mean, there were just 47 countries meeting in Santa Maria for the first conference on transitioning away from fossil fuels. So we need, yeah, right? So building an economy on that basis is clearly not a winning strategy. Instead, I think we need to be taking advantage of a lot of those trends that we were talking about for electrification. You know, where's our plan to be a world leader on renewable energy acceleration? Where's our nation-building strategy for energy efficiency for every single home? But I think also it's not just about the technologies, it's also about justice. I have a book with co-editors coming out later this year called Justice in Canada's Energy Transition. And in that we talked we did talk a lot about the technologies that we use in society and how they need to change, but also about how this needs to be a transition that has justice at its core. And what we mean by that is a transition that looks to make sure that many different people can benefit, as well as making sure that we're not making structural injustices worse through this transition. You know, right now in Canada, we have this energy system that is not supporting the basic building blocks of life for us. We've got 30% of Atlantic Canada households that are living in energy poverty. We can't cling to that energy system. Instead, we need to really take seriously these energy transition trends happening globally and build a place for ourselves in them.
And thank you, Laura. We're conscious of the time here. Kate, I'm going to ask double duty here. So can you tell us, given the constraints that cities particularly face nested in larger jurisdictions, how do they continue pushing forward? And then I'm going to ask for a final comment from each of us. Always these panels end with, what gives you hope? Which hope is important, but so is fighting. So I'm going to, or struggling, I should say. So I'm going to ask, what keeps you motivated to keep doing this very difficult work in a challenging time?
Yeah, thanks. Maybe I can share one thing that answers both those questions.
Perfect.
In the spirit of time. So I think we talked a little bit at the start about how some of the instability in the rollbacks right now feel contagious, whether that's in the US or Canada. But I guess I've also seen instances where political courage and ambition can also be contagious. And I think that one of the trends that we've seen, unfortunately, is sort of a loss in faith in government of all levels in its ability to solve big problems. And I think where we're seeing some hope is that mayors have been able to stand up and say, no, we can do big things, we can solve big problems. Earlier this year, New York City, for example, just celebrated 1 year of congestion pricing, yes. Which was, if you look at the history, the conversation on congestion pricing started in the 1950s. So it took a very long time, but the benefits were instantaneous. And so I think cities around the world look to those examples and they gather political courage from that. And so I think mayors are showing that we can still do big things, and I'm excited to see what they do next.
Great, thank you. Miriam, how do you stay motivated?
Just being in rooms like this.
Great, I agree with that. Thank you so much. And Laura, last word to you. How do you stay motivated?
Yeah, sure. I have to teach all this to hundreds of young adults every single year. And so it's a challenge, but they need this too. And so we focus on learning together about active hope. It's a practice of hope, and it's about finding ways to work together with others. The agency is important, as well as not denying the reality that we're in. And so I find opportunities to do that, especially with my students.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for this great discussion.
So we heard a pretty grounding conversation on the challenges that we're facing right now, but also how collaboration can come in and strengthen Canada's future and maybe save the day. Next up, we will be hearing brief remarks from Leah Cohen. Leah is Vice President of Research and Innovation and Strategic Initiatives at the University of Toronto. Please give Leah a warm welcome.
Terrific. Well, thank you so much, Michelle. Good morning, everyone. I'm really thrilled to be able to join you today. And it's a pleasure to be able to be here with you for the kickoff of Toronto Climate Week 2026, co-hosted by the Lawson Climate Institute at the University of Toronto. So I'm really honored to represent the University of Toronto today, a place where climate research is not just a topic of study, but really it is a call to action. At the University of Toronto, we know that addressing climate change requires more than just scientific innovation. It demands a multidisciplinary approach. That's why our researchers are working across fields as diverse as policy, finance, technology, and society. Climate change touches every aspect of our lives, and our response must be just as comprehensive. Universities are not on the sidelines of this challenge, but are playing very key roles in supporting the efforts of government, industries, and communities. Today's gathering is an example of our commitment, and we look forward to many more opportunities to work together in the coming years. Let me just mention a few of the ways in which we are playing a leading role. So we have partnered with the City of Toronto to develop the Transform TO Youth Climate Engagement Strategy. Through this initiative, our researchers contributed to an important roadmap for how the city can meaningfully involve young people in climate action. We're also working with the city and other partners to guide a sustainability strategy for the upcoming 2026 FIFA World Cup, ensuring that one of the world's largest sporting events is aligned with our shared climate goals. Meanwhile, our researchers are working to increase the resilience of the electrical grid through the Grid Modernization Center, a $10 million investment by the federal government that has been matched by 50 partners. The center provides Canadian companies, SMEs, and startups with the state-of-the-art equipment and expertise needed to test, develop, and commercialize clean technologies and connect them to potential clients. We are also at the forefront of next-generation electric vehicle and mobility technologies through initiatives like the Electric Vehicle Innovation Ontario project and the University of Toronto Electric Vehicle Research Centre. They are expanding research and development capacity and accelerating the creation of electric vehicle intellectual property here in Canada. And finally, we have built global industry partnerships in clean technology and energy sectors with companies like Siemens, BASF, and Nissan. These partnerships are helping to position the University of Toronto as a global hub for sustainability-driven partnerships and applied climate solutions. But addressing climate change requires not just looking outward. We must also look carefully at our own practices. U of T has made demonstrable progress in reducing its own emissions and leading by example. Our landmark project hosts Canada's largest urban geothermal exchange right underneath King's College Circle. This system, which is effectively a giant thermal battery that stores green energy, stores surplus heat in the summer for use in the cold winter months, saving the university an estimated 15,000 metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions every year. And with this new technology, we are on track not only to reach zero emissions, but to go beyond that and become climate positive by 2050. Our commitment has not gone unnoticed. The University of Toronto has been named one of the top 2 universities in the world for sustainability for the 2nd year in a row. Exactly. As many of you know, last year, in recognition of our leadership in sustainability research, Brian and Joanna Lawson made a transformative gift, a gift of $60 million to establish the Lawson Climate Institute. I think that also deserves applause. The Institute is now a hub for cutting-edge research, collaboration, and impact, bringing together multidisciplinary scholars, students, and partners from across sectors and communities in a shared pursuit of innovation and sustainability. Their sustained commitment to addressing climate challenge, together with the University of Toronto and the Institute, now proudly bears their name, will help shape the future of climate action in Canada and also around the world. So we are grateful for the partnership and the support. As we move into our second panel, I wish you all an exciting day addressing some of the most important topics in climate action and innovation, and I hope that you enjoy this wonderful kickoff to Toronto Climate Week. Thank you, and I will hand it back as there's much more to come today.
Well, I have to say that I'm pretty proud to be a U of T alumni at this moment. Thank you, Leah, for sharing all the wonderful things that the university is doing to put climate at the forefront.
I'm a little jealous. I didn't go.
You went to Vancouver.
Can I go back to school now? So it was really interesting to see a lot of what we've been talking about this morning around carbon footprints. But Michelle, this is a place that you actually work in every day.
Maybe.
What are some things that you think we should be knowing about the carbon footprints here in Canada?
So, in Canada, the average carbon footprint of an individual, their lifestyle, is around 13.2 tons annually. In the US, it's around 15.8. In the UK, it's around 7.1. And in most African countries, it's 1.0 and lower, like 0.6 and 0.7. So there's a lot of work to be done. And what's also really interesting is in Toronto, one of our highest sources of emissions is food. So if this type of information is interesting and fun, come talk to me on my carbon literacy workshop.
Wait, didn't you say something at the very kickoff about sustainalicious?
I did. Yes.
Ooh.
Definitely.
There's a way to have an impact right there.
Absolutely. Check it out. So I'm excited to bring to stage our next panelists. Climate resilience and community go hand in hand, and this panel will explore concrete examples of how local leaders across sectors are coming together for climate action. Our moderator will be Teresa Du, Director of Climate Strategy for Personal Banking at RBC, one of our sponsors here today. Please welcome the speakers to the stage.
All right, give it up for your MCs. That was fantastic. Great energy today. I feel so very lucky to be on stage with three powerhouse leaders from organizations that RBC is very proud to support through our foundation. And I am so glad to be taking this conversation from the international perspective down to the hyperlocal perspective. And so with me today, we have Jennifer Taves, Senior Manager, Sustainable Communities at the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority. We have Jennifer Angel, CEO of Evergreen, and we have Ilana Altman, the CEO of the Bentway. Welcome. All right, we've heard a lot about adaptation and resilience. That's what our conversation is focused on today. That can look quite different depending on where you sit. So let's kick off with getting a better understanding of where your organizations fit into the fabric of Toronto. The Bentway, Evergreen, TRCA serve a diversity of communities. So I'm very curious. Can you describe to us who your primary stakeholders are, what their climate resilience needs and priorities are, and how does that drive your organization's approach to resilience? Ilana, we'll start with you.
Sure. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the Bentway, we are an organization that is developing the underside of the Gardiner Expressway, the highway that everybody loves to hate, and definitely a strong symbol of what we're fighting against in terms of pollution and car-centric planning. But we're transforming the underside into a new connective public space for the hundreds of thousands of people who live immediately next door to the Gardiner. Many people don't know that there's about 200,000 people whose front door or back door is the Gardiner Expressway. That in itself is bigger than a lot of Canadian cities, a lot of cities across our province. And so there's a real need to think beyond its function, primary function as a mobility structure, and think about how we can undo the barrier that it creates to our waterfront and better serve those communities. And I find that, first and foremost, these are communities that are living in dense vertical communities. Their needs are quite practical. They're looking for ways to better move across the city. They're looking for spaces of relief during climate events, whether it be extreme heat or flooding. They're looking for places to meet their neighbors because many of these people live in units alone. And they're a community that relies very heavily on shared infrastructure. And that shared infrastructure can take many different forms. The Bentway is a space that is trying to blend the ways that we think about infrastructure and deliver on stacked benefits. So it's delivering new connective trails, new lush green spaces to mitigate against flooding, new spaces for the community to come together. And we take our cues very directly from the neighbors that surround us.
Yeah, I've had the great opportunity to tour the Bentway with you and your team, and it's really cool the work that you're doing to create those spaces for very urban, dense neighborhoods, and also the FIFA Fan Festival is going to be held there, so a lot of activity there right now. Jenny and Joe, I'd like to turn to you also to talk about Evergreen now.
Thank you very much. So I think probably many people have been to Evergreen Brickworks. You may not know that Evergreen is a national charity. For more than 30 years, we've been working to build originally greener cities in the country, and now we're sort of laser focused on better public spaces. So we bring together private capital and ingenuity alongside government permissions often and partnership, and then we get behind community to build places that are made with community so they meet the unique needs and aspirations and ambitions of the communities they serve. At the Brickworks, I think, you know, Alana and I could go on tour. We sit on a lot of panels together, and I love what she's saying about like the way that good public spaces can multi-solve. So we bring these cross-sectoral collaborations, and then we make the infrastructure work hard for a number of desired outcomes across climate, across health and well-being, across local economic development, all at the same time. And so people come to the Brickworks to buy something at the farmer's market rather than going to a grocery store. They come so that their kids can run around and have unstructured playtime in nature. And kids in North America are spending 7 hours a day online and less than 30 minutes outdoors. But they're also now coming to learn about and even test climate technology. So it's a site that's rich in nature in the city, in urban Toronto, and it's also a demonstration site for emerging climate tech and construction technology. So they're coming for a variety of different reasons, and maybe most importantly of all, the success of the site is directly related to the extent to which people feel that they can make it work for them. So very often it's not evergreen programming at all. We're just kind of making the canvas available and inviting people in to make it work hard for them and their own needs and ambitions.
I love that. How do you draw people in across a variety of initiatives and activities, not just focused on climate? Jen Tabes, can we turn to you to talk about TRCA?
Sure. So most of you might know TRCA through Tommy Thompson Park or Courtright Center for Conservation, or through managing all of the cormorants that we have to deal with down on the islands. But what I work with is in sustainable communities is homeowners, business operators, really working with people to advance sustainability, both at their own home level and then at the region at scale. So we do work with individuals, residents, and what we're finding is people aren't necessarily coming to our program of climate-ready homes or our sustainable neighborhood action programs because they are huge climate activists or huge climate adopters. They might not be coming for those reasons. What they do care about is when their basement floods. They really, really care when their basement floods. Or they care when they are dealing with extreme heat. But they're not coming to us or looking at that through a climate adaptation lens. So we need to come at them with those things in mind. What is important to them? Why are they coming to these programs? And how can we help advance their needs in terms of home comfort, affordability, et cetera, while moving the needle on climate adaptation, which is what we really do. So we also work with businesses a lot, which is something that you might not think of for a conservation authority. But we really need to be where people are at, and especially in built-out areas. We're not in a peri-urban space. We're not in Caledon. We're not in rural areas. We're in very built-out urban environments. So we need to be working with the polluters. And you know, we used to talk a lot about pollution and point source interventions, and that's really where we try to act, right? And businesses again too, and we've heard a lot about that today, where when Partners in Project Green, which is the business initiative that we run, was launched, we only talked about cost reduction. We only talked about operational efficiency. And then that was like 2008, you know, and then now in the past 10 years, it's really changed, and we were able to talk more aspirationally. We were able to talk more about transition for a just economy, for a clean economy. But now we're finding we have to go back to those operational efficiencies. We have to go back to, this is going to save you money because of the political climate, but also because of so many pressures that companies are facing. So we are finding that businesses are not necessarily, they're still doing sustainability, they're still very much active in that space, but they might not be talking about it in that same way, or they might just not talk about it at all because they're risk averse, or they're concerned about some of the perspectives. So what we find is we really need to talk to people where they're at and meet them with their own needs in mind, right? So we might be very, climate adaptation is our focus, but they might not be coming at it from that angle. So we try to help them and move them along with the things that are important to them.
That point completely resonates with me, and when Diana Fox-Carney had said, meet people where they are, I wrote that down, and then as you're speaking, I underlined it, because that's exactly what we are trying to do at RBC. So in my portfolio, I oversee personal banking, and so these are all our clients who come in through the branches. They have anywhere from a debit card with us to a mortgage with RBC, and so we are constantly thinking about how do we show up in their lives where they are, in their homes, and provide them with the advice, the solutions, and services that they could use to adapt to climate change, or to take the necessary steps to transition to a low carbon economy in their own households. And so that point completely resonates with me, so thank you for bringing that up. Bringing it back to the purpose of this panel, which is community resilience is climate action. We call it that to really emphasize the importance of community participation in this collective action problem that we are faced with and challenged to try to help resolve. What have been the most impactful and effective examples of community and collective action that you've seen in this area, including your own initiatives, your own programming, and those of your partners? Jen Taves, we'll start again with you here.
Yeah, I think it really is the cross-sectoral transfer of information and knowledge. Somebody mentioned tariffs can't be applied to ideas, that kind of thing. Right? When we bring people together to share knowledge, we see it advance deeper, faster, and at a lower cost into municipalities, into organizations. We recently brought over 11 municipalities together to talk about advancing their home retrofit programming, because everyone's doing this nowadays, but we're all doing it in isolation. So when we come together and we talk about the things that are working for us, the things that we're having challenges with, the different tools or models that we're embedding, then we suddenly see these advance so much faster than we ever could if we were all doing it on our own.
Funny how that works.
It is funny how that works. And when you think about 11 municipalities, that's millions of people that are being touched, right? And we do it on all sorts of levels. So we do it on the municipal level, we do it in the corporate level, where we bring communities of practice together to share best practices and knowledge, to talk about who their vendors are, to learn from each other, and we see it advancing these technologies in a way more significant way. Especially here in Canada, I think some of us are a little bit risk averse. We'll do the technology once we see it happen somewhere else, and it's been effective in that way, right? So finding ways to show somebody, or even introduce them to somebody who's already put the technology in place, really matters. And with homeowners, the biggest question we get is, okay, who do I get to do this install? And they learn that by talking to their neighbors and learning from each other. So we've done DIY parties where we've done deep retrofits at a home, and we've brought their neighbors in to watch them go through that retrofit process. So we'll all do like air sealing at that person's home. So you're building community, you're teaching everybody how to do it, and you're getting a home more sustainable at the same time. So all these different levels really come together to drive things forward faster.
Great. Jenny Jo?
Sure, I'll give two really brief examples. The first is Evergreen Brickwork. So it's been built, and it's a story unfolding. It continues to be built with community, private sector alongside community. When we flooded a couple of years ago, significant impacts across the site, and the team was pretty demoralized. It was an intensive amount of water. A month's worth of water in 2 hours. And we saw an army of volunteers come around the corner and suit up in PPE alongside us to help clean it up, because it was their place. I think there's something in resilience is not just about being strong or preventing the storm or being perfectly ready for the storm. It's being able to weather the storm. It's being able to call on each other when we are not strong, which was really importantly evidenced for me in that moment. The other example I'll raise is, one typology of public space is school grounds, and they're in virtually every neighborhood. and it's an area Evergreen has focused on for a very long time. We worked with a local school board at the Irma Colson Public School, with parents, with kids, with facilities folks, with teachers, and did a full school ground transformation a couple of years ago. And that was funded in part through private philanthropy alongside government. The teachers, the principal, the facilities people could not believe the impact that this imaginative, nature-rich school ground had on the kids, and it was immediate. And since that time, and it was completed in 2023, they've done 27 more across their school board. So they have a formula for how they do school grounds. It's the same thing over and over until we were able to nudge innovation through private capital. And someone has said earlier, and everyone knows, governments have anemic infrastructure budgets or constraints. We tend to keep doing the same mediocre things. By trying it once and realizing the profound outcomes that a slightly better landscape could create, now they can't unsee it. And so now they approach their full 850 acres in that school board portfolio alone in a completely different way.
Wow, that is incredible. Yeah, exactly. I kind of want to stay with you, Jenny Angel, for a moment here and talk about these public spaces. It's come up a couple times in the work you and Ilana does at the Bentway with multi-solving in these public spaces. What is the role of public spaces? And then a very quick follow-up to that is, how do you create the feeling of ownership of a public space that would motivate communities to take action when there is a crisis, when there is help needed?
Yeah, so I actually moonlight as the chair of the Canadian Infrastructure Council, which is an arm's-length expert advisory body giving advice on how to build better infrastructure in the country, rooted in data and evidence. I'm interested in public spaces because of their capacity to multi-solve. They're relatively low cost, they're relatively low risk, they're relatively not political because there's something in them for everyone, but they're traditionally not treated as a serious infrastructure class. In fact, they don't really have an infrastructure class in policy. So trying to move the needle on how we think about these spaces that are often thought of as the spaces in the background, and instead foreground them and ensure that community has agency to improve them. I think something important that Ilana said, like as we're meeting this ambitious housing agenda, we need to build a lot more housing near existing infrastructure, which requires density. And so we need, in the absence of having your own backyard, you need to create common spaces that can, satisfy the, the need to come together as community to access nature in an urban context. And so, in my view, public spaces are vital housing enabling infrastructure, and at the same time can manage stormwater, cool neighborhoods, support biodiversity, even sink carbon, and unlike traditional gray infrastructure, they get better over time. The canopy grows, So I'm not sure if I fully answered your question there, but I think public spaces are they're the sidewalks, the pocket parks, the waterfronts, the community hubs and school grounds that are hiding in plain sight across the city, and there's enormous capacity that exists across community to steward them, to take care of them. They want to take care of them if they had permission and a little bit of support.
Yeah, I think your point on agency is bang on there. Ilana?
Yeah, I would echo everything that Jen said. Public spaces are the hardest working spaces in our city, and we have a lot of demands of them because we're not just asking them to help to provide more greenery. We're not just asking them to help us to move differently through our city. We're not just asking them to help against flood mitigation. We're asking them to do all of it, and it's also really importantly in this moment in time where community meets and where we meet people who do not necessarily think like us or look like us. It is our shared common grounds where we can come together and really celebrate the democratic ideal that we all aspire to in our cities. So they're really important spaces, and they are fundamentally climate infrastructure. And talking about them as anything else, I think really does it a disservice, because you know, to Jen's point, we're both doing a lot of work on this. There is no infrastructure category for these multi-solving benefits. We're in this moment in time where we have so much need and limited resources, and yet we haven't created the conditions to fund the projects that do the most, that give the most. So I think both of us have been doing a lot of advocacy work to try to encourage governments and the private sector and everyday citizens to really recognize the benefits that public space offers, and to properly define them as climate infrastructure first and foremost.
You've referenced actors in different sectors, private sector, public sector, governments. These are all unique constituents with different agendas and different motivations. So can we dive into the incentives that we think are needed to drive action across individuals, across private sector, and even within private sector, obviously that's a huge umbrella. Public sector, same thing. So perhaps, Jen Tapes, we'll start back here with you. I know your work with homeowners, with businesses, very different stakeholders. Tell me more about your work there.
Sure. Well, I actually think for both of them, it's really about reducing barriers, right? So I think most people, when presented with an opportunity, would take the environmental choice if it was available and easy to access and cost available and all of those things, right? So if we reduce those barriers, then I think we'll see more incentive to act, because I think the incentive to act is there for the most part. So what we try to do is reduce the knowledge barrier for folks. We act as a bridge from not knowing to action. Both in our homeowner programming as well as in our business programming, because if you don't know to replace your furnace with a heat pump, when your furnace breaks, you're just going to replace it with a furnace, right? So you have to know before your furnace breaks that a heat pump is available to you. And then you have to know what programs are out there to help you lower the cost of that, because they are expensive, and any furnace is expensive, but you want to find ways to reduce those costs, right? So really being that hand holder to help guide people and reducing that knowledge barrier. And then there's the time barrier, and that one's tricky, the priority barrier, all right? We all have so many competing priorities, and for a homeowner, they might not necessarily be thinking, oh, well, I really need to replace my furnace and get a heat pump in. They might be thinking, oh, well, groceries are a lot more expensive. How am I going to overcome that? Or my kids are having trouble at school. That's important to me right now. So, like, how do you get that on their radar? How do you reduce that time barrier? And so some of our programming is designed to do that as well. We really do try to take the legwork and the thinking work out of doing these types of actions, because you do have to have specialized knowledge in order to do them. And then you can deal with the cost barrier, which is of course important. And Mayor Chow referenced the LIC programming and the home interest loan programming. So those kinds of incentive and financial models can be really helpful. Direct incentives from utility providers, et cetera. But we also see an important leaning into explaining the co-benefits of these projects. So we've worked with a lot of organizations that might come to us and be like, oh, well, I want to reduce the operating costs of this production line. And when they reduce that, they deal with the waste heat that's coming off the line, but they've got a co-benefit of now their employees are feeling more comfortable because they don't have all of this heat in the space. So that's something that they don't necessarily think about when they're starting to look at that. But if we can show them, and if we can build that into the business case for them, and they can see all of these benefits that they will see, that suddenly makes it a bit more attractive to start putting your own capital in it if you also have matching incentives and things like that. So I like to think about it in terms of, taking away the limitations, taking away the barriers to kind of pave the way for people to take action, because they want to anyway.
The lack of knowledge is such a prevalent concern. My team and I have been in a few branches across Toronto to talk to homeowners about protecting your home against flooding. This is a newer campaign that we've initiated. And when we talk to our clients, a lot of them are like, I got insurance, I'm good. And then there's so many layers you have to unpack within that. It's like, do you have the right insurance? Are you even covered? Is insurance cover overland flooding, which is the most common type of flooding? And then also, we ask them, why would you wait until you have to file an insurance claim to do anything about protecting your home? You can easily remove the valuables off your basement floor. You can look at installing a sump pump or a backwater valve. There's so many, now I'm like, getting fired up. There's so many things on flood protection you can do, and so just even creating, just sharing with them that this can be a real concern, and it definitely, if not now, it will be in the future, is such an important message to share. All right, I'll pause here. I'll turn it to Jen Angel.
Yeah, so infrastructure, as Alana said, it has a profound effect on our lives, public infrastructure. It shapes how we live, how we move, who gets to participate, the extent to which we're able to withstand a changing climate. And we need to stop thinking about infrastructure as discrete projects and start thinking about it as a means to deliver outcomes. And so I would say two things in terms of nudging innovation. The first is measure the outcomes. So we've gotten good at measuring outcomes and being able to make the case for place across, once again, climate, health and well-being, equity, even local economy. And I think the second part, and it's pretty plain. When we have a bit of private capital, we can nudge government innovation. That's how we get in the door, because public infrastructure budgets are scarce. These projects are ribbon cuttable, and sometimes it only takes a little bit of private capital to persuade really well-meaning, high-caring folks to do something exciting for, in the case of the schools, the kids, in the case of, the brickworks, their community. People want to engage, and this is kind of that incentive or catalyst to do it, oftentimes.
A little bit of private capital, right? Alana?
Well, just picking up on what Jen was just saying and the comment you were making about insurance, I think a lot of it comes down to risk management. And climate change is a risk. And that is a real barrier in some cases to investment. In our area, there's a ton of developers building out specifically the eastern end of the waterfront, and it has been a floodplain. And the risk of investing in that area has been, really, really difficult. With the opening of the renaturalization of the Don and Bedazagay Park, not only are we providing this incredible asset to the community, but we're minimizing the risk for those developers to build out more housing in the area. So I think that we need to be thinking about both how we eliminate risk or reduce risk to incentivize investment, and also think about how we can use that investment to take bold steps. I mean, the Bentway was made possible because a very generous family by the name of the Matthews Foundation put forward the capital to build our Phase 1 site. Government had been talking about the Gardner-As barrier for a long time, but the idea of taking public money and investing it in the underside of a highway, when nobody knew at the time if people would gather there or if things would grow there, that was a risky proposition. So I think that it's two sides of the same coin. We have to be willing to invest in innovation and take bold steps and be risky in our actions, and also look to create environments that incentivize that investment by trying to mitigate the risk that's out there.
There have been, at the risk of beating a dead horse, we've heard so much today. We keep hearing about the challenges of affordability, the cost of living crisis, of access to housing, geopolitical instability. These are massive concerns that are top of mind for everyday Canadians, more so in many cases than climate is in this current time period. And so, how do we embed climate mitigation, adaptation, resilience into these broader societal concerns in a compelling way that doesn't take away from people's real and profound worries about their next meal, how they're going to afford their next home, et cetera? How do we integrate this basically into what people are concerned about, and so that they don't have to think about climate as a separate category of concern? It's a big question. Jenny, I'll start with you in the middle.
Sure, I mean, I think it's been raised. Public spaces, when they're good, have a magnetism that brings people together and across differences, as Alana said, so we can disagree and still be friends. When they work well, and they can easily work well, you find each other. And when you can find community, when you build social connection and trust with your neighbors, something that used to be kind of foundational to how we live together, then you can rely on each other when you need help. And I would say, nature is a very effective climate foil. It can cool neighborhoods, absorb stormwater, support biodiversity. You know, there's an example of a park. It was on CBC like a year ago in BC. They built a rain garden instead of replacing a sewer pipe. The sewer pipe was $16 million. The rain garden was $1.6 million. It was equally efficacious to the sewer pipe as managing stormwater, and it additionally contributed this beautiful garden and place where people gathered in the neighborhood. Like, that's the kind of stuff we're talking about. So I think it is, how do we create places that are beautiful, that are nature rich, that are magnetic, that bring us together, and in doing so, because we're building them with community, build those social connections and sense of stewardship and ownership, so that we can support each other when things are tough, and they are going to get tougher. I mean, by all of the reads in the room today, like, we aren't ready for the changing climate. And so we can build big projects, and we have to. We can also build a whole bunch of little ones. And once again, there's enormous community capacity and ingenuity that can be unlocked and have real meaningful impact on the ground.
Thank you for sharing that. Alana.
Yeah, I think it was said early this morning that we can't let perfection be the enemy of the good. And, you know, sometimes I think small-scale action and near-term action is so important just to make people aware that things are possible. It's talking about the problems and how big they are without any action that I think really, you know, demoralizes people. So we believe strongly in the pilot project. You know, I believe that RBC was just down with a number of colleagues recently to help us to plant a series of small-scale bioswales that we are using to capture the stormwater coming off the Gardner and using to filter out the heavy metals and the toxins, and at the same time, you know, using landscape strategies to protect against flooding in the area. That is a site that, you know, will be developed in time, but in its current state was essentially a river rock bed where the city was dumping stormwater from the highway above down into the streets. And a small-scale action is showing what's possible. And I think that what we've heard from our community is just seeing, you know, these incremental steps towards larger-term change is really galvanizing. Like, it can help to get them behind this idea. That project didn't cost a fortune. It doesn't have to cost a fortune, but it's a nod to what's possible and where the investment can make meaningful difference in the future.
Yeah, I think I remember one of the presentations you shared, the plants are able to filter out 70% of toxins, which is incredible. Yeah. Jen Taves?
I think in addition to nature-based solutions and building for sustainability and affordability, I think one of the things that we're talking a lot about is workforce planning and development, in terms of getting folks who have barriers to employment, training, and access to work in green spaces, in clean tech, but also in developing their own social enterprise opportunities. In one of our sustainable neighborhoods, we worked with a local community to put in a lot of community gardens, and one of the things that came out of that was a local-led community group that started a business, an enterprise, that would go around and take care of fruit trees. So it became an opportunity to train folks in fruit care, gain access to food for these local communities, as well as create an economic opportunity to help with poverty and affordability and things like that. And then there are many, many groups across the city that are doing fantastic work in creating social enterprise with strong economic backing to drive workforce planning and development, both in terms of, you know, the technologies like heat pump installations, et cetera, those types of things going on. And I think we see it in our colleges and universities as well, like looking at how we can get access into education for folks that might not have access into education. Because affordability, it's one of those, you know, big, hairy problems that has so many heads on it that every time you cut down one head, another one pops up, right? So how do you have to kind of address it from so many different angles while you're going at it. Because we deal with that all the time. Like, homeowners can't necessarily, you know, if they can't put food on the table, they're not going to be putting in a heat pump. So how do we make sure that they can get access to food so that they can maybe have space to start thinking about other things?
Yeah, we often say the most affordable home is when you don't have to rebuild. We're at the end now. Jen Taves, we were on another panel a while ago, and I remember you had shared with us in that panel an incredible quote: "Fear pushes, but vision pulls." And that still clearly sits with me today. And so I want to end this conversation with asking all of you, what does our collective future look like? What is the vision that will pull us there? I'll go to the other end of our row here, Ilana.
Oh, that's a big question. I'm really encouraged. I was just at Evergreen talking with a number of Jen's colleagues about the connective future of our public spaces. And the really interesting thing is that we had somebody there from talking about the ravines to Evergreen's work to the Bentway's work, and it was all interconnected. There was no, like physically it was connected, and both in terms of our ambition, it was connective. And I think that that's really powerful. Like when you can't find the break between the work that you and your colleagues are doing, when you know that you're all pushing in the same direction, to create, you know, a new green future for our city where we can move freely between each other's projects and where we are lifting each other's projects up by working towards the same goals. I think that's very powerful. So that, you know, that was a real moment for me, and I hope that that is our future, that continuous connection just continues to grow.
I love that.
Yeah, I love that too. So we're working together on a project to celebrate the largest urban ravine system in the world, in the most diverse city in the world, alongside the city, with the private sector, with the TRCA. And I think, as I think Alana beautifully said, fundamentally it's about connecting, ensuring everyone across the city, no matter where you are, where you're coming from, can connect with nature in the urban context, and with permission to actually engage and restore and get involved. That we see a profound effect of being part of the solution on mitigating climate anxiety and obviously also having very positive climate outcomes.
Thank you.
I think for me, I'm very lucky because I get to hear a lot of interesting and fantastic stories from so many different homeowners, so many different businesses, so many of our municipal partners. I get to get little microdoses of inspiration all the time, which is, I think, really important and helpful in this space because it can be very difficult. It can be very hard to keep going when things feel so challenging and they feel so overwhelming, which is why I think that panels like this and events like this are so great. You know, like I feel like the energy has been so inspiring and the people are excited and passionate. And I feel like despite some of the challenges that we're facing, we have hit a bit of a turning point where we do know that we do have the technologies, we do know that we do have the knowledge, and now what we need is to galvanize the will. Not necessarily the will of the people in this room, but the people outside of this room, right? And I think that hearing more and more stories from the very, very, very local, like homeowners, to multinational businesses is inspiring to me. So people are working towards solutions, and I think that's where I'll get my microdose of inspiration every day. Yeah.
That's beautiful. Galvanize the will. I think that is a great call to action for everybody here today. Thank you three so much for being here with us. Thank you for teaching me and for sharing your insights across the room. That wraps up our conversation, so enjoy lunch.
You said private capital in resilience. I think I know someone who does that. Yep.
I am really thankful for this conversation on community resilience. And we're so lucky to live in a city where we have access to spaces that are curated by organizations like Evergreen and Brickworks. Sorry, not Brickworks. The Bentway. I actually live very close by to the Bentway, so I get to see some of this in real time. So I want to just make mention of our sponsors again today, because without them, we would not be here. We are super grateful, and Teresa did a fantastic job, our sponsor RBC, for curating that panel. I also just want to share and make sure everyone doesn't forget about Sustainalicious. If you want to talk to me about some of my favorite restaurants or the ones that I've been to on the list, come find me at lunch.
That's a good segue because we are now standing between you and lunch. A few things. One, there is this book here, Echoes from Eden. You'll find a number of copies of it downstairs. It is free. I please, please, please ask you to take a copy so that you can read it and share it, and so that way I don't have to carry it home. That would be really sucky for me because I don't have a car, I use transit, taking a bunch of books on transit, no bueno. Remember at the beginning of this morning, we gave you some challenges. One of the challenges was to go and meet someone new that was out of your ecosystem. What a great thing to do over lunch while we have here today. After lunch, we're going to be talking about using nature and how we can combine nature and prosperity and how it is an and, not an or. It'll be a really fascinating opportunity to dig in more to one of Canada's best natural advantages we have with nature.
Perfect.
I think with that, it is a 1:15 return to the room. You will hear me harassing you again and again and again. We look forward. 1:10.
1:10.
Okay, I've been told it is 1:10.
See you all back here.
Thank you.
Change your answer. And find a way to change your view, or to use a musical tune. Change your eye. And so I've always musically maintained my own voice. I've always had something to say, and I've learned how to speak through my instrument. And in music, usually I'm not great until you say I am anyway. When we see something bad or awful or horrible in life, maybe we're just viewing it in the wrong optic. Maybe we could change our perspective. I think if you see something that's wrong, you should know that you're seeing it in the wrong optic. And find a way to change your view, or to use a musical tune.
Check, check. All right, we're going to get this party started in 5 minutes, please. This is your 5-minute warning. And finish your conversations outside. We're going to get going in 3 minutes. Check. So I was saying that I get to win either way. Either people are out making new connections, and in which case I win because we did the ask from this morning, or we get you in here on time, in which case I win from that. I win either way. That's my optimism, but if you can... Sorry? I cut off outside. They're already ignoring me. Okay, we're going to get going in a minute here, please. You can look at that, yeah. Please make your way in from outside. Herding the cats. Herding the cats. I did go in. There's Mr. Burke right there.
Let's make sure he has the mic.
Yeah. Okie dokie, are you ready for this afternoon? Oh, I'm excited. Oh, yep, Michelle's ready, but the mic is not. Let's see. Oh, wait, someone will look after it. The mic's at the back end. Are we all on? We are not all on. I need Michelle. I can't do this alone.
Now. We're on now. Yeah, you can hear my voice.
Okay, saved by the bell. Please, come on in. We're about to get underway. Whew. I hope you were able to take the time over lunch to do what was asked of you and make some new connections. I think that there's still probably, is there a group of people who are going to join us a little bit late? Because I'm missing a few. Okay, yes. We're going to see a few more people come and join us down here any minute now as we get up and running. Michelle, I think you have some questions for us to get us started on this part, please.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really important section, and I want to get a pulse in the room. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. True or false? Nature is one of Canada's greatest competitive advantages. Who says true? Who says false? Okay, great. We're good. I have one more question. Healthy ecosystems are just as important as roads and bridges for long-term economic stability. True or false? How many people say false? Oh, almost got you. How many people say true? Yes. Now I hand it over to you, Darren.
It's a great segue into where we're going to spend the next part of our afternoon here, talking about the combination of nature and prosperity together. So this is a chance for us to actually think about the fact that both actually are needed for us to have a successful, long-term planet living for the next generations to come and for our current generation, everyone sitting in this room. Because it's no longer a today problem or a tomorrow problem that we face, it's a today problem. We're seeing the heat waves that have come through Europe, North America here. It really is a situation where already today we're facing the consequences of our decisions from yesterday, and nature is one of the big unlocks for us to be able to have our path forward.
So I'm going to just do some quick housekeeping. I talked to the social coordinator for Toronto Climate Week, and they said they could use a couple more posts, mentions, tags. So as I mentioned at the beginning of the day, please post photos, videos. Let's get the word out about Toronto Climate Week. And if you want to tag Darren and I am at Clever Mimi Lee, because my organization is Clever Carbon, and I'm clever. And Darren is at DJ Cliff 99.
Yes, I am Canadian, DJ Cliff and a Wayne Gretzky. That's how I like to think of it.
There you go. So get on social media and let's spread the word. As well, I mentioned video testimonials with our videographer. So Oren, over there, wave your hand. During the break, if you kind of walk towards the restrooms and keep walking, you'll find Oren. Be sure to share your video testimonial with him.
Excellent. Just the last little bit, as a reminder, I will keep us on time. I am sorry in advance if I sit here and push a few people, but this is what we need to do to keep to our commitment. The ask from you is that you do come back in after the next break that we have in a reasonable time fashion. And then as we saw this morning, maybe if we can keep our cell phones off, that would be greatly appreciated. Now it's my pleasure to welcome our next speaker onto the stage. And you see, I grew up in Vancouver. I'm a Canucks fan. I'm sorry to all you Toronto Maple Leafs fans, whatever you call them.
Boo.
Boo. So growing up in Vancouver, I had the privilege of being a fan of a team that really set something about culture. What I actually literally liked about the Vancouver Canucks, especially during the early 2000s, is the culture. And now I have the fortunate situation of introducing one of the men who actually instilled this into the Vancouver Canucks, the idea that you should be caring more about society, being a part of what's happening in culture, or in your society with the culture that you create with the teams that you have. And what's been inspiring for me is to see what's happened after the hockey life and into continuing to help out with nature and with the support of Ducks Unlimited. So with that, I'd like to welcome Brian Burke to the stage to be able to talk to us about what he's doing with Ducks Unlimited.
Thank you. Don't worry, I'm not going to go that long. It's a long speech, but it's not that bad. I write very small. First of all, thank you very much and welcome to Climate Week. It's an honor to be part of it. Climate change should be a priority for us all, like we just mentioned. It's not something we can put off, folks, so the urgency should be there for all of us. It is for me, I know. When people ask why Brian Burke is here talking about climate change, it's because sports and climate change are inextricably linked. So I'm going to take a few minutes and tell you about my past. I grew up in Minnesota, but I'm a dual citizen. Don't worry, I'm Canadian. And Minneapolis and Toronto have roughly the same latitude. I talk about growing up and playing on outdoor rinks and ponds. It's the same as Toronto when I was a kid, before climate change came. So when I moved to Minnesota in 1968, I was 13, and the first Thanksgiving I was there, so it's the fourth Thursday in November. You could skate outdoors by then. They would check there was 4 inches of ice on the ponds. You were allowed to skate outside. You skate Friday, Saturday, Sunday after Thanksgiving. The outdoor rinks opened on Monday. There was ice through March. That's not how it works now, folks. Trust me. If you have a refrigerated rink now, if you have outdoor ice, you've got a refrigeration system. Last year, I think in Toronto, they had natural ice for about a month total, spaced over 3 different cold freezes, cold snaps. So you can't skate all year. You can't even skate most of the year, even during hockey season. And as a result, we're losing a part of our culture. We're losing a very important part of the history of Canada and our legacy. And there's a big loss, but there's a bigger problem at stake, obviously, with climate change. Our future is at stake. Now, pond hockey is a critical part of growing up in Canada. It's a part of our culture, our heritage, about making friends, fitness, learning to compete, social skills. It's a huge part of being a kid in Canada. We're losing that. Pond hockey, almost everyone tried it at least. Everyone played it at least a little bit. And all levels. I made lifelong friends. And it was affordable. No one worried about how much it cost. You didn't need to pay any money to skate outside. Just threw the sticks in a pile, picked them, and played. Whole neighborhoods played. Whole families played. Went on for hours and hours. You played till it got dark. and you go home. And if outdoor rinks have lights, you play after you had supper. Now, the impact of climate change, is global. Severe impact on all forms of ice, especially outdoor ice. Pond hockey's almost gone now. And even indoor ice, you have flooding, you've got climate change affecting road closures, so you can't get to indoor rinks. You've got marathons being canceled because of bad air and heat. So it affects all sports, not just pond hockey. Now, how do we fix this? I have a lot of experience building teams. I had one championship team, but I had a bunch of teams that scored 100 points. And I know how to put together teams, and that's what we need now. We need teams. We can't solve this problem alone. This problem is massive. It's global. We can't fix it alone. We've got to have teams to do it. We've got to have help to do it. That involves partnerships. We need partnerships, and the partnerships I'm talking about are with government, with indigenous groups, with conservation groups, with the public, with the private sector, and with you. Everyone here has to be a factor in this. Now, the conservation groups I mentioned, one is Ducks Unlimited Canada. I've been involved with Ducks Unlimited Canada for 30 years, and I'm very proud to say I just won an award from Ducks Unlimited, but I'm proud of the fact that I paid for Ducks Unlimited to install a small pond on my property. And we still skate there. My kids skate there. My niece and nephew skate there. Everyone skates there except me. I have 2 new knees, so I can't skate anymore. But Ducks Unlimited's been a fantastic conservation partner of ours. Their motto is small ponds, big goals. They want to use small ponds across Canada to help regulate climate change, to provide carbon storage, and to provide biodiversity. So Ducks Unlimited Canada is an important partner for us. Also, it's the Nature Force, another partner of ours. The Nature Force is a coalition of casualty and property insurance companies that deal with ways to get a sign ready. 5 minutes. Getting a sign ready. The music's going to start any second. God damn it, I just started. The Nature Force is a coalition of insurance companies trying to find climate solutions through infrastructure. These are only 2 partners, folks. There's unlimited choices for you, but these are 2 I would recommend you look at. The key is to get a call to action. This is a call to action. We need everyone who comes to this conference to act on it, do something. Write a check, join a group, march, volunteer, somehow help. Everyone here has to sense the urgency of this mission that we're on and sign up. That's what we're asking for, a call to action. So I started on ponds. Let's end up where we ended up. Let's restore pond hockey. Let's fight climate change. We'll get back to pond hockey in Canada. And thank you very much for having me here. Now, do I have time for a question or 2 or not? There you go. You have to have leaders and you have to have followers. It always cracks me up. I talk to a team and the guy says, I want 20 guys out there, 20 leaders out there pulling on the rope. So how's that work? I'm usually in the ditch with a clipboard. I'm not pulling any ropes. I'm one of the leaders. So have leaders and have followers. We actually, in our scouting meetings, talk about finding players with followership, leadership skills and followership. So you gotta have both. You need some worker bees.
My name is...
I hope that's for you and not for me.
I know. I hope so too. Okay, my name is Allison Daisley. I run a communications firm that supports environmentally focused organizations. I'm also a mom of 2 very sporty boys. And one thing that I would love to find out, especially in the summer months, I know it's baseball, hockey in the winter, But in the summer months when the air quality is really poor, how do you think sport organizations can take leadership roles in people understanding the impacts of climate on their kids and actually get parents mobilized? Because it is, you know, sport is a great galvanizer. A lot of people are involved. So how can you use sport as a lever to raise awareness in general for all things climate?
Well, thank you. I used to say to my kids all the time, who's going to come to your funeral and what are they going to say? And my son died and I stopped saying it. But I still say that now to people. What are we leaving our kids? What world are we leaving? We can't leave the one we have. We've already screwed that up enough. We can't not stop the damage we've already done. We have to find a way to reverse it. So I'd say with air quality, play early. There is another sport besides, summer sport besides baseball. It's called lacrosse. And thank you for having 2 kids that play sports. I know it's expensive, but it's a real, our future depends on kids playing sports, our future in sports. Depends on kids that play.
We have time for one more question, please. Okay, over there. Whew.
Go ahead, I can hear you. How come they got applause and you didn't? The hell's going
They're waiting to hear what I ask you. Brian, I spent my childhood in hockey rinks, and invariably every year would get some kind of an allergic reaction to the combination of propane fumes or diesel fumes from the Zambonis and the ammonia used to freeze the ice. To what extent, and I know there are lawsuits that are out there right now about just such a thing, but what do we have to do to retrofit hockey rinks in this country for both young boys and girls as they grow to prevent this kind of toxic mix of air quality in hockey rinks?
First off, it's not common. It's very rare. When you say mixes like that, they occurred maybe 20 years ago, they were common. They're not anymore. Very rare. So they've dealt with the problem, I think, very effectively, but there's still safeguards in place that shouldn't happen again. When's the last time you saw it happen? I haven't seen that for 10 years. Yeah, I think they solved that problem. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit tomorrow about what they're doing in some of the newer buildings. Like in Calgary, the Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle, it's all electric, even the Zambonis, everything, forklifts, everything's electric, all renewables. So that's the future is all renewables. Anyway, I'm getting buffed here. Thank you very much for being part of this. I'm around if you want to ask any questions. Let's all get together on this, folks. Thank you.
A legend. You know, I think for me, what I liked about what Brian was saying is about like the realness, right? The story around the rinks that we were playing at and the tangibleness of what this is impacting us today. And hopefully, you know, the question I keep wondering is when you see the things that are happening today, if this isn't enough to drive us to change our action, what is it going to take? That is something that I do think about quite regularly when I worry about the fact that we're just not seeing fast enough action, even though the world is having a lot of hard challenges that we're going through. But I'm hoping the next panel is going to give me some insights onto this and thinking about how we can balance conservation, there we go. And how we can balance conservation, being proactive, thinking about this in today's modern world. So with this, I'm going to invite up Elizabeth Gamble to come and is going to moderate the panel and give us some introductions to some others, please. Please, round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You know what? I'm going to sit over here. Is that okay? Thank you. I'm starting my timer. Why don't I invite Irina and Val to join me, and I'll introduce them as they're coming because we want to get to the good stuff. I'm going to be joined on stage by Valerie Courtois. She's Executive Director of the Indigenous Leadership Initiative, and Dr. Irina Creed, Professor, Department of Physical and Environmental Sciences, University of Toronto. These are 2 amazing thought leaders that really represent both a divergence and a beautiful convergence of expertise themes. We're going to hear Indigenous leadership and traditional knowledge converging with science, Western science. We're going to talk about policy. We're going to talk about economics. We're going to talk about technology. We're going to talk about all the things. And we're going to be grounded in the fundamental of nature as infrastructure. I do have to say, Dr. Burke, Mr. Burke, my son is a goalie. I'm a goalie mom. Yeah, it's tough out there. He's a Habs fan. I'm sorry. So it was me that went, go Habs, because I'm required to do that. He loves Carey Price. I live in Vancouver. We hosted an event a little while ago, a few years ago, a Save Pond hockey event, street hockey event. We had Haley Wickenheiser, amazing female hockey player, come out and be an ambassador for just that, Save Pond hockey. So it's a really real way, that we can see the impacts of climate, and we're going to talk about that impact of climate and nature here today. And what it means to not think about nature as a side issue, but really front and center and as essential infrastructure. We're going to talk about what's at stake. We're going to talk about solutions. And we want to think about a future for Canada. And now I'm going to stop talking because I have these incredible leaders beside me. My friends, we are increasingly hearing nature described as foundational infrastructure. It isn't just about being in nature. That is wonderful. Did anybody spend time in nature this weekend? Like any way, yeah, we have to do it, right? It's foundational to culture, to humanity, to economy, and to climate change. And so I would love, Val, to start with you. What does that mean for nature to be, oh, geez. We got it. I love it. Thank you. What does that mean for nature to be foundational infrastructure, and what's at risk if we don't think about it that way?
Thank you very much, and first of all, thank you for the organizers. I'm also a former goaltender and Habs fan.
Stop it.
Just for the record.
Were you a rugby player?
No.
Not a rugby player. I was a rugby player. I don't know why I thought that. Anyway, we can talk sports later.
I might look like one. No, I was a goalie.
Okay.
Played varsity for the University of Moncton.
Amazing.
But look, we are all from nature. It is a part of us. I'm a member of the Innu Nation, so we're basically the Quebec-Labrador Peninsula is our home territory. We're Caribou people. Our creation story revolves around our relationship with the stars. We are all made of star stuff, I think was one of UBC's kind of professor's quotes that I heard. And so this idea of we are where we come from, and we come from nature, is something that we need to continually remind ourselves about what that then means in terms of responsibility and reciprocity with our places. And so we have a campaign that supports the work of Guardians. It says, if you take care of the land takes care of you. And when we think about climate action, there's nothing that can be truer. We saw a graph about the fires that was presented earlier this morning. 2023 was a year when Canada was one of the 4 top emitters globally. And so what happens to nature isn't just about what happens to us, but it's also what happens to climate. And so, I feel funny about nature being thought of as a fundamental infrastructure, to be honest. But, whatever works to get us there, I'm kind of at that point.
Whatever we need to call it. Yeah. Irina, what's at risk? What does it mean when we think about nature as really fundamental infrastructure or to quality of life, to economy, and what's at risk?
Well, first of all, I have to say I feel a little left out. I'm not a goaltender, nor a Habs fan. Go Maple Leafs. But
you're in good company, I'm pretty sure.
I was a volleyball player, and my nickname's Boomer. So there you go. We need all sports, I think.
We could do a totally different conversation up here.
Valerie and I have known each other for decades at this point. We were both working on sustainable forest management, and it's really wonderful to see you again. And what she speaks is so obvious. Yet, for decades, we've treated nature as separate from the economy and as an environmental issue rather than an economic one. But from a scientific perspective, increasingly, nature is not separate from the economy. Nature is the foundation of the economy. We just have to think about how forests regulate the climate, wetlands reduce flooding, watersheds provide clean drinking water. In fact, in the state of New York, that's what their drinking water supply is based on, is the watersheds. And ecosystems store carbon, support biodiversity, and sustain the natural systems every sector depends on. So nature is infrastructure. And like any infrastructure, it can degrade. So today, scientists are seeing early warning systems. Some of Canada's natural systems are becoming less resilient. Unprecedented wildfire seasons, more floods and droughts, more toxin-producing algal blooms, and ecosystems that once served as carbon sinks are now becoming major carbon sources, as Valerie had just said. So these are not isolated events, they are signals. They're telling us that Canada's natural balance sheet is showing signs of stress, and no nation can build lasting prosperity by drawing down its most important assets faster than they can recover. That is why this moment matters, and if Canada is accelerating nation building, it must also accelerate nature building.
Thank you so much, yeah. So we've heard mention throughout the morning, and you've both alluded to, the very real impacts of a changing climate that we're seeing in the form of just devastating wildfire seasons across the country. And you both focus on that in your work in different ways. Irina, with that as a very specific way that a changing climate is showing up, what is that telling us about our relationship with nature? And I mean, it's a bit of a leading question, and the urgency.
Yes, indeed. In fact, I have developed asthma as an adult, and I get acute asthma attacks. And I'd be in Toronto when Canada was on fire, basically in 2023, from coast to coast to coast, suffering from asthma, as many other Canadians have as well. And I would say that for most of Canada's history, nature has been our ally. Forests created jobs, supported communities, regulated water, stored carbon, and helped build the prosperity that we enjoy today. And in many ways, we still do. But climate change is altering the conditions under which these systems evolved. As a scientist, what concerns me is that the wildfire is often treated as the problem. Wildfires are not the problem. They are the signal. They're telling us that resilience can no longer be taken for granted. We see it in the longer fire seasons, in forests that once absorbed carbon becoming carbon sources after these large fires, and in repeated evacuations and growing impacts on communities, like in Fort McMurray and many other places in the West across the country. So the lesson is not that nature has become our enemy, and I know, Elizabeth, I said that earlier, but I've had time to reflect. The lesson is that we're losing some of the resilience that allowed nature to be our ally. And that is a very different conversation, because once resilience is lost, rebuilding it is far more expensive than maintaining it.
We heard this morning that nature doesn't need us; we need nature. This is a delicate balance of a relationship, and we need nature as our ally. Val, you have worked in a very hands-on way in the forest. Tell us about your experience with these increasingly devastating wildfires and what that signals to you.
Just to thank you for a couple thoughts. Between 1980 and 2021, 42% of wildfire evacuations were First Nations. 5% of the population, just to kind of talk about. Last year, 1 in 7 First Nations were evacuated due to out-of-control fires. When we think about what kind of money is invested in these regions, since 2022, there's been $791 million for wildfire activities, not including emergency response funds, which is a bit of a pet peeve of mine in terms of how provinces think about the cost of emergencies. We could do better in planning for those things rather than relying on kind of pointed opportunities, but only 6% of those funds went to First Nations. There is the kind of the pressure of climate change is not being appropriately recognized on who is bearing those pressures. And what opportunities can be given by that reality as well. And so if we think about resilience, I know from as a planner, I'm a forester by trade, and when we think about planning, the best sweet spot between Indigenous knowledge and Western science or Western ways of doing that is in risk management. Because as Indigenous peoples, we do risk management. That is our survival depended on it, so we better manage risk. And the problem with modern planning is we have an optimization kind of reality in forest management. We want to optimize economic returns. We want to optimize community development. We want to optimize, but we're not actually managing for risk and or managing for resilience in a way that we can. We know how to do it. It's not like the science is missing. What we miss is the execution of bringing that knowledge into real world decision making. And who decides matters, because the values on this kind of optimization targets is because of who's deciding. And so bringing in this new ways of governance and recognizing the reality that 90% of the Canadian population lives in places like this, not in areas north where this is an acute problem, which means the political power for this country is here, not in those regions, then we should be really rethinking our leadership models to include other values and other risk management strategies to reinforce who we are as a country. And gosh darn it, if this country can't get it right, then how the heck can we ask any other country to get it right?
I'd love to unpack that further, Val, and as we shift into thinking, what do the solutions look like then? We've talked about the challenge, the urgency, and the incredible impact on First Nations and Indigenous communities of just wildfire as one example. You've talked about, when we talked before, I described Indigenous-led stewardship not just as conservation, but a fundamentally different governance model. And that's what you're starting to allude to, I think. And so what does that look like in practice? And what are some of the ways that it is different from Western approaches that we should be looking to model?
Yeah, so how many people have heard of Indigenous Guardians in this room? Awesome. Have you all signed up to landneedsguardians.ca, by the way? Please do.
Do it now. You're allowed to look at your phone just right now.
Absolutely. So Indigenous Guardians are an incredible opportunity for this country. With the reality that most of the population lives there, but we're so dependent on the health of our ecosystems as a country, and not just because we're humans who depend on lands, but it's also fundamentally who we are as a country. I don't know about you guys, but when we think about kind of Canadian imagery, we've got the caribou in our quarter, the large boreal forest, that famous lake in the Rockies. All of those kind of things are who we think we are. Yet we're not connected to these places. And that's where Indigenous Guardians can really make a difference. So right now, there are over 200 Indigenous Guardians programs, and shout out to the Government of Canada that has invested in those programs. But we can do even better. In fact, what we need to find is a long-term financial solution for how this becomes a recognized profession in Canada, and how their contributions to the fact that Irina might be able to breathe better because of activities in the north of fire management and fire stewardship has a value, societal value, that we need to invest in as a country. The other thing is we know that up to a third of the solution, the Paris Target Agreement solutions, is in conserving nature. Guess who's conserving more nature than anybody else in this country? Indigenous peoples. In fact, over 90% of protected areas that have been established in the last 20 years have been Indigenous-led or co-led. And our 30% target that Prime Minister Carney really emphasized during his announcement of the nature strategy early on, most of that is with Indigenous peoples actually doing that work on the ground. But are they sustainable? Not yet. We don't actually have a financial model that will sustain all of this work that is happening by Indigenous communities into the future. And part of doing that is recognizing that the contributions and that it's a job, and that return on investment reduces costs to society and generally of other programs like social programs around mental health, suicide prevention, violence, all of those other problems that we know are present in many communities. So, yeah, let's just do Guardians.
Just do Guardians. That's the solution. Irina, I mean, we talked about, we've got a fascinating convergence of Indigenous traditional knowledge and ways of thinking and governance with Western science. How does the Western science align with or support the approaches that Val's describing?
Well, first of all, I just want to echo something that Valerie said. I mean, Canada's first risk assessors, risk managers were Indigenous people, and they did it to survive. How much can we learn from them, right? And I would say that one of the most encouraging developments of my career has been watching the Western and Indigenous science, because it is a science, converge around a common understanding of resilience. And so for decades, and I'm one of them, Western science has really moved forward of treating nature as something that could be measured or managed or optimized. But what we're learning is that resilience comes from something deeper. It comes from diversity. It comes from connectivity. It comes from systems thinking and maintaining relationships with ecosystems rather than optimizing individual parts. Indigenous science has built around those principles, and we have a lot to learn from them. And that science has gone on for generations. So in many ways, we're just catching up to you, Val. We're catching up, but it's an exciting time. And I have the privilege of also sitting on the science advisory panel for the Government of Alberta's chief scientist. We have a joint Indigenous wisdom circle with the Western science panel. Man, I feel like I'm in kindergarten learning from some of the elders. We have so much to learn from you.
Well, you don't need to catch up. We can just join hand and do it together.
There
like, you know?
Yeah. Thank you.
Val, you talked about that need to shift from optimizing for extraction to building that long-term resilience, which I think joining hands and just getting it done, yeah. You've already talked about some ways that shows up in practice, but to talk more about that that really proactive shift and what the science, from your perspective, the Indigenous science, the knowledge shows us.
Yeah, so I shout out to Simca and Giselle Martin from the Clayoquot Nation who coined the term land relationship planning. And for those of you who may not know, most provinces are moving away from it's my way of saying land use planning, only without the use connotation kind of driving the activity. But most provinces are moving away from doing active land use planning. At a time when we want to diversify our economy, ratchet up development, and be a global leader in clean tech and energy and all the things that we're hearing about at Toronto Climate Week. That's a heck of a challenge to do at a time when we're ratcheting down good instruments to help us with decision making and help communities find their place in doing that. What good is it for us to move to all of this technological changes if we're not actually bringing all Canadians along? If we can talk about electrification in the south, but if we're still in the north on diesel and paying, like, I kid you not, $92 for a watermelon in Nain, Labrador, then who are we as a country? So we really need to rethink how we're looking at our relationship and asking those fundamental questions. I mean, this whole 7-generation things isn't just some weird woo-woo kind of concept. It's actually about responsibility and accountability to those future generations. And let's think about that in our decision-making processes and bring people along and do that in a way that can uplift all of our prosperity. Like, I live in Goose Bay, Labrador. The success of Shehajit, an Innu community, I'm going to test you later if you can pronounce that. I'm kidding. Is a lot the success of Goose Bay. And in fact, the future of Goose Bay depends on Innu Nation as a nation thriving. Fort St. John, British Columbia, Yellowknife, Northwest Territories, Whitehorse, Yukon, Thunder Bay, Ontario. These are all cities who do better when the First Nations, upon whose back they are built, it can prosper and be involved in decision making. We see it in community justice, we see it in all of those other spheres. So my plea is for making space and being deliberate about rethinking the ways that we make decisions in this country and being inspired more by a collective rights view as opposed to an individual rights view, which drives a lot of those processes that we know.
You're making my job very easy here. Thank you. Irina, when we think about that shift and those opportunities we're talking local and we're starting to think how and I know we don't like how that trickles, or how that impact spreads. How are you thinking about that at a more macro economy level, that shift from optimizing to building resilience?
Well, first of all, if you don't mind, Elizabeth, I feel like I need to pick up on something that Val had said about, engaging Indigenous communities in the decision-making process. And I have to say that, recently, I feel like the country is at a crossroads in terms of our economy. And we hear a lot about nation building. We hear about a lot of major infrastructure projects that are now coming on the landscape. But as a scientist and an environmental scientist, I'm also hearing concerns from the scientific community at what cost. Just to give you a couple examples, and this is in honor of Brian Burke, who, if he's still in the audience, shout out to you. Alberta, just before Christmas, had announced something called a 17-week rule, and that rule was basically to allow farmers to plow through all small wetlands within the province. In Saskatchewan, they have had a new wetland policy. 75% of the wetlands are not protected any longer. So these small features, which people may play hockey on, or maybe they're too small, but they're essential for things such as carbon storage and biodiversity and flood and drought regulation. In fact, last week I was speaking at the Society for Canadian Aquatic Sciences, showing first time the evidence that these small little wetlands in the headwaters had signals that were able to control the algal blooms in one of the Great Lakes, Lake Winnipeg. And so we are at a crossroads, and we need to engage Indigenous communities in decision making, but we also need to kind of take pause a little bit, I think, about nation building, yes, but a nation building that values the natural capital, that understands that the natural capital is foundational to economic prosperity, and further, that natural capital is at risk because of climate change. And if we don't treat nature as a relative, as a relationship with nature, we're going to suffer in the long term in terms of our economic prosperity.
Thank you. What an absolute pleasure it has been to moderate this conversation. Not surprisingly, we didn't get to everything we wanted to cover. I do want to give each of you, though, a chance for sort of a closing thought. We were going to talk capital, and so if you would like your closing thought to be about, that fundamental question, the value and in the investing, and also, we want to leave with a bit of hope. And so, Irina, maybe I'll start with you to give, final thoughts.
I'm going to focus on the investment, and I'll let Valerie speak about the hope, if you don't mind. But it's one that I've been thinking a lot about. Yeah. And again, I think this is one of the most important questions of our generation. And the problem is that nature fundamentally lacks value. It's not that it lacks value. The problem is that much of nature's value remains invisible until it's too late. And so markets understand assets, they understand depreciation, but they often fail to recognize the value of healthy forests, functioning watersheds, resilient ecosystems, until those systems start to fail. And by then, the cost is enormous. So as a scientist, I would argue that nature is not an environmental asset, it is a productive asset. It generates income and earnings and economic value over time. And like any productive asset, it requires investment, just like you were talking about with the guardianship. When a bridge deteriorates, we invest in maintenance. When a forest deteriorates, we often call it an environmental issue. And that needs to change. So if nature is infrastructure, we need to invest in it like infrastructure. Long-term stewardship, public and private investments, and valuation frameworks that recognize resilience as an economic asset. So that includes investments in the Indigenous guardianship and other stewardship programs that are already demonstrating long-term value on the ground. So the cheapest climate adaptation strategy is often protecting the natural systems that are already protecting us.
Thank you, Irina. Val, I know we want to clap for everything, but I want to, Valerie, I want to give you the closing thought, speaker's choice.
Please hope.
Well, look, I'm a very naturally hopeful person. People ask me because I've worked in kind of nature conservation and climate, and it's very easy to kind of get down there. But I do believe that durable social change occurs when we're building for something rather than defending from something. And so I choose to be hopeful, and I do think that uplifting the role of Indigenous nations, I am feeling a general kind of pushback, this fear against property rights, and this kind of weird sort of ugly anti-Indigenous head that's ringing out. But I think in this room, what I feel is we have allies. And you are part of capital markets, you're creating jobs, and it's really important that we start to really address that, and not in the way that kind of focuses on the problem, but where are we going together and how do we enable that to happen? And that to me is what Guardians are about, that to me is what equity is about, that is to me is why we lift up communities of women and immigrant communities and all of the people that are all made up of this room. And I want to be able to look at my two grandsons and say, hey, bud, I think you're going to be proud of me when you grow up. And I hope that you're going to aim to be the person that your grandchildren are going to be proud of after we're through with our job as humans in this time, in this place.
Big round of applause. Thank you. Valerie Courtois, Dr. Irina Creed.
The one that I really liked is nation building is nature building. That's the one that I think is going to stick with me, right? Is that if we want to build Canada as a nation, which is something that we can get around and that we can back, then we should also be thinking about building the nature here in Canada. It was a great idea to me of just something quite simple there about Canada, which is something that evokes emotion and we can actually move forward with, as that being a way of getting people involved with the economic side of nature so that we actually make the investments, which is what we're going to transition to now. Because I know one of the single fundamental biggest challenges we see with the environment and with what we have with climate is trying to balance private capital, investment. How do we actually put money to work in this space in a way that is both giving financial returns, which is what the capital is asking for, and also then being good stewards of the environment that we have. So the next panel is going to be on sustainable finance. For me, this is the crux of it all. If you don't get the money to come into the space, we're really not going to get there, because money is the resource that we need. And so we're going to have Sandra come up and be the moderator for our next panel. Sandra has over 25 years experience at the cross-section of sustainability, climate, impact, finance. So she's a great person to be able to help shepherd us to provide some ideas. A warm welcome, please, for Sandra. should have.
Oh, sorry, a panelist, please come up. Like, hey, wait. Okay. There we go. Nice and cozy. Hello, everyone. So, good afternoon and welcome. Thanks for joining us for this timely conversation on how capital is being or should be allocated to accelerate the energy transition and to build Canada's economic advantage. So as you know, as investment continues to move into clean energy, resilient infrastructure, and emerging technologies, contrary to what some of the headlines would have you believe, yes, capital is still flowing quite a lot into those things, but Canada, of course, faces a pivotal choice. Do we want to lead, or are we going to fall behind? There are a number of things to consider when we allocate capital to sustainable companies and initiatives. So what is sustainable? Where should we focus? How are we going to measure progress? How do we manage risk? And how do we optimize opportunities? So I am really pleased to have the pleasure of moderating what I'm sure is going to be an interesting discussion with three fantastic colleagues with very different perspectives on the topic. So let's meet our panel now that they've come up. So I will start with my near left. So Mark Sylvester is General Manager, Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation Community Trust and a Senior Advisor at Makwate Consulting. So his focus is on assisting in the development of self-sustaining, viable Indigenous economies that meet the needs and goals of Indigenous peoples. He also has many other community activities, including serving as a board member at the Atkinson Foundation and Mount Allison University. Next to Mark is Jan Mart Smith. He's an associate professor of finance at the Rotman School of Management at U of T, and he's also cross-appointed to the School of the Environment. He teaches courses in sustainable finance as well as traditional corporate finance, and he's a member of the President's Advisory Committee on the Environment, Climate Change, and Sustainability. And at your right is Nelson Switzer. So Nelson is managing partner and co-founder of Climate Innovation Capital, or Climate IC, where he focuses on deal sourcing, due diligence, asset management, and stakeholder engagement. He's also the author of a relatively new book called The Gigacorn Hunter, a book that shows investors and entrepreneurs how to identify, support, and profit from the breakthrough technologies that will decarbonize the global economy. So Nelson, I hope you appreciate the pitch for your book that I've just provided you in front of this room of very interested stakeholders. Okay, so what I'd like to do actually is I want to start with, we don't have a ton of time, of course, but I thought I'd start with one opening question that I would pose to all the folks on the stage. I guess it's the elephant in the room, and you're going to see various versions of this question and discussion throughout Climate Week, I think. But I want to get your take, each of you, and maybe with 2 or 3 minutes apiece, on how is the political climate changing the conversation around sustainable finance from where you sit. So in your work as an investor, an educator, and an advisor, has the narrative around sustainable finance changed a lot, and has it changed the way that you do your thing? Maybe I'll start right here with Mark.
All right, thank you. Yeah, from our perspective, we, settling land claims, a lot of First Nation Indigenous communities, essentially part of it was being forced into the publicly traded markets, and we realized that how was that benefiting our communities? What we realized, and 20 years ago, I founded the National Aboriginal Trust Officers Association, and 10 years later, we partnered with the Shareholder Association for Research and Education and created the Reconciliation Responsible Investment Initiative, because we recognized that stewarding our investments was incredibly important. That was the part we weren't really doing, and Share gave us that ability. The other part was we were recognizing we were investing with other people's values. And so we really had to bring in the cultural and traditional values of that particular First Nation community. And I was really happy to see Chief Margaret here, because prior to her being chief, she was our chairperson of our community trust for 10 years. So she was there helping us do that work, bring the values of the Mississauga people tie into our investment policy, which means we're stewarding the investments that we hold, and we're prioritizing companies that do good work with Indigenous communities, those who have developed reconciliation action plans or formalized Indigenous policy. Somebody asked me earlier if sustainability and climate was part of our goals, and I said, well, no, our goal was to invest consistent with our values, which then would include those sustainability and targets that we want our companies to manage. And I think with the climate here in Canada, it's very much helping Indigenous communities be part of it. In my role with Mokwite, we're working with companies to develop reconciliation action plans. And I had somebody mention that it's their social responsibility, and I said, thank you, but no, get that out of your mind. It's a business decision. We want to turn these business decisions in a way of working with Indigenous people. So I don't want you to do anything nice for me. I want you to work with me. And to Valerie's point earlier, looking for allies, we're looking for accomplices. We want people with skin in the game.
Love it. Love it. Thank you. Okay, great. Thanks very much for that, Mark. So, Jan, in your work as an academic, as a researcher, and a teacher of young minds, and a bunch of other things, are you seeing the conversation different in this political climate? What's shifting? Sustainable finance.
So, yeah, clearly there's a shift, and it'll be easy enough to say there was a bully a few hundred kilometers south of here who's going to be around for another 3 years, so let's somehow arrange ourselves around that, and Canada will be the great hope to fix it. We're not. We're not actually fixing it at this time as Canadians. And I actually think yes, equity markets, there's been a lot of money moving out. They haven't fixed the problem either. They haven't bent the Keeling curve down. There are some great opportunities in finance, but we need to get rid of one thing. We need to stop just talking about win-win. We need to stop talking about how we're all going to get rich when we solve climate change our Canadian way. Climate change is a global coordination failure, and that basically means that what is best for an individual and an individual city and country is not necessarily best for the world. We need to confront that, we need to be open about that, and then unleash what we have in Canada. And that doesn't mean sustainable finance in the traditional way where investors will get paid back by my children. In their words, that's not cool. And just loading up debt is also not cool. We need to pay for this. We have consumed our winnings over the last few decades in Canada with our very high per capita carbon emissions, and we need to be confronting the costs and then minimize the costs. And that's the financial infrastructure we need. We need to really tool up on blended finance. Shout out to Convergence Capital. If anybody's here, you're doing the right thing. We need to figure out how to educate our students without putting that win-win narrative on them as an entry card. If you don't make money with this, we don't want anything to do with you in our financial markets. And with that honesty, we can get on to the hard part, which is to pay our cost, to pay our bill in the most effective way, in the least cost way that we can over the coming generation. So that's sort of my hope for the change. But let me just reiterate, we're still all working in sustainable finance. Trump didn't shut us up. We're still doing the work. We're just hushing it a little bit so we don't get hit on our fingers.
That may be the biggest difference, right?
Right.
We're a little quieter about it.
Right.
Okay, I love what you said about, I think it's the really important elephant in the room is that this is not always a win-win because of the little thing called externalities, right? Yeah, gotcha. We'll talk about that a little more. Nelson, what are you seeing?
Same question.
Well, yeah, same question, but are you seeing the political climate change the way that you're doing investment? I know that your fund is relatively new, but have you seen a shift?
For sure, and I think there's a couple ways, and I'm going to focus on the question around narrative. So I would say that there's 3 ways that the narrative changed. 1, polarization. 2, conflation. But 3, clarity. So on the polarization side, and some of you may have heard me talk about this before, I call it the Al Gore effect. It was this notion that Al Gore came out and he delivered this opus, if you will, in The Inconvenient Truth. And he wasn't wrong. He certainly wasn't early, but he was a political face. And as soon as Al Gore gave it a political face, that meant there was a political enemy, which led to where we are with Trump. So that's the polarization. And we are spending so much time in this polarizing position when we should be reaching across the aisle and inviting these people in and sharing opportunities. So that's one. On the conflation part, we continue to call, or I should say those who are looking to continue the polarization for political, economic, or other gain, or whatever their rationale, they're conflating ESG with sustainable finance as though those things are the same, and they are not. ESG is data, sustainable finance or sustainable development is a very, very different thing. So that's the second. And the last, which I love to talk about most, is the clarity that we have now. Because I also like to say, sustainable finance is not ESG, as I said a moment ago. It is EBITDA. I do believe that this is eminently profitable when it's executed appropriately with a fundamental understanding of your stakeholders, your resources, and your goals. And where we are now is we are starting to see that. Now, do I think that everybody needs to keep reinventing sustainable finance taxonomies one after the other? No. And I know we had lunch over this one, actually, Sandra. But it's been amazing to see sector-specific initiatives being identified as actionable. And I think that clarity is important. So yes, the conversation has changed, and I think in those three fundamental ways.
Okay, thanks. Actually, you raised a really important point there, and that is something that I find deeply irritating in terms of the conflation thing is, yes, conflating ESG with sustainability, but also conflating climate change or climate risk with sustainability. I think that's another big problem. And that's probably gotten us into some of the problems we're seeing right now. I think, Nelson, maybe I'm going to ask you to just follow up because you raised it and maybe the others want to dive in a little bit. But, do you want to share, because I saw you nodding and I know we've talked about this, what goes off the rails when we start conflating climate, a very important specific issue, with sustainability when we're talking finance or solutions?
Well, I can start it, but I'm guessing that Jan's going to have something much deeper than I have to share. But I'll try to hone into this, is that climate finance is sustainable finance. Sustainable finance is not climate finance. And I think it's really important to understand that it is a sleeve. Now, a lot of us will talk about a variety of nexus, right? We have the energy, food, water nexus. What is at the center of it? Climate. The weather incidents that we have that threaten that supply chain. We talk about the notion of deployment of capital with impact metrics. What are the metrics that matter? Now, when we look at an investment, decarbonization is the first impact metric we look at. Resilience and adaptation is the second. But we also look at the whole host of other SDGs to give us another framework through which to look. But that does not mean that we are out there as a sustainable finance initiative looking for equitable alternatives, job creation, and so on. We want that, but that's not where we're focused. So climate finance is, to me, a pillar within, but it certainly does not encompass. So I think people do conflate the two. Sometimes it matters, other times it doesn't.
Yeah, Jan, do you want to talk a bit about that?
I'll talk about anything forever.
Yeah.
So don't get me started.
Well, let's say for 2 minutes, what would you focus on?
Yeah, the conflation, I mean, my entire first class and second class is about clarity. It's about getting done what we need to get done so we can move on. So if we want to think of sort of ESG as the way that large financial institutions, large investors think about the risks and opportunities that are delivered by climate or sustainability, depending on where you want to go, what they have in mind is risks and opportunities for financial value, and that's fine. And Sustainalytics, homegrown organization, is fantastic at helping them out. I wish they hadn't sold themselves to Morningstar and kind of gotten off the rail a little bit, but still. But There are two other important components. One is impact. That's where smaller firms, venture capital, a lot of the stuff you're doing generates real impact, and there's real win-win still left. But it's not the billions or perhaps even trillions that we need from large corporations. I'm sorry, mining, oil and gas, over half of what we do in Toronto, you've missed the boat. If you'd started 20 years ago, there would be win-win all over the place. Now it's time to pay the bill. Let's do it together at the least cost way, the most efficient, the quickest, the scalable way, but we need an entire rethinking there. And then there's an entire audience left out, and those are about a third, depending on the research that you're looking at, of people who simply no longer want to get wealthier off the backs of our planet and those in our society that cannot fend for themselves. And they want a way to invest and allocate money. I don't want to call it so that they get the green glow or the happy effect. They simply say, enough is enough. I want to know where to put my money and fund my retirement and my kids' education without making the problem worse. And we have a lot of work to do there, but I think Toronto is a place that could actually help us get that clarity. So I agree, clarity should be it.
Yeah, woo, yay. Yeah, so what I'm hearing is that there are different kinds of investors who may put more value on a broader lens around sustainable investing, investing for the future, et cetera. And then there are also going to be investors who maybe put climate first, but what you're saying, Nelson, is that you're still going to have to think about your investments and what they do for some of those other SDGs.
Well, there's unintended consequences, right, of any
Exactly.
investment that you make. So if you want to be a climate financier or a sustainable financier, you need to make sure that you are looking at all of those so you're not doing more harm than good.
Yeah. Well, Mark, sort of, that brings me to, you know, one of the, like you spend a lot of time helping guide companies and I guess investors on what does a good, how does a good company behave in terms of reconciliation, in terms of moving the needle on supporting Indigenous economic leadership. So how do you see the role for Indigenous economic leadership in the way that we take a lens on sustainable finance? Like how do we connect the dots as investors on choosing to put our money in places that also show some consideration of the Indigenous lens?
Yeah, and that was, you know, in the name of the organization that we created, the Reconciliation Responsible Investment Initiative. Originally, now it's the Institute. And it was, you know, in response to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report, and it was for us on the Indigenous side. We want to look at companies that are doing, you know, like we said, good work with Indigenous communities. But what does that mean? Look at the company. What is the percentage of the workforce they've got? You know, is it reflective of the population? And it's not just 10 guys with shovels. It's management throughout the organization. You know, are these companies allowing Indigenous peoples to make decisions on their behalf, and looking at the corporate suite as well, just to, you know, because that's the and also the developing of a policy. You know, when the government passed the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People into law, they're still trying to figure out what that means and how does that get implemented. So for us, in pushing companies to develop, you know, we asked in a shareholder proposal the TMX Group, for example, to develop one, and they just announced it a couple of months ago, that their formalized reconciliation action plan. Here are our targets. Here are our commitments. And as we said, you know, we want accomplices. Now they have some skin in the game about what they've promised to do. We've led the same sort of proposals with 3 other companies. We also led a proposal with a mining company on climate change targets. So when we changed our investment policy to reflect the values of our community, these things are all important. One of my previous chairpersons says, you know, it's our responsibility to generate a return, but we have to be proud of where that money comes from, right? Because that goes to the 7 generations thinking we want to leave you know, this place in a better place for our kids than we got it. like when we do land acknowledgements, you're not just acknowledging who used to live here. You have to remember somebody's ancestors made a decision that we're benefiting from today, and the responsibility now is upon each and every one of us to make those good decisions moving forward. So we view our investing in that manner.
Yeah. Yeah, so what I'm hearing here is that there's a certain lens, and in fact, in the Indigenous lens really does provide us with a fulsome sustainability view, where what you've just said is you're looking at the environmental impacts of the way you place your capital in your organization in the long term, as well as the social, like is this supporting the development of the community, and obviously the economic, which is the full, everyone will recognize that as the full sustainability buffet, versus just leaning hard on only one measure of success.
Well, and just a quick point too, as we move away from a fossil fuel-based economy, we're looking at battery but the rare earth minerals that go into all of those things come from somebody's traditional territory. Right. So we have to learn the lessons about free, prior, and informed consent and consultation and engaging with the communities to be able to get to those to benefit our society and create a better climate.
Yeah. So I could stay up here and ask you guys questions all day, but actually we will literally be dragged off the stage probably in a very nice, polite way, very Canadian way. So I wanted to just ask you each one closing question. So with sustainable finance, I mean, what I'm taking away is a bunch of stuff like invest with values, the need for blended finance, what's good for the individual isn't necessarily always best for the world, and we should think about that. Climate shouldn't be political. But I'm wondering if you could sum up maybe in one sentence each, what is the one thing that you think is holding Canada back or that Canada should lean into if we want to lead on how to do sustainable finance in a way that delivers tangible outcomes? What does that look like? Who wants to start? You basically get one sentence. I might let you have a run-on sentence, but. Do you want to go first, Mark?
Sure, I'll go quickly. Like I said, we're looking for accomplices. We can all work together, and I think that this kind of grouping together are like-minded people that should be knowing who's doing what and working together.
Great. Thank you.
You're too nice. I'm German. We can construct sentences that take about a half hour to do.
Even
so I will do
words.
one.
I'm half German. I know there's like words that are like 5 or 6
We just
words
put them together and sentences.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I think I'm going to do two. I think we need more blended finance, and the important thing to remember as part of blended finance is that requires concessional capital, whether it's government capital or philanthropic capital as the catalyst. We have the expertise here, but we really need to think about how to scale that up and ensure that blended finance works. And one of the places where that, see what I did there?
Very blended.
One of the places where that might work is quite non-traditional. It's agricultural finance is in its infancy. We need to do that in Canada. It's no longer seed to harvest kind of financing, or here's a new tractor financing, or here's how to get your farm within the family. It is truly, how do we change to regenerative agriculture as a blended finance product, something that scales, that we do in the billions, not some little finance house in the middle of Saskatchewan, with all due respect to Saskatchewan.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Nelson.
Just trying to think how to do this without M dashes and colons. The nod to AI. In terms of barriers, I guess I would say that the biggest barrier we have is we're so busy debating whether we should build something instead of just how fast we should build it. That's a huge barrier. And I think the biggest opportunity that we have to help overcome that is breaking down the interprovincial challenges that we have, the interprovincial relationships that are preventing Canada from moving very, very quickly. And a big strength that we have, our pension system.
Okay.
I think our financial system in Canada, it's big enough to matter, but small enough to collaborate. 5 big banks, Maple 8, $2 trillion, I think it's eminently achievable.
Okay, so accomplices, more blended finance, break down barriers, and use our national treasures in terms of our Maple 8 and other types of institutional investors. Okay,
Did you just call our banks our national treasures?
Oh, well,
No,
the National Treasury.
Lean into it. Lean into it. It's all good.
We'll talk later, maybe. That's it. That's a wrap. Help me in thanking the panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. I think when listening to the panel here, which was great and exciting, I think the one thing that I really took away was that my investments and where I'm putting my own personal capital is actually a reflection of me, right? It's something that I get to choose. And it was really interesting to hear that that was a lot of the call to action, is that you should have your capital being reflective of what you value and making sure that's still coming through with this. And so the more that you sit here with your money and say, hey, it's in the bank and it should just give me returns and I'm just going to ignore it, that's actually an opportunity that you could use to do things differently, to express how you want to build the nation, from what we saw in the earlier panel, from here about how do you want to go and actually support sustainability and things of that nature. So it was an interesting thing to me about thinking about my own personal capital much more reflectively and how that reflects on me as a person.
Well, speaking of where you put your capital, Darren, I have a question for you. So, in your day job, when you're not on stage here, not traveling the world, you run a fund focused on adaptation. Tell us a little bit more about why and how you allocate private capital towards adaptation and resiliency and the impact on nature.
I think for me, I'm deeply worried, and I said this at the beginning, about how does humanity get to live a good quality life under a 2.5-degree pathway? Like, we need to go and solve the problem. That should be the majority of the capital, and I'm absolutely there. But we also need to start making sure that no matter what happens, we as humanity have more resiliency there. And so I spend my day looking for the next great invention that's going to get us there. So this is new forms of air conditioning that'll be 10% the cost of existing air conditioning. The most resilient outdoor batteries that you can find that'll make sure that we can have consistent energy in stranded areas. Coastal erosion plays. And to me, though, I shouldn't be putting my capital in places that don't improve the quality of life for humanity, which means I should be considering things like nature even when I go and I get to choose where I allocate my innovation dollars. So it's quite fundamental, this whole interplay between nature, capital, where I'm allocating, looking for the next big thing and trying to drive money to that.
Thank you for sharing that, Darren. And as we close this section, I think, I just want to double click on the conversations that happened in this room. I think they were all very important. Nature is important. Putting capital towards nature is also very important. And that is going to lead us into our final block of the day. I can't believe the day has just flown by. Building the future in real time. You're going to want to come back into this room on time because we're going to talk about everyone's favorite buzzword. And I'm not going to tell you until you come back into this room what that word is. So with that, we're going to break. Please come back on time. Hold on.
2:45. 2:45? Yes.
2:45.
There we go.
And go find Oren to give him a video testimonial. We'll see you back after the break.
See you shortly. All right, all right, all right. This is your 3-minute warning, and we'll get started again. Come on into the auditorium and join us. Yeah, I just go by her, whatever, yeah, whatever her title. If we could get you to start making your way in from the auditorium, please. I think they know. Are we going to do another poll the audience on this one? Are you doing a poll, or if not, we can...
We did have a poll here, but I don't know. Why don't I ask you, like, just a question, like, how are you feeling?
I can lead us in a 7th inning stretch, or the equivalent thereof. All right, come on in. If you don't come on in, I'm going to start rapping. Check, baby, 1, 2, 3. Come on into the room. Can we make sure we get all the mics on, please? And the screens, please. All right, I'm seeing a few more people make their way in. We'll get going in 30 seconds, with or without you.
Testing, okay, great. Got this mic on. Just missing the screen.
Da-da. All right, we're coming to the home stretch, everyone. Welcome back in. We're excited to get going here this afternoon. So we're going to get this show on the road.
Darren, we are officially in our last block of programming. I can hear a lot of chattering still. If you can hear me, clap once.
Dun, dun, dun.
Can you hear me? Clap twice. Thank you, because I want to hear what Darren has to say, because it's the last section of the day. How are you feeling?
Ooh, it's like the 7th inning. I have to admit, I was in the back room doing some jumps, trying to get myself going. But this is going to be great, because I'm really actually excited about just not only what I've learned in the past from the first part of the day, but also where we're going, because this is going to be my favorite block. It's going to be about execution and getting beep done.
Insert beep, whatever you would like.
My mom likes to tell me that I'm full of BS, and I keep reminding her that that's beautiful stuff. I am full of beautiful stuff. Yes.
Indeed, very beautiful stuff. So we're going to have a lot of content in this section, but I want to give a special shout out to someone very special that we're going to be hearing from. Her name is Sarah Clayton, and she's the head of operations for Toronto Climate Week. She gave me permission to tell everyone that we're biking buddies and that we like grapes in different shapes and forms. But she'll be coming up at the end to give us an address, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from her directly because she's been such an instrumental force in Toronto Climate Week this year. Now, I did tell everyone that I was gonna tell you what the buzzword is for our upcoming panel. It's just kidding. It is decarbonization. And so this section and this panel is really gonna focus on how decarbonization is going to help us build the future in real time and what that execution looks like. And so to kick us off, we are going to start with the panel that is moderated by Kai Alderson, partner at Fasken. Please join me in welcoming the speakers to the stage.
Great, well, thank you very much. It's so great to be here.
I didn't mean to match the chairs.
So do I.
Yeah.
So do I.
Do I get a booster seat or? So thank you very much. It's really wonderful to be here for this event. And on this panel, we're going to be talking about moving from emissions reduction to economic advantage. And that starts from the concept, as we talked about, of decarbonization. But I have to take a little moment to break the fourth wall here and let you in on a little bit of a behind the scenes moment when we started talking about our decarbonization panel. And we had a moment where we thought, is decarbonization really the right word? Because decarbonization is obviously critical. It's obviously the central element, the central plank of what we have to achieve. But maybe it's a little negative, maybe it's a little narrow, maybe it's a little dated. Because when we talk about decarbonization only, we're talking about saying no to a thing rather than saying yes to a future, yes to modernization, yes to, as Canadians, rising to the challenge of reinventing enterprises and reinventing energy systems across the country into the new era. And so we decided we were going to reorient the panel from saying no to carbon, which is still important and central, to saying yes to a new way of doing business, both at the level of individual companies and at the level of energy systems. So we have a great panel to walk us through this because we've got people from all the different areas. We've got Sanders Leger, who's the co-founder and CEO of Carbon Hound. We have Lindsay Hampson, founder of This Rock. Eric Muller, Director of Policy for Ontario for Canadian Renewable Energy Association. And we have Kwatama Cole-Sayers, Executive Director of the Indigenous Power Coalition. We have in Canada, thank you. We have in Canada all of the ingredients that we need for the transformation that we're talking about. We have renewable resources, we have technical expertise, we have deep and sophisticated capital markets. The question is not whether we have the tools, it's whether we can match ambition to execution, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. So just to get us started, I want to go back to that moment that we had when we were getting ready for our panel. And I'm going to ask each of the panel members in turn the same question. When you hear the word decarbonization, what misunderstandings do you think that invites? And what do we gain by reframing the question away from decarbonization and towards economic advantage?
I fear I was the instigator of some of this revolt.
No, not fear. You were definitely the person who instigated the revolt, and it was a revolt.
Inspired. I apologize in advance. Look, I think for me, we can't, decarbonization for many people and businesses feels like it's a discrete work stream in a business with specialists working on that topic, and I think that's wrong. I think fundamentally when we think about translating decarbonization into something that will actually be executed on, it needs to be talked about in the context of business. So we need to be talking about how do we reduce energy costs? How do we maintain price competitiveness? You know, all of these things are actually related to decarbonization, and often decarbonization is a co-benefit of these other business benefits, and we need to be talking in the same language so that if I'm a CEO, I don't need to learn entirely new vocabulary to get to these outcomes. And so I think that would probably be my biggest misconception. It's not separate and distinct. It's actually part of just running a good business.
Part of the same fabric. Lindsay, what about you?
Yes, so can everyone hear me? Okay, my mic is on. Thanks for inviting me up on the panel. I come from the Hammer. Anybody from Hamilton? Woo, see, the Hammer's loud. So a couple years ago, I was sitting in the cotton factory, which is kind of downtown Hamilton, and my dad worked in steel when I was a kid, and somebody said, oh, there's a new conference coming up, and it's about decarbonization. And all I could picture was like this dirty thing becoming slightly cleaner, and it felt like really only about steel. So I Googled it, and of course now I know more about what it is. But it did seem like these people, like decarbonization, but it's really a broader topic about modernization. So that's kind of what I've learned over the last bunch of years. And even in Hamilton last week, I had a steel-toe boots on and a hard hat, and I was walking down by the ports, and like it's way more than decarbonization. It is modernization. So yeah, that's why I agreed with Sanders when he shook the boat, stirred the pot.
Eric, what about you?
Sure, thanks, Kai. And I'm bringing the renewable energy perspective here, so as well as Quatuma as well. And so you talk about a hard hat and steel-toed boots. I got to visit the largest battery energy storage site in Canada last week near Six Nations, 300 megawatts. And so really amazing to see the building instead of the taking away. So that's my reframing on this decarbonization question, is reframing from taking stuff or taking something away to building Canada's clean economy, to building Canada's energy security. And a month ago, our Canadian Renewable Energy Association had a clean power finance summit, bringing Bay Street and clean energy together. And it was very much about that building theme, the $200 billion opportunity, speaking the same language as those investors. And they flocked to this conference. The major banks, the large institutional investors want to be a part of making clean energy deals and financing. So it's very much that, yes, going forward, building something new.
Great. I love the message. Quatuma, what about you? Decarbonization, pro or con?
I think, I think with jurisdictions, to convince folks of the need for more electricity, you can use the language of decarbonization, the language of economics, because that's what policymakers will listen to. Other jurisdictions will be more open to climate and the need to take climate action. And I agree with Eric, that we need to focus on a forward-thinking approach where we want to build the infrastructure to displace more gas. We need to build that infrastructure so we can move to a clean economy. And that's what we're doing at the Indigenous Power Coalition, is ensuring that we have enough transmission to not only build more generation, more battery storage, but also the transmission to move those electrons to where it's needed, from where it's generated to where it's needed, because right now we're lacking.
Yeah, that's so important, and we're going to get back to that transmission question soon. Sanders, let me ask you, just to get us started, because Carbon Hound is an emissions measurement company. You know, I don't know. I don't want to be too critical, but that can sound a bit like accounting and boring and all that.
When, like accounting?
What do you find in terms of, you know, from your experience, when do companies start seeing that less as an accounting exercise and more as a question of how do they generate business value?
Okay, first of all, in defense of accountants.
Okay. We love accountants.
If you're a CFO or CEO, you have a good financial report. That's pretty important, right? So I think when we think about making decisions about climate and about other things, you need to have the right inputs to make good management decisions. And I think that's really what carbon accounting is about. You know, you look at the largest businesses in the world, you look at, let's say, Walmart, let's look at Costco, let's look at Amazon. These are incredibly large businesses with extremely competitive, price-conscious customers, right? And they're the ones that are the most focused on understanding the carbon in their supply chains. And why is that? It's because it's actually the most competitive way to do business right now. You know, you look at mobile fleets, they're 20 to 25% less expensive to run with EVs compared to others. That's why you see all these Amazon delivery cars everywhere. So the point is that when we think about carbon accounting, it's about just like you need your financial information to know whether you run a financially healthy business, the same thing applies here. This is just a new lens for you to look at your business through and make better operational decisions.
Yeah, that really resonates with me in terms of seeing how my clients take GHG emissions reporting and turn that into action. Lindsay, you deal with you work with companies all around the world, and you're helping them move from ambition to action in particular. So 2 questions for you. What's the most common gap between sustainability as an idea and how companies, you know, move from commitment to operationalizing sustainability? And then the second question is, how do you think Canadian companies compare to companies from elsewhere in the world, such as Europe?
I love this question. So it takes a village. So there's 2 other people in the audience that work at This Rock, Stephen and Ashita. And over the last bunch of years now, we've almost been in business for 4 years, helping companies around the world. We have gotten to know what sludge is. We've gotten to know what e-waste is. We're getting good at counting kilowatt hours and gallons. And so companies that are new to sustainability, that's kind of the first thing they see. They're like, wait, we have to count our greenhouse gas emissions. So they can use Carbon Hound, or they figure it out and they get a baseline. And then somewhere down the line, one of their large customers said, hey, if you want to work with us next year, you better come up with a target for reduction. And then, you know, time goes on. And to your question, Kai, then their eyes become really big and they're like, wait, we have to meet these targets. So that's how you very, very quickly move from sustainability to like action. So my new favorite thing that I just wrote down here is, what do we do Monday morning is like the new thing that I want to talk to clients about. So we had this cool client that we got to work with for a 2nd year, and they're in the polymer space. And this year we actually got to say, so you have 5 locations. Do you see this one location? The energy is super high here. And why is it not high here? And we're actually like highlighting spots and talking about energy reduction. And so it's moving from like laptop work, which we joke about, spreadsheets and laptops, to like toolboxes and backpacks now. And so it's go time. So I'm seeing that for sure. And then your second question was about what am I seeing around the world? So we have a client that has 11 sites in Europe. They're in the pharmaceutical space. And they're ahead of everybody else that we work with right now. And the reason is that they actually have solar panels. Before we met them, they had already talked about trying to reduce their energy consumption because it made sense. And it's so common over there. And so what we're helping them do is very different than us discussing like the ROI of an actual project. So not that I don't think it can happen here. I think now the motivation is clear and it's here. And people are realizing it's about modernization and profitability. But yeah, we're a little behind the game, but there's lots of people, smart people in the room that can say, hey, we've already seen this work, come with me and I'll show you how it works.
That's great. I had a question for you, Sanders, in terms of when I think about companies just beginning to measure, just beginning to really tackle their emissions profile. And we went through this as a law firm. We started looking at our GHG inventory, and it created a lot of questions, but I wonder, what's the most surprising insight? Not the questions and the concerns, but what's the most surprising business insight that you think your clients gain once they start taking emissions seriously and measuring them?
That's a tough question to answer because why people take on this work actually varies so much. So we've had one client where they're doing it because they're being forced to by Microsoft, which is great. And I'm here for that. But what they realized, and then what was funny is that what they did was they took this request from Microsoft, and then 2 years later, it's a pillar of their organization in terms of how they attract talent to their business, because they're an animation studio. And so their people are actually their product, and what they realized was that they were missing something in their business around how they could attract and retain this great talent. And then on the flip side of that, you've got hard asset businesses in real estate or manufacturing where they start to realize how much waste there is. And I think that's there are situations where people are running machines over the weekend, but nobody's actually working on the weekend, right? So I think in many ways when we think about climate reporting, it's an engagement opportunity with your team, and you never know what's going to come out of that engagement sometimes, and often people just need an excuse to get involved. And I think that's one of the most brilliant things about what we do, is that it gives people the excuse to raise their hand up and say, hey, I think we can do something a little bit better. I think we can do it a little bit differently.
Lindsay, how how does our picture change? Because that's a really good example where you start in one direction and it's emissions accounting, and it moves to employee engagement, it moves to getting people motivated, it moves to real business value. How do you see things changing, what the concept of sustainability means when we move from concept to reality?
I want sustainability to become really boring. Like mundane, like a normal meeting at the business. Like, I think that's where it's going, which is lovely. It's like another part of the business, and everybody talks about it, and everybody has KPIs, and oh, I'd love it if the CEO was judged on their performance based on how they did against their targets. So yeah, I do. I hope that it just becomes part of the business. I really do. That's a short answer, but it's the truth.
So, question for both you first, Lindsay, and then Sanders. Surprise question. So give us a couple of more examples. I think these examples are really, really important to help mobilize people. What's the best example you have of where a sustainability initiative might seem shallow or just like something you're doing on the surface, but really gives way or opens up to a more fundamental change in how a business is run?
Do you mind if I start? We have an awesome client near the Toronto airport, and we've been working with them. They're one of my first bigger clients. And this year was the first year they actually hired an energy manager to come in, and they were like, sometimes we're cold and sometimes we're hot. And so there was like a thermostat that was broken, and super mundane, Kai, like just what you're describing. And then they also have this big door that opens up, and it was leaking. So now they have this curtain, and they taught everybody, what to look for on the staff, on staff. And we are looking. Sorry, this is a plug for Carbon Hound. I'm looking at their energy consumption in Carbon Hound. It's down. So super, super lame, super common things to do. But I watched their dollar amount go down in energy consumption. And then they invited us to this little town hall party where all the employees were there, and they were talking about this. So it almost didn't feel like sustainability. It was just like our company's achievement. It was cool.
Do you know what's funny? Because I actually I had a very similar story of another client doing something similar. But my favorite thing was that they didn't put the curtain up. They'd turn off the heating whenever the door was open. Oh. So in the middle of the winter, it's minus 40, and you can be sure that people were trying to keep that door open as little as possible when it's minus 40 out. But there's so many different examples, right? We look at, and I think going back to the ROI of that sustainability role is so important because, we have one client, a transportation company, and they managed to take advantage of clean fuel program, and they're also able to bring in some other money through grants using some of the data. And what that meant was that when the CFO came to them and be like, hey, what's your contribution this year? It was really easy for them to point that out. And that's a story that we want to create across the entire country, right? I think we need to think of sustainability in financial terms and quantify the risks that we all know are inherent in everything that we do. And we simply need to look at the closure of the Strait of Hormuz to see what the impact can be on businesses. And I think it's done a really good job of highlighting that it's not just about your plant operations, but also embedded in your entire supply chain, this cost risk that can really be impactful to your bottom line. So I love examples like that.
Yeah, those are great examples, especially the last point, Sanders, about how these aren't just individual level corporate decisions, they also are engaging systemic risk and systemic energy systems and how we work together. So I want to switch now, change up a bit and start turning our minds to the energy system as a whole. So Eric, I'm going to look to you, and I wonder if you can give two questions just to start. First of all, can you just sort of give us a bit of a check on like how Canada is stacking up internationally in terms of the energy transition? And then maybe this is a little bit more of a pointed question. What happens to our industrial competitiveness and our industrial strategy when we can't build out clean energy fast enough?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's start with positive kind of statistics globally, shot in the arm to get everyone excited here. So renewable energy and battery energy storage are booming globally all over the world. So that's great. There are records being broken every single year, and I think we heard previous presenters talk about that over the course of today. So I would say, and I've seen others say, this is the era of clean growth and electrification. So that's the global picture. And last year, all new electricity demand growth across the entire world was met by renewable energy. All
Worth
incremental
applause,
growth
yes.
was met by renewables. So that's really exciting. I think the year before it was 93%. Last year was 99.6%. So every new electron is being met by clean energy, which is fantastic. Now coming to Canada, there are lots of movements and things going on in the world, but I think Canada is on a decent trajectory. There's more we can do. The Canadian Renewable Energy Association, we did a market outlook that it forecasted between now and 2050, we would meet 70% or so of all of our new electricity needs with renewables and energy storage. So 70%, that's a pretty good trajectory and solid. We see clean calls for power across the country happening in BC, in Ontario, Quebec, Atlantic Canada. There's quite a bit of momentum happening right now with Indigenous partnerships across the board as well. So I think that's all great. We have federal investment tax credits, Indigenous partnerships, and I think what we need to do is to keep our eye on that momentum, keep that momentum going. Don't let things that are happening in other areas kind of influence our momentum, south of the border or otherwise. And so it's really about keeping that clean electricity build machine going. And our financiers are ready, our developers, our community partners, Indigenous partners are all on board. And the great news in Ontario, as an example, is Ontario ran a competitive procurement. All these energy resources could compete. Wind and solar won the entire thing. This was a month ago in Ontario. Lowest cost, fastest to deploy, paired with battery energy storage, contributing significantly to reliability. So I think Canada is on a good trajectory, but we need to keep those the investment tax credits. We need to keep the momentum going for that policy and regulatory environment to sustain this momentum and keep that going.
So that's super enthusiastic and super positive. I'm going to bring us all down now.
That's fine.
I'm going to ask you, what are the biggest practical barriers in Canada to deploying all of the wind, solar, storage, everything that we need? What are the barriers?
For sure. So There's a lot. I think you had, Kai, in our conversations, there's a whole list of things, right? There's permitting, and there's siting, and there's community support, and there's partnerships, and there's NIMBYism, not in my backyard. But I would say using electrification as our foundation for everything, social license and local community acceptance is number one. Good projects, good developers, happy communities, being involved from the very beginning, before the very beginning, with Indigenous partners all the way through. And by the way, in my previous answer, I should have said every single one of those wind and solar projects that just won in Ontario, every single one had 50% or more Indigenous equity ownership in their project. That is just the way it's going forward. So social license, transmission, I mean, you need to move electrons around the province, you need to move electrons around the country. There's no transition without transmission. I think people might have heard of that one before. And then lastly, just a steady, predictable, ongoing environment of calls to power, clean calls to power, procurement. You need to provide investors, because these are multi-million, multi-billion-dollar projects. You need to provide investors with certainty beyond 1 or 2 years. Annual procurements, competitive procurements with steady rules, so everyone knows what the rules of the game are, so that they are ready to invest and put their dollars behind those projects. That helps you to avoid the boom and bust cycles and builds that investor confidence. So yeah, those are the challenges, but I think we can keep working on those and overcome them.
That's great, thank you. And I do want to take this, mention of the Indigenous equity. It's such a huge trend that's happening across the country in energy and other sectors. And turn to Kwatuma. Kwatuma, you've talked in the past about flipping the script from thinking about Indigenous communities as rights-holding communities to be consulting into thinking about Indigenous leaders and Indigenous leadership in the clean energy sector. I wonder if you wanted to speak to that.
Yeah, thanks, Kai. And yes to everything that Eric said. And just for everybody to know, as of yesterday, it was my last day at Clean Energy BC, so I also was the executive director of Clean Energy BC, which represented the renewable energy industry, which is also, I think we represented most of the same people. So yes to all those key messages. And so now what I'm doing is more of an evolution. With clean energy and transmission go hand in hand. And as we see more and more clean energy generation come online, we need to be able to move those electrons more east-west. And so that's our focus. And with transmission, it's very challenging. You traverse many, many kilometers of land, and all that goes through First Nations territories. And what we want to do is to take Indigenous equity, hear from those First Nations, and take action. And though we're hearing more and more that with transmission, First Nations don't want a prescriptive equity framework that exists in Canada. It's all really good, and I've advocated for equity positions. But now we want to take that next step. We don't want to be passive equity owners. First Nations want to be project leaders, and we want to have capacity support so that nations can make more informed decisions to take greater and greater governance control over these projects that are being built on their lands. And many of those transmission lines have been built on our lands without any benefits to our nations. Now, Hydro One is doing some good work in Ontario, and they've certainly raised the bar for us across Canada. But again, we want to take that next step. And so our focus is on interprovincial transmission in Western Canada, coupling the BC and Alberta grid, as well as Saskatchewan and Manitoba. And we have a ragtag team of all-stars. We have Dunsky Advisors, Transition Accelerator, University of Calgary, Blake Schaefer, Madeline McPherson, who went to school here, UVic. Our vision of this is having a Western grid that is built so we can bring on more renewable energy integration in the Western grid. Alberta, Saskatchewan have huge potential for wind and solar. Unfortunately, they're not capitalizing on that, but eventually, in my opinion, we'll eventually get to a point where you can't turn away billions of capital investment. You can't turn away this huge amount of potential to capitalize on a great wind resources that's half the cost as wind in BC. So transmission and clean energy go hand in hand, and we hope to see that because there's the climate benefits. We can move more hydroelectricity into the prairies, so that means less natural gas for electricity in Alberta or coal in Saskatchewan.
So what is the, I mean, this is a critical concept, is moving from participation to leadership. What is the biggest change that's going to make both for communities and for the energy transition in Canada?
Yeah, and I think this is where everything comes together with the energy transition. There's the climate benefits, there's the economic component, but there's also the reconciliation component. Eric mentioned social license. We need to bring First Nations and local communities alongside, because if we don't educate people, we're at risk of not being able to build it. I think that's the biggest threat to the climate movement and the energy transition. Even though the economics are there, even though we're now in the age of electricity, if people don't understand why we need to spend the money, invest the money into this infrastructure, we're not going to build it. Or oil and gas folks are going to win because they're going to say, well, climate is a nice to have. Well, it's not. This is actually the most affordable option. We just can't think of the counterfactual, and that if we don't do anything, it's going to cost us more, actually. So definitely convincing people that we need this new infrastructure. It's the most cost-effective, climate-friendly solution that also brings along First Nations and local communities is, in my opinion, a no-brainer.
I want you all now, this is a question for the whole panel, I want you all to cast your minds forward. The year is 2050. It's Toronto Climate Week 2050, and the organizers have invited this panel to come back and do a retrospective because Canada just killed it. We managed our energy transition. We had an amazing success. We have implemented clean energy across the board. And if I were to ask you to, in 2050, remember, you're thinking back from the successful transition, what did we do in the next 5 years that built the foundation for that energy transition, for that successful transition, both at the enterprise level and at the level of the energy system across Canada? Maybe I'll start with you, Kwatuma, and we'll just come back this way.
I think what comes to mind is I have children, and when I was a kid, I could go to my river. I grew up on my reserve, right on a river, and we'd have sockeye coming in every year. We have 5 species of salmon that come at different times of the year, and sockeye is right now. And I could stand in my river, and there'd be tons of sockeye coming up a river. I could just grab one, and we could have dinner. But it's getting hotter and hotter. The rivers, we actually have very little salmon coming up the rivers now because it's been 30 degrees several times already in April, May. The river is too hot. It's been over 22 degrees. And so I hope my son can also have that, and my daughter by 2050, so that they know that we rely on this sockeye. We've taken the action to reduce emissions so that the river can come back into the river. So for me personally, that's what I would like to see. In terms of systems level, I hope that we build out transmission, that will continue to build renewables with partnerships with First Nations and local communities, and to ensure that we have enough clean electricity to generate and to move, so that we can move to this clean economy where we can bring the supply chain, all those jobs here in Canada, and really be a leader in the world, so that we can maintain our competitiveness.
Thank you. Eric?
Absolutely agreed. Thank you for that. And to build on it, keeping that rapid and sustained kind of clean calls for power that we're seeing from BC and everywhere else in Canada for the most part, and keeping that stable and supportive environment and picking that up from a regulatory and policy perspective, building out transmission. And something I didn't say before, but we've been talking about system and grid scale. Another big piece of the puzzle is those kind of distributed energy resources, DERs, community scale. Homeowners, small businesses, commercial and institutional and industrial customers could all be contributing and could be contributing a significant amount. So those are the things that I think we are doing, but need to do, keep that momentum over the next 5 years. And I think in 2050, we'll be looking back pretty happy about that.
Thanks. Lindsay?
I'm a Conan O'Brien fan, so I can't help but think of the in the year 2000. Anybody remember that? But so if it was a success, I actually learned this in the last month. I think we should stop listening to the noise, and we should just start focusing locally. So I'm so fortunate to work with some amazing people and companies, and I'm watching them do it, and we're helping them do it. And also just in our own backyard, like there's a group of people that want to help. It's nice to know my neighbors. I know who has a chainsaw now, so that if there's or who knows how to help with basements. Like we need to, this is a global problem, but I think what will get us to success in 2050 when we look back is we kind of just started doing things like in our backyard for our communities and for our businesses. Like we just did it.
Sandra?
There's going to be no way that we get to 2050, to your point, without engagement with everybody. It's going to take, and I think what's been interesting is that as I prepare for other panels, the power of the decisions that we make in this room and everyone makes individually, whether it's grocers choosing what products to stock their shelves with, the decisions we make every single day fundamentally impact the businesses around us and therefore the broader ecosystem too. And so that's how I know we've made it in 2050 when this just becomes normal. It's just like, I don't really want to have a green party. I really don't. I want that just to be something that every party has a view on. That shouldn't be a special interest that we're talking about. Maybe Toronto Week doesn't quite work as well as Toronto Climate Week, but that's where we want to get to. It should be normalized, right? And so that's where I want to be by 2050. But to get there, I'm going to do something really boring but important, I think, which is we have to create trusted systems that can help us with that equitable transition and make sure, and what I mean by that is we have to have the banks and the financial institutions value climate risk that's being addressed in these projects appropriately and price appropriately their debt that they're giving to companies when they're doing these projects. Because once we do that, I think, and we have a trusted layer of data behind it as well, then we can feel really confident that we're going in the right direction.
Thank you very much. And on that note of calling everyone to be engaged in the struggle until 2050, Kwatuma, Eric, Lindsay, Sanders, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, I really appreciated that conversation because it was such a practical take on decarbonization. I don't know that I've ever seen a panel where we have the private sector represented, as well as renewable energy associations and coalitions, moderated by a climate change lawyer. That was pretty cool. And I'm looking forward to 2050 and looking back at this conversation that we had here. Now, this section is about building the future in real time, and it's about execution. And so I'm excited to bring to the stage our next speaker. James Noland is with the City of Toronto, and he will share his keynote on the Transform TO Net Zero strategy. Please welcome James.
All right, happy to be here. You can't have Toronto Climate Week without hearing from the City of Toronto multiple times. I know you already heard from the mayor this morning, so I'm going to try not to duplicate all the great things that she talked about that were happening at the city, but I do want to talk about what the city is doing related to climate. We've been at this for a long time. The first kind of work that the city led related to climate dates back to 1988. We held the Changing Atmosphere Conference. And that's when we started talking about what a Toronto target would look like for carbon dioxide. So, it's been nearly 40 years that we've been talking about targets and setting targets and changing targets, net zero targets. But behind that, it's not just targets. A lot of it is action that we're taking and that we're taking with a lot of you. And today I'm going to talk about some of the progress that we've been making, particularly over the last 4 years as we implemented our first net zero strategy. And so from a broad perspective, when it comes to progress and we look at the charts and we say, here's our total emissions and are they going down? And year over year, we kind of track them and, oh, was it a cold winter? Was it a warm winter? What did it look like from emissions? From an absolute perspective, from a per capita perspective, since we introduced our first climate change plan in 1998, our emissions per capita have gone down 36%, from 8.1 tons per person to 8 tons per person to 5.1 tons. So that's a good indicator that things are happening, change is happening, even though it may not show on that annual emissions chart that we release every year, and then we all kind of pick apart, are we on the right path or not? What we're seeing is even though the city's growing, the economy's growing, our emissions are often shrinking. Depends on the year. Sometimes they go up a little bit, sometimes they go down, but we're on the right path. So why is this so important to Toronto, though? And of course, when we talk about climate, often we're talking about mitigation, we're talking about targets, we're talking about actions. We always need to bring it back again, especially these days, it seems, to why we're doing this work, why it's important. And for us, it's because there's an impact on Toronto, and we're seeing that impact more and more every year. For a long time, when I worked at the province on climate, we always used the picture of the GO train in the Don Valley sitting in the flooded water. And that was our kind of go-to picture. We said, this is climate change. This is what's going to come. Unfortunately, we have lots of more photos of the Don Valley. This is from 2024, one of the multiple times that the Don Valley flooded in a significant way because of rainfall events that we had not seen in the past number of years. And that is happening in lots of different areas. So unfortunately, we're getting lots more photos that we can use to put in our publications. We don't have to go back to the same old one from 2013. Unfortunately, all of those photos have impacts. They have impacts from an economic perspective. They have impacts from a society perspective. They have impacts on individuals, the services we provide, and how people are living their lives. And so for us, it's kind of that two streams of climate change. It's mitigation, it's adaptation, and we start to really look at these together in everything that we do. We know as a local municipality, we have a lot of responsibility in terms of reducing our emissions, but at the end of the day, we also have a lot of responsibility in terms of ensuring the residents and the businesses continue to be able to be resilient as the climate changes, and as we see that happen quicker and at a greater degree than we've ever seen before, especially the last few years. And so that gets us to our strategy and the work that we've been doing. And for us, that net zero strategy was that kind of critical element. And a lot of the work that we have done over the last number of years is really kind of key to what we've been doing on net zero and in terms of how we deliver and how we ensure that the actions we're taking are actually having results. And so in the next few days, and kind of like Climate Ambition, we had a target to release our progress report today. We're going to be a little bit late behind, but it is coming, just like all Climate Ambition. We're on our well path. This one will be a few days late, but sometime during this week, we're going to release our progress report 2022 to 25. So that is the first 4 years. Taking a little bit of different approach this time. Usually we release an annual report. I'm sure everyone reads through, 60 pages, tabled at council, all paragraphs, sometimes very long paragraphs. This year we're going to try to be a little bit more storytelling. We're going to look at 20 things that the city has done of the hundreds of things the city has done that are making real change to actually reduce our emissions. And so, there's a lot of stories we can tell. How do we start to tell these specific things that have meaningful action? And so I'm going to tell a few of the stories today, but not a whole lot because I only have 5 minutes left. So in buildings, lots of work on buildings. We have lots of programs. But one of the stories we're going to talk about is the new Mount Dennis Early Learning Center. So it is the first net zero or near net zero childcare center that the city has built. And it is now the model for every other childcare center we're building. It is also the model for every building we're building across the city, because that's the approach we're taking to all of our new buildings at the City of Toronto, is getting them to the lowest possible carbon impact as we can. And that is a prime example of where we have done the work that now we can share with others, where we can expand and we can demonstrate this is possible. Everyone knows it's possible, but now we take people through, we can show this is what a geothermal system looks like in a childcare setting. This is how you connect it to solar. These are the bills that we have. This is the business case that we did that shows that this is affordable. This has a payback. and that at the end of the day, this is a benefit for the city. We've got work in transportation. We talk about this a lot, you've probably heard it, our e-bus program. We have over 200 e-buses now, 13% of our fleet, and the City Council is committed to funding the changeover of our entire fleet before 2040. A significant amount of municipal emissions come from the TTC and the buses that run around the city. So again, significant investments, but now we have something that people see across the city. We're doing that in other parts of our fleet. We're doing that in our small vehicles. We're doing that in our fire fleet. We're now testing out different waste trucks to see what can be done. So we're piloting a lot, but where it works, like in electric buses, we're investing as well and replacing what we have as it comes up and is due. Some other examples on the energy side, and here we talk about district energy, but we have an entire new community in Etobicoke that is being built around district energy to be near zero emissions. It's going to be, it's surrounded by kind of surrounds our new Etobicoke Civic Center, which houses a central plant for a geothermal system, which is going to feed all of the new residential buildings around that area. And now we're applying that to other parts of the city, the Portlands. We're looking at the Golden Mile. We're looking at all these places where the city is making significant investments, building new communities, and not thinking about how do we do that as kind of the cheapest way to build, but how do we do it as the most sustainable long-term way to build that is not just makes sense now, but will make sense way into the future for everyone who lives there, who will be able to benefit from both greener buildings, but also more affordable buildings that operate better. And lastly, on the resilience side, significant investments, and everyone's seen this. We've got the Portlands flood protection. We've also got a significant amount of work related to our tree canopy, and we plant about 125,000 trees a year. And for a long time, and to a degree now, it's where can we find places to plant trees? It's a big, busy urban area. How do you find places to plant trees? Now we're taking a much more focused look to say, where can we plant trees, but also where will they have the best benefit? Where are people who are not getting the benefits of trees? That could be shade during a hot day. That could be dealing with stormwater management. So we're taking a much more focused approach to how we plant those 125,000 trees. So they're not just kind of the benefit broadly, but the benefit very specific to local communities. And so these are just some of the actions. And now, for the next 5 years, we're going to be kind of doubling down on all of these actions and doing even more, and doing even more with all of you as we continue to make these investments. So we'll talk about 20, 30 odd specific things that we have done. Behind that, there are hundreds of projects, many of those with everyone involved in this room that are making changes to this city that while you may not notice it today, 5, 10, 15 years out, when we get to 2040, they will have considerable impact. And so as I wrap up, the last thing I will say, because I know everyone can't read every report that goes to council, I mostly just read the executive summary and don't tell my staff that. I'm sure it's a lot more than some other folks. But we do have a lot of information out there, a lot of information about how you can become involved. So if you're thinking, the city of Toronto, they don't seem to be doing anything on climate change, maybe you're a little bit skeptical, you can sign up for our Live Green newsletter and you can find out on an ongoing basis of all the things we are doing, but also all the things that you could become involved in, all the grant programs we have, and all the opportunities we have for this community to really work on climate action. So with that, my last plug, take a look at our report, share it wildly. I don't use social media, but if you do, I'm sure there's a hashtag that you can put out there to talk about this. Tag Climate Week, obviously, as well. But again, there's a lot going on in the city of Toronto, and a lot of that is with everyone in this room. And again, I want to appreciate everything that you do, and thank you very much for the time to talk about what we do.
So much, James. I'm glad I'm not the only one here making plugs about social media today. But it, again, makes me so proud to live in the city of Toronto, learning about all the different things our city is doing to take climate action. And if we think about something as simple as composting, right? Like, I've lived in London and New York, and man, it is not that easy to compost in those cities. And here, we have such easy access to it. And every day I take joy in putting stuff in my freezer that I will then walk downstairs to compost. So, our next panel explores how climate action becomes most effective when it is embedded into the everyday priorities of building stronger, healthier, and more connected communities. Diana Fox-Carney will be returning to the stage to moderate the panel. And following the panel, we'll have Tanya Sermon, founder of the Center for Social Innovation, take us through an audience activation. But first, let's welcome Diana Fox-Carney and our speakers to the stage.
Thank you very much. We're going to give you a slightly different take on Toronto's climate future. And we're going to start with Ralph, who has a very strictly timed speech to begin. Not a speech, but he's going to tell us his piece up front.
Been on before, and she actually scolded me in advance today about how long it would take. So I decided I better script my remarks. So this is about 6 minutes, folks. I've timed it. It's not as informal as I normally am, but it will make Diana happy, because it will be short. In the early 1980s, actually, John Robinson and I were working on what were then called soft energy paths for Canada, asking whether a modern economy could run on something other than fossil fuels. The drivers were energy security, and for us at least, environmental sustainability, but not yet climate. The futures we were sketching felt ambitious, maybe even utopian. That changed in 1988, right here in Toronto, at the Conference on the Changing Atmosphere, with scientific and policymakers from around the world. We drafted perhaps the first quantitative target for how fast emissions would have to fall. That meeting helped move climate change from a niche environmental concern to a global security issue, and it put energy back at the center of the conversation. Inspired by the call to action from that conference, cities from around the world began to take up the challenge of acting locally on this global challenge. In 1989, a small band of North American and European cities came together to explore, again under Toronto's leadership, what it would actually mean for municipalities to do their part on climate change. Throughout the 1990s, that experiment expanded into hundreds of municipalities worldwide, all committed to a 5-step program for local climate action that was first developed here in Toronto at the offices of ICLEI, which was hosted by the City of Toronto and the City Hall in those days. There are now more than 14,000 members of the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy, a direct descendant of those early pioneering efforts. One moment from that period that has really stuck with me was the COP conference in Berlin in 1995. We brought together a bunch of mayors from this fledgling local climate movement around the world to meet in Berlin at that time. And of course, the official conference was also going on, of the Conference to the Parties of the Climate Treaty. And I was shuttling back and forth between the two meetings. And the mood at the national meeting, as most of those COP meetings have been, I stopped going a few COPs ago, the mood was often anxious, pessimistic, whereas the room full of mayors, one after the other, coming up to the podium with upbeat reports. For them, climate action was not a burden. It was helping them achieve other aspirations: cleaner air, better transit, safer streets, more efficient housing, stronger local economies. While the national governments were arguing over abstract targets and burden sharing, cities were discovering that when you embed climate action in the practical work of city building, it feels like an opportunity, not an obligation. Fast forward to today, Canada as a country still doesn't have a climate action plan, but most Canadian cities do. They have had them for years, and they are doing their best to implement them within tight fiscal and legal constraints. Cities have implicitly understood what this panel is about today, that climate mitigation works best when it emerges as a co-benefit of broader city building goals, more affordable and efficient housing, walkable communities, better transit, local economic development. Take buildings, for example. Most of the buildings that will be standing in Toronto in 2050 are already built. What happens to that stock, how we renew it, electrify it, and make it more efficient is central to both the climate strategy and to housing affordability in this city. If we get that retrofit and electrification wave right, we lower emissions, reduce exposure to volatile fuel costs, improve comfort and health, and protect tenants and homeowners from the worst energy cost shocks at the same time. So if cities are working, the technologies are advancing, and we've heard lots of that today, and the problem has been clearly framed since at least 1988, why are we not moving faster? There's many reasons. I don't pretend to know all of them. Obviously, incumbent fossil fuel interests are a formidable obstacle. The real shape of an emission-free future is still not widely or convincingly imagined. The business and finance sectors have been slow to unlock the value that is there, leaving many of the best opportunities stranded. And too often, climate measures have been framed as remedial, as damage control, rather than as proactive, regenerative, and constructive investments in better cities and a better economy. The climate dollars work I've been doing at Corporate Nights, which was originally going to be the focus of this panel, is an attempt to better describe what these alternative futures could look like. It's a bottom-up, province-by-province, hour-by-hour scenario of a highly electrified, largely renewable Canada by mid-century. The headline finding is that not that it's easy, but that it's both technically feasible and fundamentally affordable. The transition requires a one-time pulse of capital over about 25 years, on the order of 2 to 3% of our GDP, about half the target that's been set for defense spending. Because high capital, low operating cost systems replace higher fuel cost systems in this future, the investments can be repaid out of the fossil fuel spending they displace, hence the resistance from the fossil fuel lobby. If we design this right, and if we get the financing and business models right. For cities, this is very good news. It means that many of the things they already want to do for other reasons, retrofit buildings, deploy heat pumps, support walking and cycling, build local renewables, improve public spaces, these are all also the core of a credible, affordable climate strategy. Affordability, understood over the life of the assets, is not a barrier to climate action, it's one of its strongest outcomes. So that's just by way of seeding the discussion today, and I look forward to hearing my fellow panelists weigh in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ralph, and thank you for being on time. So John and Emily, you've been working together, and you've been working at community level. And I'm going to start with John. Tell us, how do you respond to Ralph, what he suggested as the pathway forward for cities?
Yeah, I guess I would say that yet again, it has been demonstrated, and this happens every 5 years for the last 40 years, that the alternative pathway is viable, feasible, technologically available, and even affordable. This isn't a new finding. This isn't a surprising finding. We've known this for decades, but we're not achieving it. We're not on that path. Emissions still continue to rise nationally. And as we heard from James, the Toronto emissions are up and down. And We need further significant reductions. Emily and I are going to talk about one aspect of the way that we think we need to get to those further reductions. And it's kind of the urban version of the social license issue that was mentioned in the last panel. And so our view is that we cannot achieve our climate targets without very high levels of political support and very high levels of behavioral engagement, if only to agree to have the things done that need to be done. And we're not achieving those. So of the 283 cities around the world that have signed up to net zero targets, basically all of them are failing. This is an important message. We're failing. Toronto is also failing. We're not going to reach our targets and the current trajectory that we're on right now. So this is a global problem, and I think we need to face up to that. The city is doing incredibly good things, but it's not enough. And it's partly not enough because we don't have that political support for the kind of measures that would really make a difference, such as building emission performance standards. And we don't have the buy-in from citizens, residents, to the city's agenda on climate. There isn't even a big awareness of that agenda, but where there is awareness, there isn't big buy-in. So I think the reason, a big reason for this failure is that, like almost all environmental education around the planet, cities and other levels of government have bought into a view that you can educate people into changing their behavior, despite the fact that we have 60 or 70 years of evidence in about 5 different areas that information does not change behavior. We have climate literacy programs, we have energy literacy programs, we have public speeches all the time, and they're all assuming that somehow if we just knew better, we'd do better. And in fact, the best evidence that that is a failure, that the information deficit model, as it's called, doesn't work, is we have 60 years of evidence that it doesn't work, and we still keep doing it ourselves. So this is a problem. We need to find ways to engage residents in a way that works for them and will lead them to want to be part of the conversation. And we're not doing that right now. We're going out, we're ringing the climate change bell, emergency, emergency, and then we're saying, here's what you have to do. You can see how this would play in the average neighborhood of Toronto, let alone a marginalized neighborhood where people are being reno-evicted potentially because of climate issues. So we think we have to change that, and we call this Don't Lead with Climate. Don't lead with your agenda, city, or any other government agency. Adopt Communications 101, Marketing 101, and actually listen a little bit first to what's going on and find out how that can lead to a different way of engaging people. And so we're doing a 4-year pilot of an alternative approach to engaging residents. And Emily's going to tell you about that pilot.
Yeah, thanks, John. Don't worry, it gets better. I think our approach, it'll really resonate because we've heard from so many other panelists today about leading with what community wants, understanding their aspirations, and that's exactly the crux of our alternative approach. So as John mentioned, it's a 4-year project. It's taking place in an East Scarborough neighborhood, Kingston, Galloway, Orton Park. It's a marginalized neighborhood of about 30,000 people, and it really faces a lot of social challenges on a more prevalent scale than other parts of the city of Toronto. And to really surface these aspirations of the community and understand it, we've partnered with a backbone organization in the neighborhood, the East Scarborough Starfront. They provide services to residents, but they're also very interested in community development. And as we just heard in the last panel, community development is #1. So what we did with East Scarborough Storefront and the researchers on the team is a backcasting process. Rather than forecasting unknown futures, backcasting articulates a desired neighborhood future and then develops pathways backwards to the present state and figures out how do we achieve this desired future. And so what we did is we went through a series of activities, and always with community residents, so group leaders and organizations who are doing work in and affecting the KGO community. And we've always ground truth everything we heard and what we were surfacing. And what we did is we first did kind of a heat map. We looked at what are these organizations doing? What is the kind of work? Who's rolling up their sleeves in the community to make it better? And we sort of came up with these themes, and we brought it back to community and reflected back what we heard and what we saw. And we said, did we get this right? You know, some of the things we were hearing was everyone has a right to thrive. Everyone in KGO has easy access to decent, meaningful work. We want to democratize, we're working towards a democratized Scarborough food network, and family and friends and work is nearby. These are kind of the aspirations that were coming out, that what we saw all these organizations working towards. So then our next question was, well, what is all of this energy working towards? And this is where we start to get to that, this is where we painted the picture of the desired future. In 25 years, if all of these organizations were wildly successful in their agendas, what would the neighborhood look like? And we had this really rich narrative of what the community looks like. And it's a really powerful tool for the community because, as many of us know, when you can articulate your desired future, it's much easier to get there and adapt those pathways to achieving it. As we heard earlier, vision pulls. And so one of the things I forgot to mention too is the reason we were focusing on groups and organizations is because of the collective energy. And we really believe that while it's very important to be doing individual efforts towards the climate and sustainability, it's collective action that we want to be building on. And it's really telling of what the desired future is. And so from there, we had the description of this desired future, and we asked the participants, you know, now what needs to happen in order to achieve it? And participants were able to come up with these actions and levers of change to achieve the desired neighborhood future. And it's only at this point in the project, after coming up with that desired future, figuring out what those levers are to get us from the present to the desired future, that we're starting to make these connections and intersections with climate actions. John, did you want to describe those a little bit more?
Oh, sure. Yeah, what we ended up with these 53 levers of action that would get us to that goal of the neighborhood. And so what we've been doing is mapping those onto the Transform TO and resilience strategy targets. So there's 8 Transform TO goals, and there's, I think, 11 or 12 resilience strategy goals. And so we have mapped the degree to which undertaking these levers would have direct or indirect impacts on the goals. By the way, on the side, we've connected the Transform TO goals and the resilience strategy goals to the goals of the 57 other strategies that the city has on a single website, but which are not coordinated really except through individual efforts. So we now know about how all the city's goals connect to Transform TO and the resilience strategy. We haven't given that to you guys yet, but you know that's coming. You probably haven't heard that. This is a way, and our message basically to the city is, if you can't show how achieving your climate goals, they're yours, they're not KGO's, if you can't show how your goals will contribute positively to these 53 levers of change, or to the aspirations in the desired future, you're not going to succeed in getting people engaged on climate issues. In other words, make climate the co-benefit. The benefit is better lives and better communities. That's what we're trying to get. In other words, sustainability. And climate is a co-benefit of that. If we do the right things, as Ralph suggested, and as other panelists have suggested today, we will also be doing our climate goals.
And So the big question is, if of these levers that were identified, how many would have actively contributed to a better climate future?
Yeah, well, I'd prefer to put it the other way around. How many transform TO goals are actually useful in making a better community?
So I mean, we had this conversation in the pre-discussion, and the question of whether I can bring the two together and say, is there a sweet spot where, you know, what we're looking for is, I fully understand and endorse the idea that you have to meet people where they are, and I like the idea in some regards of climate being a co-benefit, and that's what's going to make it a resilient strategy. And the question is, how within that can you maximize the climate benefit, or can you, on the margin, bring people into a space without ruining this idea that you're meeting them where they are?
Yeah, I'd say we have found there's direct and indirect links between the Transform TO targets and the resilience targets. More to resilience, as you would expect. It's a broader concept than the emission reduction or mitigation. But there are some for mitigation as well. So our message to the city would be, look for ways to make, where there are these links, to make that explicit when you're talking to neighborhoods, that this is something, this will help you. And then where there isn't a link, try to figure out a way that to address that target in a way that will connect, if it isn't obvious there. And just, I want to say one word about urgency. People say, well, do we have time to, take this broader approach and go through these processes and do heat maps of neighborhoods? My argument is, our argument is, we can't afford not to, because we're going to fail the other way and then have to come back and do this anyway. This is actually the only way forward to get the kind of political support and behavioral engagement we have to have, I believe. Something like this that's going to get people in their neighborhoods saying, yeah, that makes sense. That will help me do what I'm trying to do in my group, in my neighborhood.
So the process of engaging with people is as important as the list that you draw up or whatever. So I guess my question was going to be, how scalable is that? Can you take that and spread it out around Toronto, or do you have to go through the engagement process?
Yeah, absolutely. So our partner, East Scarborough Storefront, and their founding director, who spun off and made another organization, Catalyst Circle, have been our two primary partners. And we did, in the Visionary Communities Project, spend a year figuring out how we were going to work together, designing the project, building that trust, and we recognize that that's something that cities can't replicate at that scale. We're recommending that the city go out and find organizations similar to East Scarborough Storefront, these community backbone organizations. They already hold a whole lot of knowledge about their community, the networks that exist there, the type of work that groups are working towards. And so you can tap into those community backbone organizations and partner with them and help them understand how their existing agendas, again, to John's point, if communities and organizations can see how the climate actions will advance their existing agendas, then that will be a more successful way to scale the project.
Ralph?
I mean, I get stuck a little bit on the premise, which is that we must have intense levels of engagement in order to succeed. If that's true, then I think maybe we need to go back and look at the solutions that we're putting forward and ask ourselves, how can we design solutions for addressing climate change that do not require intense levels of engagement? Because, as John said, you're not getting it, and we've been trying for a long time now. So it's a slightly different take on whether or not the premise itself doesn't need to be questioned. This job in physical space isn't that complicated. We have to electrify all of our vehicles. We have to transform our building stock. And we got to build an awful lot of wind turbines somewhere, not in Toronto, obviously. And we can do this. It doesn't strike me as being that much more difficult than developing the tar sands, for example, which I don't think involved a lot of engagement, or developing the nuclear power program in this province, which certainly didn't involve much engagement. or any number of other big things that we have done in our history that proceeded fairly quickly with intense capital investment and didn't require everybody on the street to get engaged in it. And also I look at other examples, just to close off this point, like Uber, like Airbnb, like the automobile itself. I mean, and here I'm agreeing at a profound level with the point that Emily and John are making, is that the solutions have to really be attractive to people. And if you do that, maybe the engagement will take care of itself. And that you might be taking a difficult path forward and assuming that without the engagement that you're trying to achieve, we're not going to be able to address climate change.
Yeah, and look how successful we've been at getting climate investment. We haven't. It's been a failure for, what, 40 years? How long have we met in the 80s, right?
Oh, but John, you saw the numbers earlier
They're
today
friends, by the way. Before you get worried, they're friends. Okay.
Last time John and I had coffee at the Dark Horse on Spadina, he was yelling at me so loud people's heads were turning.
Well, let me agree that if we can do things without engagement, we should do them. So absolutely. I just don't think you're going to get people into transit and onto bikes without engaging them, without them making some behavioral decisions. I don't think you're going to get houses retrofit or buildings retrofit without some kind of acceptance, social acceptance in the community. And I also think doing what...
You're just restating your premise, John.
I'm giving examples to counter the examples that you gave.
I think we should perhaps go to the audience on this. Like, are we leaning more John or are we leaning more Ralph? But this is, I mean, to be fair, this is the eternal question. Some people have heard me say that I started my career working in Africa, went through a big phase of this participatory rural development. We were very intensive working with communities, and that was the only way we were going to get solutions there and get them to stick in communities, et cetera. And then just the scale of the challenge and the cost of doing that, and there were all sorts of issues over, and this, you may not have encountered this, but the kind of non-representation of certain communities within the community. So that complicates matters even further. It's not straightforward, as I'm sure you know. And then that kind of went out of fashion a bit, and we went back into a more kind of top-down thing. I mean, what I would always like to find, as I say, is somehow, you know, the middle ground. And I think we are in a happy space now where stuff is better, cleaner, and cheaper. I mean, that wasn't a space we were in 10, 20 years ago. We have that opportunity how to really accelerate it on that basis, how to bring communities in so that they do see this and they are getting the best out of it for themselves.
Right.
But we're getting scale.
Yeah, we're not proposing a 4-year project in every neighborhood in Toronto. That would be crazy. It's impossible. There's not enough money to do it, and it would take forever. But we did a 2-hour version of this for the city's own neighborhood climate champions, who we trained a couple of weeks ago. So we have a 2-hour version, we have a 4-year version, and we're going to give the city a nice light touch framework that's going to be very doable. So I don't see this as some massive obstacle and expensive, difficult problem. I think getting all the big players to act is much more difficult. To do this, I think, is quite manageable. But it doesn't have to be, and it wouldn't have a whole bunch of academics doing research either. It would be actual communities working themselves.
But so I think what is interesting, what lies beneath a lot of what you said is, you know, we do have these strategies. I know in Ottawa we have a climate change strategy, and I suspect that many people are, you know, it is ridiculously ambitious in the sense that, you know, there is not a pathway from where we are now to where we need to be. And I think that is the fundamental problem. That's not the way that these plans have been set. And the conflict between, you said, like 57 other City of Toronto, well-meaning City of Toronto strategies. So how we're all supposed to, you know, keep all these things in our head and do it. So what I take from this is you know, let's make stuff meaningful to people. Let's look for every way we can to accelerate. and let's not overcomplicate our approach where we don't have to.
Yeah, and let's not sub-optimize on climate. Climate change is not, as been said several times today, isn't the only thing going on. It's not the only thing that matters. If we can't integrate climate change into a much broader sustainability umbrella, I think we're doing a disservice to people where they live. In 2.5 years of talking with these neighborhood groups, where one of the people representing a group was a self-described climate junkie, so he raised at every meeting for endless time, it never came out. The word climate was never mentioned except by this one person, and it never made its way into any of the results. I think we just need to recognize that reality.
It's deeply sobering for a room like this, for sure. Last word to Emily.
Sure.
I might give you one at the end, Ralph, if I'm still got 1 minute left.
Well, maybe if I can just tag along on what John just said about putting climate under the larger, broader sustainability umbrella, and what we're doing here and leading with community aspirations is that it becomes less about harm reduction and actually achieving these desired futures, which I think is a better service to community.
There is 30 seconds left, Ralph.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are many layers and many timelines to this issue. We have an emergency, I think, with the climate, and if there are things that we can do to speed up the implementation of some of the technological fixes that are available to us, we need to do those things and damn the engagement. But we've got into this mess because we are on a fundamentally unsustainable consumerism, pro-growth forever economic sort of frame that can't, I think everybody understands at some level has to be brought back under control. And the type of work that John and Emily are doing is the key to helping communities face up to that more fundamental unsustainability of the economic path that, Western culture in particular is on and has been on. So I think everybody needs to do what they're doing.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, don't leave us yet. Just people walking in and out, but I swear to God, these 5 minutes are going to be the best 5 minutes of the day. Hi there. My name is Tanya Sermon. I'm going to do this again. Shh. I don't know how that works, but it works. My name is Tanya Sermon. I'm the CEO of the Center for Social Innovation, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today. I want to thank James Nolan from the City of Toronto for sharing his earlier remarks. I want to thank Diana and the panel, the incredible panel of Ralph and John and Emily, and I'm going to come up with an answer. I've got the answer. Both and, right? Both and. I'd like to take a moment here with all of you to take a deep breath. Close your eyes. Just get you to close your eyes. I'm going to take a deep breath, and I'm going to read you a quote from one of my favorite thinkers. When I am working on a problem, I never think about beauty. But when I have finished, if the solution is not beautiful, it is wrong. Who said that? Thank you. Buckminster Fuller, one of the greatest inventor types of our time. And I think that that is what the tension is that you're feeling on the stage. It's this really interesting question of how do we actually understand all of the different interconnections and systems that are at play. Joanna, you spoke about this is a problem that was created by humans and will be solved by humans. And today we've done had some amazing speakers speaking about all sorts of policy challenges, maybe not enough on the policy, I would have liked a little bit more, tons on the markets. And I think one of the things is to remember that in the field of social innovation, we know some things about how change happens. Social innovation, for those of you who are looking at the intersections, social innovation is about how we understand how change happens. We know that change happens when you have market transformation, policy change, and culture change. You will not get change unless you're working at all three of those levels at an intersectional level. What you're hearing today, which is so exciting, is finally, after 40 years, a recognition that things are all connected. That people, yes, they are more worried about childcare than they are about decarbonization. And no, they don't want language like decarbonization in the same way I don't like the words nonprofit. What we're finally seeing and recognizing is that we want walkable, connected, healthy, and prosperous communities that are full of vibrancy and that are beautiful. Because when we create beautiful communities in which to live, we're actually addressing the insatiability that this economic system has created and trashed in our hearts. Right? So what's happening is we have an insatiable appetite for money because we've forgotten that what we really are seeking is belonging and warmth and friendship and safety and health. And so I think what we're talking about here, and what I loved about the presentation, is I don't know if we have to do consultations or not consultations, but I know that I've recently made the decision to install a solar panel on my roof. Very proud of myself. Thank you. And I know that that guilt-free morning coffee that used to be off a gas stove is now out of an electric kettle is the most beautiful coffee I've ever tasted. And so that is the challenge. The challenge that I invite for you is to think about and to recognize that we're at a time of transformation where we're now looking at the intersections between these issues. We see that housing should not just be affordable, it should be sustainable. We see that our communities need to be warm, walkable, and safe, and that those things will allow us to achieve those climate objectives. And so that is what the next panel is going to speak to you about today. We're going to talk about, now I actually have to read now, guys, so hold on. If system change asks how we change structures, culture change asks us how do we change the hearts, minds, and imagination of people. The stories we tell shape what people believe is possible. Last year, if you saw me here, it was all about the possible. How do we re-engage the imagination in what might be possible in our future? But the world is rapidly changing. We should continue asking whether those stories are really reaching people in the ways that we intend. How do we communicate urgency without despair? How do we inspire action without exhaustion? And how do we connect climate solutions to people's hopes and aspirations, their identities, their values, and their everyday lives? And perhaps more importantly, how do we help people imagine futures worth moving toward instead of coming from a place of fear? And so to guide that conversation, I'm delighted to welcome someone who spends her time thinking deeply about communication, public engagement, and how ideas are connect with audiences. Please join me in welcoming Jocelyn Butler, the CEO of Orchestra Marketing, who will moderate our next panel.
All right, I'm taking. Hello? Can everyone hear me? Jim, I'm going to rely on you because I'm a music teacher's daughter, and sometimes with mics I get a little loud. But I'm very excited to welcome this crowd today. So I'm going to invite up our three panelists. We are the last talk of the day, of course, because it's marketing. We are always the ones everyone avoids. Lax in budget. all that kind of stuff. So, of course, we're here at the very end, and we are going to do this as fast as we can so that you guys can get to the social time. Do you have a microphone? Hello. That one's also on. I actually prefer this one. So, again, in true fashion, we're last. But let's get started with introducing this group. Jason, I think, why don't you get started first?
Hi, I'm Jason. I am the founder and executive creative director of Pomelo Studio, and we focus on transforming the complex into the irresistible through story.
Excellent. Matt?
Matt DePaula, SVP, Managing Director over at BIM, working on innovation. Also do a lot of work with early stage startups and advisory work with people in the climate space.
Excellent. And Sarah?
Hi, everybody. It's fantastic to be here. I work for Environics Research, and the way that I explain what I do is that I bring public and stakeholder perspectives into decision-making spaces. So thanks to John and Emily for starting off this conversation. Because what it does is it helps organizations make better decisions, right? Better strategy decisions, better policies, better communications.
Excellent. I'm really excited about this panel as well because there is a vast sort of diversity and skill set in marketing and communications up here. We have big org strategy. We've got the actual market research side of things. We've got, again, the creative stuff, the actual stuff you see when you're actually trying to look at something in advertising. So we're going to start with the actual title of this talk, and I'm just going to fire this question over to Sarah. But does climate need a rebrand?
So in true researcher fashion, I'm going to say yes and no. Reflecting what I do, right? I think what I'd like to do is think a little bit about the 7 million Torontonians that are outside of the doors today, really. And what I often argue is that they can make it easier for organizations to make the decisions that they need to make to push things forward, or they can make it harder. They can drag their feet. They can make it much harder for us to implement the kind of strategies and the activities that we need. And so when you're asking, does climate need a rebrand, what you're really asking is, how do we bring the public along with us on our climate action journey? And one thing I do want to point out is we should actually be celebrating a little bit, because the data shows that Canadians broadly agree that climate is real and it's human caused. And that wasn't the case 5 years ago, 10 years ago. So we've actually been able to move the needle. We've been able to change the conversation. Now the conversation is not, is this real? Should we be paying attention to it? Now the conversation is, how fast should we move? How do we balance affordability and economic growth with climate action? Who pays for transition? We've been able to evolve the conversation into deeper topics. But I think at the same time, on the kind of, yes, climate needs a rebrand side, is what we're seeing right now in the data is Canadians are paying less attention to climate change. And that's natural. There are many alarms going off right now. AI, tech, social media, housing affordability, cost of living, what's going on in the US. So the question is really, how do we get people to pay more attention to climate? And so I think there's two things. One is we need the majority of Canadians who are concerned about climate to know that they are the majority, right? They don't know that right now because that's not what the conversation is. They need to know that there's their neighbors and their friends and their peers and their colleagues in general hold similar opinions to them about the seriousness of climate change. And the second thing is that we need to do a better job of telling stories about the work that's being done across sectors so people realize and understand the progress that's being made and how quickly that is happening. And so I guess the question is, how can climate become about this positive forward momentum that we've been talking about through all the day today? Can we make it cool? Can we make it fun? Can we make it exciting? Can we make it almost inevitable? And that's the kind of rebrand that climate needs.
Excellent. Matt or Jason, do you want to add to that?
Sure. I mean, I think also yes is the short answer, and we heard from the last panel who also teed this panel up really well. The challenge with climate, the way we talk about it right now, the fear-based stuff doesn't work. People tune it out, they don't want to hear it. It's too, it's difficult to wrap your head around.
There's almost too much going on right now that's too scary.
Yeah. And I think, I look at it through two lenses. One, there's like we need people to take action, and we need people to connect emotionally. And I think on the action side, it isn't a conversation about climate, it's about reducing our carbon footprint. Let's get really specific about the numbers we need to hit and how we're gonna do that, and allow people to find their way and how they can help contribute to those goals. The emotional side, I mean, I think a lot of times we're talking about climate change, but as we started the day with, the planet can survive without us. This isn't about climate, this is about creating an environment that humans can survive. And when you look at any kind of research out there around comms, the universal thing that resonates in any society is people thinking about future generations, their children, their grandchildren, etc. So we need to balance that action and that emotional side.
Awesome.
Right with that, I think we're in a turning point where we can make our communications more sexy, right? The products, the services, the organizations that are out there are driving better results for people on affordability. They're making things faster, cheaper, more fun to use, and we can start shifting the conversation to that a little bit, so that people are like, oh, you know what? This scrub brush that used to be made out of plastic lasts a week and it's done, but I'm moving back, take an old idea, move back to loofah, it lasts a month, and it costs less. What is going on? Why can't we make that the kind of conversation instead of it's better? It's literally better for all the way up the lines. My shoes last longer if I think about them, right? And and that is where we can move the conversation.
I love it. Matt, you recently made a job switch and a physical move, partially because of the changes in a government's desire to deprioritize climate. What opportunity do you see for brands, organizations, and government to ensure climate initiatives continue to be a part of the communications without sort of deprioritizing it themselves?
I appreciate the non-political nature of that.
I tried.
So, quick context. I was working for a foundation in the US. I was living in Austin. As you can imagine, it was a very strange time to be in the US last year, so I'm glad to be home. So a couple things. So I think literally a year ago in this job, I was scrubbing websites and scrubbing social media and scrubbing SEO because we had the list of words that Elon and Doge were looking for, and were threatening to sue foundations and take away their charitable licenses. That was my life a year ago as a marketing person, which is insane. That being said, all these crazy things also become opportunities. So we have a whole country south of us that is afraid to talk about climate change. We have a number of people in this country. I know we've been talking about we're not doing our the greatest jobs, but there are a lot of people in this country doing a lot of great things. Talk about it. Get the stories out there. Don't wait for a year to do your impact report. Talk about it on a monthly basis. If anyone here, hopefully most of you are already using Ecosia as a web browser or web search. If you're not, sign up. It's free. Every time you do a Google search, you plant a tree. But they report their impact every month. And what that does, so not only there's a void in content being created in the US, we can start to get stuff out there. All the LLMs and the AI stuff that we haven't talked about today are all training on what's happening right now. So there's a chance for all of our Canadian companies to get out there and show up and how people are doing research right now and step ahead. So I would say just content, make sure it's tied to business goals, and yeah.
Awesome. Sarah, you are a key player behind the data of consumer behavior and public adoption. Who is the most important market we should be focusing on when it comes to adopting more sustainable practices, whether the communicator be government, a brand, organization?
Okay, so some real talk, climate movement people, whether you're a government or a brand or a sustainability professional, nonprofit, whatever, when you're having conversations about sustainability, about climate change, who are you having those conversations with? Are you mostly having conversations with people that are already on side with you? They're probably already in some way in your network, they're in these kinds of rooms, they share the same concerns as you, they have the same rough value set, One thing I've really noticed today in the conversations is the type of language that gets used in a room like this, right? It's kind of a signal to people as to, you know, how you think about the issues, and in order to belong, you need to use that kind of language. And so that, you know, just to say that we definitely need pro-climate people on side, like that's definitely the case. They need to be, we want them to be engaged, more engaged, pushing forward. But I think we also need to think about the people who aren't in the room today, and how do we have conversations with them? Because organizations, every kind of organization needs to grow, needs to broaden the conversation that they're having, needs to talk to people with different value sets and have these really challenging conversations. And so that would kind of be my suggestion, is to push a little bit into the kind of the moderate, more moderate group of Canadians. And we know that those people, from the data, we know those people exist. They think, yes, I care about climate. Maybe not as strongly as everybody, but I do care about climate. I do want to, you know, act. I want to contribute. But I'm not really sure how to do that in a way that's going to be a meaningful difference. So think a little bit more about those folks.
Our company has nicknamed those ones the aspirationally conscious, just so that we have some sort of descriptor for them. Jason, your role is so integral in education and communications. You literally build the things that everybody sees on websites, on social, anything that anyone is engaging with. What is something you want this audience specifically to keep in mind when who's clearly bought in, when they're planning communications around their sustainability initiatives and any sort of climate content?
It's tough. It's tough to say climate when you're trying to sell something or sell an idea. And it'll be controversial that it's like nobody cares. They don't. Like when you buy something or you're trying to change an idea or pick your energy, you're not picking it based on the number of carbon credits that that company has secured. The individual cares about the things that will change their lives, whether short term, mid-term, long term. They don't. So what you need to look at is, and it's a lot simpler than it sounds, what are your merits? What is that thing that you're selling or producing or doing that will change the lives of the people buying into it? So if you're an organization planting trees, sure, yeah, there could be a climate initiative as part of that, or carbon credits, but really you're making green spaces. You're creating places for people to play. You might be improving air quality. If you're selling a product, maybe it's something that'll save you money, it'll last longer, or if you're in policy or investment, you know, you're selling a way to make more money, or it's more affordable. So focus on those merits. Climate is still part of the conversation. Don't green hush. You've done a lot of work to get to where you are, to achieve those initiatives, but there's more to those initiatives than just cleaner air and no greenhouse gases.
Awesome. This actually leads really well into Sarah. There are so many sustainable brands and orgs that, again, scream into the void, as we just kind of talked to, about people who already bought in. Can you talk a little bit about the opportunity to stack benefits when it comes to sustainability and something else that these brands are doing?
Right. So following on your comment, Jason, I'm curious actually how many people in the room have had this experience. So it was a couple Thanksgivings ago, and I was working on a big research report called The Road to Net Zero, and we were going to release it right around COP, and my mind was like right in this stuff, right? Like I was right in there, and I was thinking, oh, you know, I'm going to get to talk to family at Thanksgiving. I wonder what they're thinking about all this. And literally nobody brought up climate at Thanksgiving. Has anybody been in that situation before in a room? Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, the point, I mean, you know, maybe my family's terrible. I don't know. But I think the point is that nobody's waking up in the morning thinking about climate, except for maybe the people in the room, this morning. You know, they're thinking about the bills that they have to pay. They're thinking about their jobs. They're thinking about their families, right? And so this is where it comes back to kind of stackable benefits. If we want people to change their behavior and their habits, that happens when the solution available to them is easier, cheaper, healthier, safer, more fun to use, right? And so that's where the conversation needs to go in fundamentally the positive momentum, towards how does this make your life better?
Perfect. I love that. Jason, businesses are expected to be perfect if they're going to claim anything around sustainability or climate. When it comes to improving sustainability efforts, though, the reality is it's an always-on activity. When a brand or an organization has done something new and they want to celebrate it publicly, how do they go about doing that and reduce the risk of backlash at the same time for proving that maybe they didn't do something else?
Again, if you tie that improvement into something that actually improved the lives of your consumer or the people buying into what you have, then it's a much easier conversation. So maybe I'm trying to think of a metaphor for that, but at the end, if you just say, "Oh, we've saved this many credits," you're asking too much of people to go, "Oh, I understand what that I'm bridging that gap." They can't make those two connections. You have to tie that into what you've done to improve it. We're part of Bullfrog Power, and I try to communicate our energy savings and stuff like that. But again, my clientele, agencies and marketers and stuff, they don't really get that connection necessarily. But what they do get is cheaper, right? Like to get onto set for us costs less because we're not using all the gas. To run our computers is cheaper than say fueling a different type of industry for energy. So it's that kind of communication that actually ties it back in to what people are buying when they buy our services. But obviously your services are going to be a bit different. So what is that thing?
I think this next question is kind of interesting because all four people up here are agency side, and our #1 clients are brands, organizations, government, nonprofits. But it's to Matt. This is a bit of a personal opinion, but anytime I see many brands, and I might upset a few people here, and I'm really sorry, anytime I see any sort of communications of look how great we did and all that kind of stuff, it literally looks like somebody took their ESG report, broke it down into a few social posts and went, slam, public, understand this. I think you were able to kind of flip the script last year. You won a Con Award from it. Can you tell us a little bit about everyone in this room, what they should know when it comes to be building a brief around any sort of climate achievements or communication?
Yeah, so for context, I was doing some fractional work with an Indonesian-based forest restoration company called Forest Carbon. Great name because it's also the category. And part of the brief, the goal was to win a Cannes Lion. And why does that matter? Because they had a limited budget, but they knew if they got it, they would get a lot of press, which would help them get credibility to get funding. And so, I'll come back to the question, but the end result was, in this case, they ended up closing their Series B, and the rebrand work they did had a lot to do with that. How do we do it? So what I would say is anyone that's looking at their marketing and trying to figure out how to stand out, step #1, look at your stuff, look at all your competitors, and have an honest conversation with yourself on whether or not it's a sea of sameness or whether you're standing out. A lot of times, you print I mean, I really applaud Climate Week for not using green and everything, like nice, bright, optimistic colors. So second of all, print off your mission statement and all your competitors, put them all on a slide without the logos of whose mission statements they are, and see if you can tell whose is whose. Because people, so, all right, we're getting it. So the biggest important thing in crafting a brief is really finding out what is unique about you and then doubling down on it. And so with Forest Carbon, who are selling carbon credits, and in Indonesia, one of the things they found, because forest restoration also had a wildlife component to it, they had sensors in all the jungles that they were restoring, and they were recording the sounds of the animals. And what was happening was, as the forest restored, the volume got louder, and animals that were once endangered started coming back, and they had footage from these sensors. So they took the sounds of these animals and used that to create a living and breathing brand that changed with each animal that reappeared. And so and now all of their work, if you go look at them, you'll see how much there's a base foundation for how it works, but it does just, it's bright, there's really bold colors, it's really optimistic, but they're always telling stories of impact through the animals that are coming back.
I love that. Last group question. When it comes to rebranding climate, whether it be on a global scale or collective scale or for the individual brand or organization, what is one thing you would want this audience to remember? And Jason, can I start with you?
I think you said it in the question. Focus on the one thing. So we do a lot in our organizations, in our businesses. It is a very complex ask for consumers. But if you were to tie that into kind of the one thing that you're going to change for them, whether it's in a sub-brand or that one product, focus on the one thing when you're communicating. Okay? When you have your brand out there, don't go, we do this, 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 and this, and also this, and then, oh yeah, there's also carbon credits. No. It's like, what is that one thing that you're focused on? It could just be planting trees. It doesn't have to be complicated. Right? And then from there, you can build out how you do that differently, how you make that unique, all the sub things that you do that supports that one thing.
Awesome. Matt, do you want to go next? Sarah, anybody? I'm
I'll-
open
I'll-
to
yeah,
you.
I'll-
Great.
Yeah, the one thing, stop being so damn Canadian. Like, be bold. Stop being apologetic. Let's just frickin' do stuff and get it out there and tell the world.
I love that too, and I think that's very true. He should have gone last. Sarah, what's your feedback?
I think the one piece of advice that I'd like to leave the room with is take a little time and energy and invest in understanding the people that you're not talking to on a regular basis, right? So what matters to them? What makes them tick? What gives them energy and gets them up out of bed in the morning, but what makes them fearful, makes them want to stay in bed all day? What values do you share in common, and where do your values diverge? In research terms, we call that empathy mapping, but the idea really is to put yourself in the shoes of other people that aren't the regular people that you talk to, that aren't in your circle on a regular basis, to better understand them, better be able to communicate them, and tell a kind of forward, positive story that connects with them where they are in their lives today.
Amazing. I love that. And that's actually such an important thing. I think sometimes we also get stuck in the me versus the we. We're going to hand this back off to Climate Week, but everybody just got handed out a card. Your homework, should you choose, because in true form, we're all marketers and advertisers, you have a question on the back. And what we encourage you to do during the social hour and then throughout the rest of the week is keep that on hand and ask that question to somebody you don't know. And start seeing what comes back to you and learn a little bit more about what people are thinking. Orchestra Marketing is hosting 2 other events. We've got one on June 2nd, so tomorrow, which is a happy hour, and then the 4th is the Marketing Comms and Media Flagship, also happening at our office. If you don't mind hopping to the next slide. One of the things we do with our events is we have a post-event toolkit. Hello. There we go. We've got a post-Toronto Climate Week Marketing Comms and Media Toolkit. It's got a bunch of content and information just from these lovely panelists, as well as some of the panelists that are going to be on part of our other events. If you want to sign up, please register with the QR code here, and we'll be sending it out next week. Matt, Sarah, Jason, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. I always love the insights from all of you. And I think at that point, thank you all for listening to us. I know it's the end of the day. You're almost there, and we believe in you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, so much for joining us today. It was really wonderful to host you. We had a very exciting milestone last week. It was our 1-year anniversary since we officially launched Toronto Climate Week. Now, yeah, 1 year. Who participated in October? Can we get a little show of hands? Nice, nice. we had initially planned for one day, 15 to 20 events, 1,500 attendees. We'll do a little litmus test, see if there's interest, see if there's appetite, and Toronto was hungry. We had to go and expand it to 3 days to go and fit the 100 events that accommodated over 5,000 attendees. We were supported by 11 wonderful sponsors. In the 8 months that have followed, we have seen exponential growth. We have doubled our team. We have doubled the amount of events. We have doubled the length. We have more than doubled our sponsor support. My takeaway here is that there is real momentum behind the mission to make Toronto and Canada a global hub for climate action. And as Matt just commented, be bold. You just need to go for it. Do not wait for perfect, because that is the enemy of getting started. Thank you. All right. And this is a room of builders, so we know that if you want to go far, you need to go together. And I want to give a thank you to some of our partners who looked at what we were doing and just said, heck yes, how can we support? We have Orchestra Marketing, who has worked tirelessly to help us get bums and seats for these 200 events. We have Pomelo, who've really added a little bit of zhuzh to our logo with some animation. We have Bullfrog, who is helping us with our energy management. Baskin, who is keeping us legally sound. And we have Environics, who is helping us to go and understand the impact of what we are set to do for the next week. I thank everyone in advance for filling out the survey. One of our goals for this week was to create an a la carte selection of talent and ideas and resources and investors. So my ask of you this week is to go to events. Tell your network to go and do the same. Take advantage of the momentum, take advantage of the week, and go meet people. I really love the fact that you never know when you can meet someone who's going to change your life. And there is someone who is going to be showing up this week who could be your next business partner, your next star employee, your next mentor, your next investor. Good things happen when you expand your surface area. And if you're really lucky, you might meet a couple people who can help you out. Now, back to me. If you're looking for a place to meet them, CSI is once again partnering with Toronto Climate Week to be our central hub. So you can go there, you can have meetings, you can work a little bit. They're having a ton of events. Rumor has it they like to do happy hours, so yeah, people are ready for that. So go out there. You know, I'm standing here on this stage right now in this fabulous vintage blazer, and thank you to everyone who's complimented it. Because I went to an event 2.5 years ago, and I met Becky, and a seed was planted. I also really want to thank the support of our sponsors, the Brian and Joanna Lawson Family Foundation. You've been absolutely integral to helping us go and experience this growth that I just talked about. The City of Toronto, honestly, it's super cool to be able to sit there and say, hey, we're working with the place that I call home, to go and have Carbon Hound returning as a second-year sponsor, Air Canada, RBC. And to Becky's point, we had to spend a lot of time last year telling them who we are and what we're looking to do. We also have This Rock and KRG Insurance. Thank you so much for your support. We have a lovely step and repeat outside, so I hope people have gotten some photos there. And because we are sustainable, we're really hoping that we can reuse it next year. So, you know what they say, the most beautiful gardens are ones where you planted a lot of seeds. So if anyone else has been keeping an eye on the weather this week, It does look perfect to get outside and do a little gardening. Thank you, everyone.
Whew, what a day. Whew.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe that at 9 a.m. this morning, we were on the stage welcoming everybody to the programming today, and now we are at the close. And I'll say that we had a very action-packed afternoon. We heard panels on decarbonization, future of cities, as well as marketing. And as Jocelyn said, don't worry, you're almost there, you'll make it. We'll let you out soon, don't worry. But in addition to this last block here, this entire day, we've heard from leaders around Toronto, around Canada. We've had all levels of government in this room. I hope everyone is excited, as I am, to leave and to execute on some of the call to actions.
So if you remember this morning, back at 9 o'clock, those of us who are here and still have that memory, I put three challenges sitting in front of us. So the first I'm going to ask about is, did you meet someone new today? Can you raise your hand if you met someone new today? I love it. Michelle, who did you meet?
I actually met someone that represents our youth. I met Lucas, and he leads a nonprofit called 1 Degree Cooler. And he's working on getting internships for high school students for sustainability because he sees a gap in future careers and how climate intersects them. So very, very aspirational youth, and I hope to get in touch and see how I can support him.
Is it still in the room?
I don't think so.
That was the chance for the shout out. And the second challenge was a challenge because we talked a lot today about nature and prosperity being intertwined, that being an and. And so my challenge was to take something nature related as you leave the room that you're going to do. Does anyone raise your hand if you have an idea of what that's going to be for you? Do you know what you're going to do? Anyone? Okay.
Well, I live near Trillium Park, but the funny thing is I moved in last November and I didn't even really know about Trillium Park. I just moved back to Canada maybe over a year and a half ago, and this week I rode my bike and I was like, oh, it's open now, and I went through the gates and I was like, oh my god, look, there's a CN Tower. Oh my god, look, there are ducks over there. This is amazing. I actually sat on a rock for maybe 10 minutes. So my pledge is to try and get out at least once a week. I mean, I can't not do that. And maybe to take it one step further, I'll walk out without my phone.
You can survive without a phone?
We shall see. Now, Darren, there was one last thing, one last call to action. Make one commitment for something you will do differently going forward to improve Canada and the climate.
This is a really interesting one for me because I was living in Norway for the last 10 years. I'm in the process of moving back to Toronto. So I've had quite an international background coming here. And I think from a day like today, it is actually, I come away being optimistic about the opportunity here in our backyard in Canada. So I think for me, my commitment is actually to focus a little bit more on Canada and the opportunities here, not just internationally, because there is, so many times throughout the day, we just heard people talking about the natural advantage we have with nature, with the people that we have here, with the universities that we have here, with the existing institutions. So I think for me, it's actually, I'm going to start pivoting a little bit more, using my AI machines that I have in the background that helps me guide where I invest. I'll focus them on Canada a little bit more, actually.
Bringing it back to Canada.
Yes, bring it back to Canada more.
So before everyone heads out to the reception, we have been so privileged today to be in this room. But with privilege comes responsibility. And as Darren mentioned, the work starts outside of the room, not through the conversations. Definitely they support the work. But once we all walk out of this room, into the reception and into the week, what is it that we're going to do? What is it that we're going to change? I challenge everyone in this room to make the most of Toronto Climate Week 2026 so that by 2050, when we come back, we'll be like, we didn't need that much time. So I leave you all with a very happy Toronto Climate Week, and I hope to meet some of you at the reception, and I guess we'll see you again next year.
Well, the reception lasts till 6. Continue to make friends, and yes, we'll see you all again next year.
Change your eye. And so I've always musically maintained my own voice. I've always had something to say, and I've learned how to speak through my instrument. And in music, usually I'm not great until you say I am anyway. When we see something bad or awful or horrible in life, maybe we're just viewing it in the wrong optic. Maybe we could change our perspective. I think if you see something that's wrong, you should know that you're seeing it in the wrong light. And find a way to change your viewpoint. Or to use a musical term,